If you're listening, you're a member of the Road Gang because this is Road Gang Radio.
Saddle up. We're wasting sun.
It's Jimmy Mack. It's Lindsay Lawler. It's New Orleans. It's Nashville. A show about making a living. A show about making a life. It's the biggest...
Is that a fat joke?
And the best collection of voices in trucking, transportation, and travel. Not only in this world, but beyond.
We're looking at you, Zebulon 5.
Let's turn this sucker over.
I think that's your cue, Phone Master Dre.
Oh, it is, and it's looking like it's going to be a very good day at Road Gang Radio, live from the House of Degas, also known as Fastport Studios, with me, Andre, but also Jimmy Mack. Hello, sir.
A very, very good day. The California Highway Patrol, by the way, warned Fresno area travelers of a very sticky situation resulting from a truck losing its load of blueberries onto the roadway. Chip Fresno, CHP, Chips Fresno, said on social media that the blueberry spill occurred Monday evening in the southbound lane on Highway 99. Near the eastbound Highway 180 interchange. What the Chips did was shared photos of berries on the road, as well as the sticky purple mess caused by the berries being run over by vehicles. The sticky purple mess.
That throws me off that blueberries make purple messes.
But they do make a purple mess, yeah. I mean, you know, there's some really good news, by the way. A California Department of Transportation crew, first of all, was summoned to the highway to clear the jam from traffic. The good news is, though, is that commuters were relieved to understand that they did not kill the one-eyed, one-horn flying purple people eater.
Perfect.
They didn't kill, what's the guy's name from McDonald's?
He's got a shake, man. Come on.
He's got a shake, dude.
Shake.
Grimace.
Yeah.
Commuters were relieved they didn't kill the one-eyed flying purple people eater or Grimace, and that they didn't run over Violet Beauregard from Willy Wonka. Do you remember Violet Beauregard from Willy Wonka? She's the one that chews the gum and turns into a blueberry.
100%, sir.
Oompa loompa loompa dee doo. I've got another puzzle for you.
Hey.
Oompa loompa doompa dee dee. If you arise, you'll listen to me. Gum chewing's fine when it's once in a while. It stops you from smoking and brightens your smile. But it's repulsive, revolting, and wrong. Chewing and chewing all day long. The way that a cow does. Oompa loompa doompa dee da.
Go on.
Given good manners, you will go far. You will live in happiness too, like the Oompa Loompa Doompa Dee Doo. Hey, by the way.
That was very impressive.
By the way, if you are practicing good manners and not chewing all day long like a cow does, perhaps you've lost your heart, left your heart over at iHeart.
Don't lose it.
Yes, you are on iHeartRadio. You might have the audacity, if you're a bit of a weirdo, to listen on Odyssey. You might yak it up on the Tube of You, as I know that Joan and Earl Noble have, and a couple of other listeners. I'll get to them in a second. You may be making FaceTime on Facebook with Rebecca Brewster. She's always over there. Ooh. You may live your best life on Live 365. Hey, man, be a free-floating radical on RadioNemo.com. Or maybe you're pondering the possibilities. Maybe it's later on in the day of all of it afterwards on your favorite podcast platforms. Because this, my friends... is Road Gang Radio.
What he said.
Forget the lies of Zebulon 5 with its bumbling bloviator ruler, Dr. Philostratus, the proctologist of space trucking, and his inept minion banana costume wearing Grease Charlton. If you don't know those names, and neither do I, just make stuff up as I go along. Because this, my friends, is the greatest live transpo show in the known universe. And you, my friends, unlike those people who call, I want to talk about Tim Ridley's topic. Well, that's fine. You need to get Tim Ridley's number. I kid you not. We get about 2 or 3 of those calls every day. Oh, where are you guys right now? I was wondering where you were. Here at the same number. That's right. 615-292-6366.
615-292, not XM, Nemo.
That's right. Put an X through it all and start with the Nemo.
Yeah, buddy.
All of that, by the way, as Dre pointed out to you, is broadcast and recorded from the Fastport Studios at the historic Edgar Degas House, only moments away from the birthplace of trucking radio. Fastport, by the way, is out there. making the miracle happen, solving America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges. They're doing it through research, technology, and people, especially Mr. Roll Tide himself, Brad Bentley. From registered apprenticeships to veteran readiness, you can learn more at fastport.com or at nationalapprenticeship.org. And in just under 2 months, we're going to be joining them in Washington, D.C. for the Vet Ready Summit, and we want to give a special congratulations to the finalists of Fastport's Transition Trucking Driving for Excellence Award, given, all the hard work that they have done over there. We want to give a shout out to Charles Jones Jr., who, like Dave, Nemo, served in Korea. We want to give a shout out to Macy Matisse, who actually hit the wrestling mats in high school before she joined the Army, and to Mark Scriven, who seems to have every branch and every family member in the service, by the way. Great Americans all, not overrated, not a one of them. And all of that will be in the midst, smack dab in the middle of our journey to Arlington, as Dean Croak and I will start in early December, actually, over at the Rees Across America's Drivers Lounge, before making our way over to Washington, D.C., and then Arlington for the Lane of the Reeves. You want to come?
Man, I wouldn't mind getting a little grumpy. You know what I mean? I'd like to just hang out in that truck.
We'll get an Airbnb over in and it's really funny. I'm at the point now, Dre. Remember, yesterday we talked about the idea that people just want to punch in the face.
Yeah.
You just want to smack in the face. The people around here just want to punch in the face now. We were talking about this morning.
Here?
Here, and not you, dude, not Madison. I'm talking about just in
landlord?
general. No, I don't mean in this building. I mean, there's people around here. This whole situation. Dre and I were talking about this morning, and
just a little bit.
And I got to tell you, we'll get to the National Day, and while the National Day is about the literal meaning of the word, the National Day is really kind of applicable to the situation in the country we live in right now, because it's the National Day of nuts.
Oh, let's get a little nutty.
Take it easy. Take it easy. None of these things.
Even though there's nothing but that in the studio right now.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. But it really is Mixed Nuts Day. I mean, it really is the day for nuts of all shapes and sizes.
What's your nut of choice?
Me? I'm an almond guy.
Okay.
I'm an almond guy. Although I tell you, I like corn nuts, but I like the Spanish corn nuts.
Oh. Okay, I've never really dabbled in
There's a Spanish and dabbled in that. What is it like a genre?
Yeah.
It's a hobby. I'm dabbling in that. That'd be kind of funny, wouldn't it? I'm dabbling in nuts these days. You got to be careful where you say that in New Orleans. I'll tell you that right now.
I knew a guy that dabbled in nuts once. Let me tell you something. What is the corn snack? It's like the toasted corn, and they do them in different flavor, but they're mostly like savory. You can get them at gas stations.
I don't want them.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about?
I know what you're talking about. Don't want any part of that. I'm talking about the kind. There's this.
I just tried it with you.
Yeah, there's this corn nut medley. There's this corn nut medley you can get over at Whole Foods that I think is just the resurrection.
You know what I wish was a little bit on the healthier side? Because I love almonds too, because that's the healthiest ones you can get, and you can get them all different ways: blueberry, roasted, all that stuff. But dude, I wish cashews and pistachios were a little bit more on the healthier side. Like, they got the benefits, but they ain't no almond, you know what I'm saying?
Ain't no almond, man.
Dill pickle cashew.
They're not an almond, and they're certainly not the Allman Brothers.
Oh, man.
By the way, they played Rambling Man on Nemo's Night Beat, did they not?
Oh, they sure did. They didn't do Blackwater, but they did Rambling Man.
They got to Rambling Man.
I almost played the wrong one. I almost played the Hank Williams Sr. version.
That'd been a mistake.
Yeah.
That'd have been a mistake. Because, one thing that Dave said that he would do different if he could do the Road Gang all over again. By the way, he can't. I don't know what he's waiting for. We got to get on top of this. No, but, I mean, the one thing that Dave pointed out that he would play more Southern rock.
Yes.
More Allman Brothers. As Dan Aykroyd said while playing Jimmy Carter, do you have any Allman Brothers? You've obviously taken the acid Orange Sunshine. You need to have a Miller Genuine Draft and get yourself some Allman Brothers. Do you have Eat a Peach? Put it on. Listen to it. It'll get you through a bad trip.
Oh, such a jam. Can I go back real quick, and then we'll circle back around? You asked me if I want to go to Rees Across America. I do. But, man, our history with that place and the signal and all that jazz, I think one day I will, but I feel like with our first-time broadcast, I think I need to be here.
Well, I mean, I will say this, though.
Talk to me.
That Madison was able to handle. I mean, the first time we did a remote, it actually had to be Madison. So, I mean, maybe it's possible.
Yeah, no, well, maybe it is. I'm just, because, every time that we do the broadcast there, you got to recuperate where you're at. You got to go on this other side. You got to climb up a tree and get a better signal and then put a jacket on because it's cold.
All right.
Yeah, but we'll play it out. So what were you saying about Nut Day, sir?
Well, we'll get to Nut Day in a second here, but this is kind of a really groovy thing. What we're doing today is we're celebrating National Make a Dogs Day.
Oh.
And like I said, it's not National Pet Day. It's not National Animals Overall. It's not the snake in your car. Sorry, Jody. There is a snake day, by the way. There's a couple of snake days, as a matter of fact. Well, Snake Poncho, but there's a couple of snake days. We use this day to ensure that dogs around us enjoy themselves as best as possible. This is the day to spread information about dogs' importance in our lives and how much they can improve our days with love and loyalty. We can also use this day to encourage people to adopt from shelters and provide a better life for at least one puppy. We mean the world for a dog, and it's time we ensure they get everything they deserve. With that in mind, if you know a veteran who wants a dog, I'm going to really encourage you guys to go over to Sierra Delta. Our good friend BJ Ganem runs a magnificent organization. It's not service dogs. They can make arrangements for that too, but their primary focus is making sure that any veteran who wants a dog gets a dog, and more importantly than that, I think, gets the training necessary if they've never had a dog before to raise that dog. And second, a lot of the situations, depending upon where you're at, is to actually make sure that you have the stuff that you need too. I mean, it's almost like a mini GI Bill. It's like a mini. I think it should be part of the GI Bill to be like. I think they should have money in there for a dog. And I'm not being ridiculous either, because I think people that serve their country, especially those who have served overseas, everybody who served. Stop that. We've played this game before. And it's like I've spent a lot of time talking about this to a lot of veterans. You go where they tell you to go. I think any veteran that wants a dog, and it's one of those things, if you're properly trained in how to raise a dog, you add years to the dog's life, and the dog deserves that, and the dog adds years to your life as well.
Oh, all day, every day.
It's a great health outcome.
Because given my, not my first dog, but the dog that I had whenever I moved to the coast, I gave to my mom, and man, it was a beautiful outcome with the things that it helped her with, and just giving her just a new lease on life. But at the same time, it did help with so many things that she was worrying about every day, anxiety and all that stuff. But I'll tell you what, though, if you don't know how to take care of that dog, or you need some tips, Dr. Carol Osborne has a couple videos on YouTube, doesn't she?
Yeah, she does. And we've the one yesterday, by the way, we thought it would be fun. Dr. Ben Kligler has to, it was busy this month, and so Dr. Carol filled in. He usually kind of comes and joins us about a real holistic approach to life. But Dr. Carol, who usually shows up in the second half of the show, the one that Lindsay Lawler actually puts together and helps run and is the executive producer for. Okay. She usually shows up in the second half of the show. She was here yesterday. We've got that posted, by the way. Guys, I have an appeal to all of our friends out there in Road Gang Radio land. One of the things that we are, there are things that we are really succeeding with around here. There are things that we are, I think, hitting the ball out the park. Our production values, I think every week it gets better. I think we're really putting stuff together. We still need to help you guys help us get the word out there. And one of the ways you can is just find a segment you thought was cool and just post it online. We're probably going to do something akin in the next couple of weeks to a pledge drive without you having to give money.
Yeah.
Rather than being the kind of pledge drive where it's about like, send us your money, although thank you, Marshall. It's going to be one of those pledge drives where it's like, help us get the word out. One of the things that's important to us is to make sure that people that do this for a living here get paid. So it often means you tighten your belts and tighten your budgets every place you have to. And one of those places is the marketing. So we count on you, our original members of the reconstituted Road Gang. Many of you guys have pins. There are a couple of you out there who didn't get one. If you haven't gotten it yet, I got a couple floating around. A couple. I mean, I'm almost done, because when those 500 are gone, they're gone. We're going to make another one, but it's not going to be the same one.
Yeah.
We want to make sure those original ones go to the OGs. Yep. The OOGs, as it were. I think the OOG got one when he came here to New Orleans. If he didn't, he can let me know, by the way. You can let me know at 615-292-6366.
615-292-NEMO, bro.
We're going to be able to take the break a little bit later here because we don't have a first guest. As always, I've been trying to have at least one day a week where there's a lot of time for people to call and be a part of a conversation, something a little more open, also cover some more news. Speaking of news, Dre and I got a chance to meet with the folks from Landline. We're very excited to announce we'll have a more specific date for you in the next couple of days. But sometime next week, we're going to get a news segment at the top of every hour from our friends at Landline. Just kind of an update of what's going on around the country, what's going on in the trucking sector and the transportation sector, all a part of making this the best live transpo show in the known universe. A 2017 study, speaking of nuts, found that eastern fox squirrels living on the UC Berkeley campus cache their nuts according to type.
Oh.
When given a mixture of walnuts, pecans, almonds, and hazelnuts, the squirrels took the time to hide each type of nut in a specific place. This method of spatial chunking may help them remember where the nuts are when they go to retrieve them later. Though the study wasn't able to determine this for sure, by the way, that's a good study, where you're observing something and you're making a causal inference, but you don't have the kind of information necessary. Its results suggested the squirrels may have been organizing their caches by even more subtle categories, like the size of the nuts. The nuts, by the way, are in studio. The insight comes in the form of our guests and our phone callers and our listeners. We got to take a quick break here. When we do, we're going to come back on the other side, take our first phone call of the morning. Let's reflect on our country. Let's have a moment of, of spirituality, accompanied by a bracing cup of Java from the good Pastor John on this wonderful Wednesday. Also give you some information, by the way, really quickly about Lindsay's guest that will be coming up after this show on We Should Write. Go on, Dre. What you got?
Man, you're very good at this.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rattling, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's wake up and get our day started with a cup of Java with Pastor John, brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Wednesday, 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 Wednesday. Hey, good morning, good morning, good morning. Hope you had a great, great Tuesday. But hey, we're right in the middle of the week. We're excited because we know this is the day that the Lord has made, and we shall rejoice and be glad in it. I want you to think about this, and I want you to just really think about what Paul is telling the Corinthian church. I'm not going to give you a whole lot of insight on it because I think you're going to probably do your own figuring it out as well as your own views on it. But I want you to take and sit down and think through what Paul tells the Corinthians in 2 Corinthians chapter 4, verse 16 through 18. Now, I want you to listen real careful because I don't want you to miss out on the opportunity to interact with God. And I want you to see how Paul challenges the Corinthians to make sure that they have their heart is right and make sure they understand that their relationship needs to be right with God. And he tells them in 2 Corinthians 4, 16 through 18, he says, so we do not lose heart, though our outer self is wasting away. Notice what it said, wasting away. Our inner self is being renewed day by day. For this light momentarily why is it this light momentary affliction is preparing for us an eternal weight of glory beyond all comparison. Now don't miss what I just said. He said what you're going through is temporary. And so this Wednesday, I want you to think about it. Everything that you're thinking about and everything that you feel you're going through, always remember, it's just temporary. God bless you, brothers and sisters. Hang in there.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies, offering top competitive pay, industry-leading fuel discounts, and many more incentives. Visit drive4bme.com.
Oh, yet again, amen, because it is just a momentary confliction, Jimmy.
Everything that has happened has already happened, has not yet happened, and will happen, I promise, in the end at 615-292-6366. Don't worry, guys. If you're in the queue, and we got plenty of phone calls this morning, we're going to get to you because we have the full half hour after this half hour available.
Tight.
It is part of the design of this particular show on Wednesdays. We're trying to make a little bit more room because we're getting a lot of phone calls these days. But I do want to tell you about what's coming up on the show because it's a good one. The Brass. Look busy. Here comes the Brass. The topic is breaks, and we'll get to more of the details of that in just a little bit here. Not you taking a break, although you deserve one by listening to Road Gang Radio. What you really need is you need to make sure. And by the way, I don't know if you noticed something. A real pattern is developing here. I got off the phone with Kevin Lindsay yesterday, and boy, that guy's cooking, isn't he?
Oh,
That guy's got it going on, man.
I love talking to that man. And the fact that I got to talk to him off the air, that was good stuff.
Yeah, I mean, Donnie T gave me a call. Said every time I listen to Kevin Lindsay, I get a little bit smarter. It's a 1-2 punch of Kevin Lindsay on Tuesdays and the Brass with Tech Talk from TMC, the longest running segment in RadioNemo history. Education Station's going to be welcoming Scott Hartley of Caldwell, and then we're going to go about the business of making a life. David Elliott's going to be discussing artificial intelligence. We have an interview we got a chance to do over in Lindsay's studio in Franklin with the comedian Dustin Nickerson. He's going to bring in his insights into marriage and life into our last hour. And Jeremy Dauber for Press 1 for Invasion, who I think his aliens were the ones that actually cut off the feed. By the way, that whole thing is about phones. The whole thing is about phones, about how alien invasion kind of happens. And this little kid finds a phone. It's kind of like the kid version of They Live. Where they get the sunglasses. Well, the kid gets the phone. And when you take pictures of people with the phone, if they're aliens, you can see it. Very groovy stuff, and really fun book for you to read. Really fun book for, and it's a young adult book, but it's one of those books that you want to buy for young adults as opposed to what I call the checklist or the litmus test of, did you get all the right stuff in? Mm-hmm. Have you been sensitive to everybody's needs? It's more like aliens are going to eat our faces. That's a fun book for kids. Mm-hmm. That's the kind of thing kids want to read. The kind of thing that kids want to hear on the radio is our first caller.
Because he talks about a bunch of different things. Florida man
with the Florida plan. I'm talking Jody.
What's up, Brody?
What's happening? Just like I was telling Dre, I'm excuse me, loading my one pallet of 500 pounds of potato chips from Jacksonville to Indianapolis.
That's wild, man.
I don't know whose bright idea that was, but I'm sure because of the freight rate on it is stupid money. So there's no way they're going to sell. Those potato chips can be that expensive to where they're going to make their money back on this. By the time they pay the guy to load it, the guy to offload it, and the guy to take it to the store, I don't see the economics in this, but,
mine is not to reason. What is it? Mine is not to reason why. Mine is just to do or die. I got one pallet of 500 pounds of potato chips. That's the name of that should be your autobiography. One pallet of 500 pounds of potato chips by Jody V.
Jody, those are not Lay's in there because it's mostly air in those bags.
Oh yeah, I know. That's just it. When it all breaks down, so. All right, Jimmy, you and I and Dre, and Lindsay, we've talked about this before. Dogs, yes, they do save your life. This little guy here, my blood pressure's down. Not too long ago, I almost lost my medical card. My blood pressure was up over 140. Now it's down to 114 over 72 because of all the walking that we do.
Oh.
My changing of my diet. Not drinking a bunch of soda. There's a whole lot of factors. It's not just him. But because I have him and I had to adopt him, by saving his life, he saved my life. You know what I'm saying? So everybody, as far as I'm concerned, everybody should have a dog.
Yeah.
Not everybody deserves a dog, but a dog deserves somebody.
Yeah, and that's the thing, too. It's like, 5,000, 6,000, 7,000 years ago, we were sitting by a lonely fire, and we heard a wolf in the distance. We heard bears in the distance. We heard a lot of nasty things out there in the dark, so we huddled a little closer. And then out of the dark, something walked sat next to us, and basically, by just looking at us, communicated one thing. If you give me a little bit of that food you got cooking right there, I will look out for all those things in the dark and protect you from them and let you know when they're coming. And all you have to do is love me. That was the deal they made, and it's our job now moving forward that we no longer have to sit by fires in the dark to still honor that deal to this day. Because I will tell you, I think that part of the reason why we are dominant on this planet is because dogs and horses led the way. Straight up. That's my belief, man.
I totally agree. And then as far as we got two more things to get to here real quick. The last one is, I'll let you figure it out, but Southern rock-wise goes, as far as I'm concerned, it's either got to be the Allman Brothers or Leonard Skinner. The rest of them are great. Don't get me wrong.
With a big honorable mention to Thin Lizzy. Big honorable mention to Thin Lizzy.
Yeah, if you're going to throw them in there, even though they're from Ireland, yes. Yeah. And if you're going to throw all that in, it's either got to be the Cowboy Song or the Emerald. One of those two, if you're going to really get up and jam on it.
Yeah, the Cowboy Song is actually the truth of the matter. I mean, that's all I really care about. But I'm in total agreement. Leonard Skinner, the Allman Brothers, and then a little bit of Pure Prairie League and Marshall Tucker. I got to tell you, man, going back and listening to Marshall Tucker's complete catalog, they're one of those bands where you go back and you're like, wait a minute, man, there's a lot of good stuff here. It isn't just a couple of songs, man. There's some quality Marshall Tucker. There's some Marshall Tucker stuff on that Road Gang feel.
Mm-hmm. And some ZZ Top.
Yeah, you know who put that? Go ahead.
Don't forget about the Outlaws.
Oh, dude.
I mean, a lot of people don't know about a lot of the Outlaw songs, and I mean, some of them are just so deep, but unless you're going to play their album, you're never going to hear them because they don't play them on the radio a lot. A lot of these really deep songs from the Outlaws, but they got some really, really kick butt songs. They really do.
Kicking ass and taking names. There's some terrific stuff. Okay, you got one more point to make, and we're going to go a little bit long here because I ain't got a guest roaring up in here. I got phone calls I got to get to. But, Jody, take your time. What's your last thing?
All right. About 2 months ago or so, I was chatting with somebody on one of your sites there about those road dog pins, right? The road gang pins.
Yeah.
And they asked me for my address, and I gave it to them for the address down here in Florida, and I still have not received that pin.
We got a pin for you, Jody. We'll take care of it. We'll take care of it.
Still got my address?
No, but what you can do I don't know if Tara has it, but what you can do is one more time with feeling, just send it to weekends@radionemo.com. Send it again. She'll check it. She checks it every day. That cache is always clear. She and Claire are going in there, and they actually have a file folder for it. Send the address again. We will get you that pin. I know because I saw your name on the list of people to get it. We did the same thing for Bandit. He lost his, and we got him a second one. Or he's got lost in the. I don't know what happened, but somehow he didn't get He either got it and lost it. You get the idea. But the deal is, dude. We'll get you one. You are definitely an original member of the reconstituted Road Gang. Absolutely.
I appreciate it. I will send that out a little bit later when I'm not driving or busy, but we will get it done, and just tell her to keep her eye open for it, and I'll get it all done for you.
Thank you, Jody V, the Florida man with the Florida plan. He's the guy that goes into the water, by the way, and saves the puppy with a cigar still in his mouth. Speaking of cigars in your mouth, good to see Marshall Platters out there yakking it up on YouTube. A lot of our friends are out there. This is Road Gang Radio. I'm going to get to some trucking news when we come back and then take those phone calls. Here we go.
We lost one caller, didn't know who it was, but give us a call back because I am sorry.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASC certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
It's Wednesday.
It's one simple act. One simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath,
means one more adoring father, One more loving mother.
One more heroic son.
One more brave daughter.
One more beloved family member.
One more dearly missed friend.
One more American.
One more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom.
Honored for their sacrifice.
Never forgotten.
Always remembered.
Through one
Simple
act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward.
Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Join Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler's Gang of the Airwaves by subscribing to Radio Nemo on YouTube.
We celebrate all kinds.
Make it official. After all, if you're listening, you're already in the gang. The Road Gang.
Marshall, thank you so much for the heads up. We will do me a favor, Marshall, if you could send me your address at weekends@radionemo.com. I've got my own private. I got about maybe 20 of them left, and that should take care of a lot of the last-minute additions. Send us your address at weekends@radionemo.com. By the way, there is a Nightbeat email now. So you guys, if you have a request of music that you want to make of Dave or hear the story behind a song that you really dig, go to Nightbeat at RadioNemo.com. I don't want to say Road Gang at RadioNemo.com yet because I don't know the status of that. I'll find out that today. But for now, if you want that pin, weekends at RadioNemo.com. Matter of fact, any pin request should go to weekends at RadioNemo.com because both Claire and Tara are the curators of that particular thing. When we get Road Gang up, it's going to go to Lindsay and I. Dave is already getting the Nightbeat ones. That's important. Hey, by the way, one of my favorites is This Too Shall Pass, except for Balrogs. Balrog should not pass. That's from our good friend Forod. Good to see you out there, brother. And good to see Chowder out there shooting the breeze. Our good friend Trucker Bosun says it's Quasimodo Day. What is it, the halfback of Notre Dame? You get it? Quasimodo was the hunchback of Notre Dame.
I'll let it sit there.
By the way, how about that kid that plays for Notre Dame? And we can both say kids now. We can both say kids now because you're dirty 30, and this dude is like what 20, 21 years old. No, I mean he's going to go in the first round. Running backs don't go a lot in the first round. This guy is Saquon Barkley good, dude. He does the same thing Barkley does. Dre, remind me to show you some of the footage of him jumping over people.
Oh, okay.
And jumping over people and doing the whole backwards thing, too. I showed Dre this kid. And by the way, this kid is old school. Old school, meaning when he sees a hole, and I showed Dre, he don't play around, does he? There's none of that, I'm going to juke you. It's like he waits for the big uglies to open a hole, and then he goes through, and then he goes through like a full-grown man.
Thank you.
That defensive end for USC tried to grab him.
Oh, yeah.
And just put his hand out and just like basically get out of here and basically push the guy in the other direction. Yeah. Full-grown man.
And that was a massive arm, so respect to that dude.
By the way, that's going to be the future, I think, of not only college football. This actually relates to trucking, and then we'll get, of course, to Pack Rat and our good friend Showtime, who are waiting patiently. We also got a third caller in, don't we?
What's that?
We got a third caller in, don't we?
Oh, 100%. We got old Chowder, but we got Pack Rat, Showtime, and Chowder.
Okay, so we'll get to them in a second here. There's been a lot of discussion right now about the changing face of college football, and I always kind of encourage you guys, Dean does as well, to think in more Freakonomics terms, to look at patterns that don't relate to trucking and see how they could relate to trucking. So Dre's beloved LSU lost to Vanderbilt. Now look, Vanderbilt was in the top 20. Vanderbilt was actually a favorite over LSU. But that game wasn't as close as it looked. They got manhandled. And somebody made a really good point now that with the new NIL, which everybody says, I hate the NIL. I'm a big fan of it. You want to know why, guys, I'm a fan of it? Because it means that that the Deep South schools can't just set up networks of Baptist churches to pay people. And it also means that SEC schools' backup cornerbacks aren't the best in the country. You follow me? The kids can transfer, the kids can get money, and there's another big impact that money has in regards. I'm a big fan of free agency, and I don't mean in regards to sports. I mean in regards to you. I think now when you sign a contract and you make a deal with somebody, you got to hold to that deal. But I don't think anybody should keep you on the farm. I don't think anybody should have a lifetime contract in regards to keeping you trapped. I think that you have a right as an American to pick up your stuff, cross the state line, and go work wherever you want to work, however you want to work. That's freedom. That's freedom. And so I'm in favor of what's going on with these kids. But what's happening is that we may start to see, crazy as it sounds, state governments funding cities again.
Yeah.
Because those kids went to Vanderbilt because it's got plenty of money, it's a great education, and it's in Nashville, which is a giant playground.
Yeah.
Who wants to go to Baton Rouge? I'm being really honest with you. Who wants to go to, I mean, New Orleans is great, but the state of Louisiana, because all those people in Cajun country, and more importantly, people in northern Louisiana hate all those people in New Orleans, they won't fund the city. They don't deserve it. You don't get any money. Your roads get to fall apart. We'll underfund your police and then blame you for the crime. I mean, that's what happens. It is. I get it. You want to take care of the people that got you there. I get it. I understand that. But man, can you imagine if some cities turned around because the state governments, who are always never in the big city, unless of course it's Austin, which is growing out of control. But the big city is never the state capital. Well, maybe they'll start funding Baton Rouge now, because right now Baton Rouge is not a fun place to be. It's not.
No, it hasn't been for a while.
And it's because the campus isn't big enough. It's because the campus is what makes a place fun.
Yeah.
You say what you want about our friends over in Tuscaloosa. They take care of that campus, man. Roll Tide. I'm just saying, roll Tide. All right, that's enough of that. We're going to unpack that more in later shows as it relates to trucking and hubs and how we attract the next great generation of truck drivers, and all that stuff is at play here. But we're going to go to the phones here. Packrat's giving us a call. We'll let him jump into the conversation. Go Dodgers. Good morning.
Okay. Good morning, Jimmy Mac.
Good morning, my friend. Okay, so we haven't started the new job yet. Is it next week or is it the next couple of days?
I just finished my last trips. I'm in my yard. I'm waiting for my wife, Lady Packrat, to come. We're going to move my stuff out, clean out this truck, and I got to bring my truck up to remove my truck from this yard. I got a place to park it, and I think next Monday I'll be starting with orientation.
So here's my question of the day in regards to starting a new gig. Starting a new gig. Is there anything worse than having to clean out your office or clean out your truck or vacate a premise when you've been fired? Is there anything better than setting the world that you're leaving right when you're going on to something that you're looking forward to? Do you follow me? When you get the new job, you give your 2 weeks, you clean your office, you thank everybody, you set things up really nice, and every moment you're cleaning, you feel like, I am taking the next step to victory. When you get fired, it's like, how soon can I burn my desk? Is there a way I can bring in lighter fluid? Does it feel good to get up there and clean it out, to know that you're going on a grand adventure that's bringing you home, that's getting you home more often, and that's with people that you like?
Yeah, especially since this last trip I just did there. I mean, we were talking yesterday. I got to the border just around 7 o'clock, and the load wasn't cleared. There was problems with the invoices or whatever. 7 o'clock last night, I got cleared around like 1 o'clock yesterday afternoon. So so we're talking, Tuesday night, or Monday night to Tuesday afternoon to clear that load at the border. So that's one thing I'm not going to miss anymore.
No, I understand that. I get that. Oh man, it's just like, there are just things that, I'll tell you this, that we have a very similar experience. I know that one of the things that Dre was worried about, and I'm speaking for him here, but I know one of the things he was worried about when we started this new thing was this daily commute. The idea of having to make this commute daily. But I have to tell you, after the first 3 or 4 weeks, we talked about it, and I'd like to kind of check in with him at some point. But the thing is, though, that first Saturday morning, Dre and I called each other. It was like 7 in the morning, and we had both just gotten up. It's like, what are you doing?
Now what do we do?
Yeah, what are you doing? Nothing. And it was like, I have to tell you, as much as I miss doing the weekend shows, although there's a lot of that energy in the second half of this show, there was something after when we first started this. It was fun, wasn't it, Dre? I mean, the idea of kind of closing down shop. Dre and I cleaned out the stuff over in Ocean Springs. At the end, we went and hired a professional dude because it was so much. I mean, there's just no other way to kind of say it. It was overwhelming, and it wasn't our stuff. That's the other thing, too. That's a big thing. Yeah. It's always easy to clean out and start a new job when you're cleaning out your own stuff. When you got to clean up other people's stuff, that ain't cool, right?
Oh, God, and 10 years worth of not organizing certain things? Whoo!
Yeah, this place does not have that problem. And we're going to put the finishing touches on the studio today and tomorrow, right, Dre? Mm-hmm. We got Madison a desk for her computer so that we can have our office table back to us. Okay, so tell us about what your first day is going to look like, and then I got to get to Showtime and Chowder.
My first day on the job, I don't know what. It's just becoming familiar with what they're doing there with the equipment and the e-log system that they're using, paperwork, how to do paperwork. It's everybody has their own way of doing things, so it's just getting familiar with how they do things.
Yeah, and are you a question guy? I'm kind of obsessed with this now. I've become obsessed with asking people questions about why they do stuff and how they do stuff. Anytime I go anyplace, even when I sometimes know stuff, I'll ask people stuff I know. Like, I mean, I would say that half the questions I ask Kevin Lindsay on Maintenance Matters, I actually know the answer to, and the other half, I'm like, you know what? I've never dived this deep into something. Can you give me the information? Are you a perpetual like why? You know, those little kids who go why?
I'll ask questions, but I got to tell you a story. What I find kind of funny is that I've been to orientation classes before, and you know the feeling I got is that when you're with a half a dozen other people, they don't want people asking questions. They just want to get it over and done with and move on. It's boring, you know, sit there and listen to other people's inquiries. That's kind of the impression I've got over the years. But if there's things that I don't that maybe don't understand, I want to make sure.
Actually, when I used to be a professor, I kid you not, I instituted this policy, and boy, it took a lot of the tension and stress out of the room. I said, first of all, you're not getting out of here early. I said, second of all, this is more importantly, this class is not dismissed until I get 10 questions. And I said, and you have a right to ask them at any. And I said, you have a right to ask them at any time. I don't mean at the end. I don't have to ask 10 questions at the end. I said, but if I do a count off, and once you get to 10, but if I don't get 10 questions, I don't cut people loose. The only time you ever get cut loose early is if I get to 10 questions, I tell people we'll get out of there 5 minutes early, is what I tell people. If not, we go the full ride. And I got to tell you, I know exactly what you're talking about, and I hate that. I hate when people are like, let's get this going, and it's like, no, we're going to be here. And I've always said, even if you know everything in an orientation, Pack Rat, I take notes on how the orientation is being presented. I'm not kidding. I'm like going, did I learn anything about how to onboard people, about how to train people? I don't understand it when people like go back to class and then want to get out of class. It's like, why are you here? You just want a piece of paper that said you did something. Ask those questions, brother. And if you ever train anybody,
absolutely
put those question policies in place, because it stops that, because then anybody who raises their hand becomes a hero in the classroom. You dig?
You learn by asking.
That's right. That's exactly what you do. Brother, I am so excited for you. Please keep calling us. I know you call all the time, but keep giving us updates. I love onboarding processes.
I absolutely will, yes.
I love new beginnings. Okay, what football games are you looking forward to this weekend?
Oh, I haven't even looked at the list, but I was going to ask you a question, a minor question. Okay, there's been one coaching casualty so far this year, Callahan. Did you see another one? I'm thinking Mike McDaniels.
McDaniels the gone pecan. The only reason they might not get rid of McDaniels is they don't have the guy they're keeping their eye on. The person I would keep an eye on, the two people I would keep an eye on from the college ranks are Marcus Freeman and Ryan Day. The only reason they would ever leave their jobs is to go to the pros. Everybody's like, well, yeah, they're going to make a run at Marcus Freeman from Penn State. Marcus Freeman is not going to Penn State. He is beloved at Notre Dame, and he makes $11 million a year that he just signed a new contract for. But I'm telling you what, some pro team shows up and says, come bring the business, he might listen. So would Ryan Day. McDaniel gets fired if they know who they want, if that makes any sense. If you fire somebody early in the season, it means that they know who they want and they're getting ready to go after him. All right, Pack Rat, I got to get to these other calls. I love you, and ain't nothing you can do about it.
Okay, Jimmy Mac, love you back.
All right, guys. By the way, our good friend Chef Marty says good morning, #RGR. Marshall Platter, thank you very much. Don't forget to tip your bartender. That's me. That's Phone Master Dre. Hello. I would say that he is the bar back, but actually he's a second shift bartender.
Damn right.
Yeah, Madison's the bar back. She's in the back doing her thing right now. She is in the back. She's actually cross the T and dot the I. She's out there taking notes on all the things I'm doing wrong for the next 4 hours or so. We got another phone call to get to. Let's bump them on in. We know who it is. Good morning to you. It's our time with Showtime.
Mm-hmm. Good morning, gentlemen. Yeah. Hey, Jimmy, I did get my pen a while back. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. My pleasure.
And it was Jody. I think, that called in, was talking about the Outlaws.
Mm-hmm.
Some people don't know this, but the country group Black Hawk the lead singer of Blackhawk was Henry Paul from the Outlaws.
Nice.
So that's why they kind of had a rock sound to them on some of their stuff. And actually, our live show was great because that's who brought me out on the road, and that's where I started in the entertainment business was with those guys.
Nice.
So those guys want to listen to somebody, check that out.
What was it like touring with them?
It was fun. It was hard work. I was stage manager, and then I was also guitar and keyboard tech. So a lot of work, but it was fun. Our group was popular because on like big festivals, we could clear the stage in under 8 minutes because we were in ears, and so we didn't have monitors and that kind of stuff on stage, so we could move our set off very quickly. So we did a lot of festivals and stuff like that.
Let me ask you a question, and I think I know the answer, but you could prove me wrong because I want people to understand this. Because Mark Knopfler, of course, is actually not making fun of musicians; he's making fun of the people that make fun of musicians. You get your money for nothing and your chicks for free. In all the touring gigs that you've worked on, would it be safe to say that a lot of the men and a lot of the women who actually are on the onstage acts work their ass off? Is that a fair assessment?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm telling you, people have no idea how much Do It Again is so much of what these men and women do. No, that wasn't right. That didn't sound right. No, it's not right. No, that volume level's not right. No, I'm not right. It really is that, isn't it? Yeah, I'm telling you, man.
Yeah.
I mean, by the way, go ahead.
And people don't realize, you walk into a big concert, you don't realize that they started at like 6 o'clock in the morning setting that up.
Yeah.
And probably had the stage done by noon, and then they started putting all the music equipment and stuff up on stage and sound equipment. And, by 4 o'clock, everything is probably line checked or sound check is done.
The other
long
thing,
days.
really quickly, long days, and this is really important too. And by the way, watch this, Dre, and he's going to totally back me up on this. As long as it's taken them to set that up, it only happens that quick because it took even longer to figure it out. I mean, the amount of time, Lindsay always loves talking about the sausage. That people, when they go see a show, and it's okay to put this out of your mind and just enjoy the show, but at some point you have to stop and acknowledge what you're seeing, especially the bigger the show gets. But even with the small shows, is that it's not just that it took all day to set up, but we had that producer on, the work that goes into putting that together so that it only happens in a day, that if a regular human being who didn't have any training on it had to sit down and do that with another group of people who had the same lack of training, it would take them a week to put that stuff together, right?
Yeah. Once you figure everything out, but to initially get started and all that, and just say, for example, the stuff I had to do, set the stage up, mark out everything, stuff like that. Then I had a guitar every day that had to have the strings changed, a mandolin that every day had to have the strings changed, and then stuff like that, plus just wipe everything down, clean everything up, get everything ready, set up my world, what we call it. Each guy has his world where the guitars, tuners, everything else like I had set up, stuff like that. So you have to get all that stuff ready.
Well, I'll give you another example too of weird things people don't understand. So I did a one-person show, and I was in the back, and this young woman had come in. We'd hired her to do makeup for me, and somebody's like, "Oh, I guess you got to have makeup." And I was so aggravated at this person just being a jerk. I walked them out on the stage. I sat down in the chair, and I had them bring the lights up on me with no makeup. And what I looked like was a white cue ball. I kid you not. That light hit my forehead, hit my big old solar panel on the top of my head, and literally it actually set off a glare. I said, "Dude," I said, "you have no idea." I said, "This young woman is literally going to have me walk out there, look at it, do it again, do it again, do it again." And I said, "And we're doing it because what I don't want is anybody thinking about my shiny head and not thinking about what a good time they're having at the event." And the idea of changing strings. There are people who change strings where it's just because they want it to sound absolutely perfect. String ain't broken. They just want it to sound perfect, right?
Well, not only that, but especially in the summer, the musicians sweat a lot. It gets in the strings and it deadens them. So and we had a string deal with I think it was Dean Markley. So, we always had strings. All we had to do is tell them what we needed, and they'd send the stuff out. But literally every day you were changing strings.
Yeah. And by the way, I was at Claire and I were at a concert at the Rose Bowl, and the drum set for Squeeze collapsed. It fell apart. And in the moment it fell apart, they didn't even lose a blink. The piano player took over percussion.
Yeah.
He didn't even blink. And you know what? I looked at Claire and I said, that doesn't happen unless you've had that happen. That doesn't happen unless you know exactly what to do when that goes sideways and wrong. And that's a commonality with truck driving, where there are things that you guys do automatically that people don't realize a normal person would be dead in a ditch, and for you it's just a day at work.
Right. And what people don't realize is some of these techs that are out there, they know the whole set, and there's been times where the musician has gotten sick or something happened, and the tech will step in and finish the show.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. And let me tell you something, by the way. In a Broadway show, if other than the two leads, you know who the understudy is for everybody else, every other player in the show? The stage manager. Literally, the stage manager will come down, put on costume, and has rehearsed it and knows how to do it. I mean, these people aren't screwing around, dude. It's like I tell people, you want to play in this high-stakes game, you got to play high stakes. It's like there are people like, if you ever wonder why, and you know this, why so many rock stars, so many producers, so many people get 3 and 4 divorces, it's because they spend their time there. And there's a point where you want to tell people, it's okay to want to have work-life balance, just don't expect to get famous. Don't expect it. It doesn't happen. I got to get to Chowder, but man, I love you. It's great to have you back. Miss you from time to time.
Time to be louder with Chowder.
Louder with Chowder. Thank you very much, Showtime. Hey, Dre, let's be louder with Chowder. Bring him on in.
Chowder.
Chowder, yes, you can be the dance table. You can be the table dancer.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, buddy. Nobody's going to pay for that, but I do it in Polish style. I start naked and get paid to put my clothes on.
Actually, people would pay for that. Actually, if it was really rehearsed, and I told people if it was like Dick's Last Resort, The Shame of San Diego, we could have a bar where it's like we have these people just come out like dudes, like the Full Monty, and be like, if you want the clothes to go back on, you got to cough up some cash.
Nah, I'm just gonna call the cops.
I hope I didn't cause Showtime to wreck and everybody else to vomit, but I'm sorry about that. Not really. I was just on that last platform, starting all kinds of hate and discontent. I had to put somebody in their place, which I love doing. I mean, I hate doing, but that's what you get for being stupid.
Wait, what happened? What happened? I'm on.
All right. I didn't really want to do this because I was going to try to stay away from trucking, but so some mental midget was bragging, and this person is a student of trucking, okay? A student. Let's make that clear. Student. And a few weeks ago, they were talking about giving advice to somebody that's been out driving for 8 months. And this student climbs in about what should be done, shouldn't be done, and then come to find out this student had just started trucking school that day. Then that student of the, I ain't even mentioned gender, but that student today comes back and says, for people that commented that us students shouldn't comment on experience and what should be done and done isn't right, that's just showing your ignorance. Well, I essentially said, you're a student because students have no real world experience. That's why you're going to a school to learn, because you're a student. And I don't care if you've driven a 3,500 Ford hauling a gooseneck trailer. That don't handle the same as an 80,000 pound rig that you need a CDL for, of which you're going to school to learn in a controlled environment. So God gave you 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. Listen to twice as much as you think you should say until you actually get some experience.
Ask questions. I mean, what you want to tell people like that is what a great opportunity you have. You have walked into a chat room full of the men and women who drive America forward. You have a real opportunity to learn something. Why don't you ask some questions? Why don't you ask some questions as opposed to telling us what you think you already know? I got to tell you.
I like your way better, Jimmy. That's because you're refined. I'm a little bit more brutal and smash it with a war hammer and hit it with a sledge dynamite stick.
Well, we can do it though, Chowder. You and I can do it like Rodney Dangerfield in Back to School. Oh no, I don't get angry. I get upset, and when I get upset, Chowder gets angry.
That's right. Okay, so what I really called in for you know, remember a few times ago when you challenged me to read that book, Old Man in the Sea?
Yeah.
So I read that. Well, now I've read 2 other books I would like to share with you.
Tell me.
Well, besides the one I sent with Dre. But so now I just got done, and mind you, these are not lengthy books. They're under 300 pages because Chowder don't read a lot. I got this new one I stumbled across, Ghostly Tales of the Black Hills and Badlands by Ruth D. Hind. Very good. A lot of good places. It starts out with the first Plains home over there by Kadoka, South Dakota, and tells some ghostly stuff and what went on there. I found it pretty intriguing and pretty fact-based on historical cool stuff like the flood of 72 in Rapid City and that. I recommend that if anybody wants to find it, by North Star Press of St.
I
Cloud
actually
Incorporated.
have that book. I have that book because I literally have a library full of all like ghost stories of like West Virginia.
Right.
I have that book, man. I also have a really great true crime of Ohio that's like really spooky.
Nice.
That I actually ended up
that's
stealing.
cool.
It's some really great stuff about this woman. Like there's the sheriff of Vinton County is one of the best stories I ever heard about this woman whose husband was the sheriff of Vinton County and got murdered. And then they made her the interim sheriff because they wanted her to get his pension. And she ends up becoming like a great sheriff, ends up solving like the crime of the county by figuring out that they had dumped the corpse in the water well, in the ground. I'm sorry, that's about me. What's the other book? What's the other book?
Fine.
What's the other book?
The other one I got, 1876 Facts about Custer and the Battle of Little Bighorn.
I love all.
276 pages, 1,287 facts based on whichever way you want to go. It has general facts, it has cowboy side or Custer side facts, the Native American, as they refer to as Indian facts, and then it has literary facts. And like it says, there's actually 187,000 different facts on the Battle of Little Bighorn because there's something like 53 different books that have been written on the Battle of Little Bighorn. It's only the second most written historical event other than the Gettysburg battle.
It's his wife that did it. And by the way, you want to hear something really cool? This is really cool. I'm going to make you, and I will actually bring him on to talk about it. Do you know, have I told you that my dad, while he was at the Pentagon, was part of the reopening of the investigation that removed the court-martial from Reno?
Oh, really? I think I've heard you mention that. Well, this book is written by Jerry Lee Russell. So I found it pretty intriguing with a lot of different facts and historic stuff in it. Just a couple different, a history and a ghost story book that if, I remember you used to do that reading library thing. I don't know if it's coming back or still exists, but thanks to you getting me reading that one book, now I seem to pick up these books quite regularly and ask for books like this for Christmas from my daughter and try to broaden my literary knowledge.
Well, it's interesting, too, because we have so many we're fighting so many wars on so many fronts here. Sleeper Cab Library has not gone away. Claire is still taking down the name of all the books and all the authors we interview, and we're going to put that that page back up on the website as soon as we get everything else going. Chowder, I love you. This has been such a fun 30 minutes of talking to all of our friends out there, brother. Keep on dancing on tables and keep on putting those clothes back on. Thank you, man.
All right, we'll talk to you guys later. Love you guys.
All righty, man. Good talking to Chowder. Love everybody out there, by the way. I really do. And I love the Braz. The Braz is coming. Look busy, folks. It's a little bit of our good friend, Mr. Robert Braswell, with Tech Talk from TMC. Brakes. Put them on. Get them fixed. Get it done. Check them out. Winter's coming.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
At RadioNemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out. and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
Just one more hour until reinforcements, aka me, arrive to save the day. But until then, keep your eyes on the highway and keep on trucking with Jimmy Mack on Road Gang Radio, y'all.
It needs no introduction anymore, but we do it because we want to give him the bells and whistles he deserves. Robert Braswell is the Executive Director of ATA's Technology and Maintenance Council, and as always, it is the longest running segment on Radio Nemo ever, of all time. RadioNemo.com, you can always find out what we're going to be talking about before we talk about it. But the Braz is here, and we are thrilled to have him. Happy Wednesday, as always. Good to have you in your regular slotted time. How you doing, my friend?
I'm doing good, Jimmy Mack. It's good to be here for Tech Talk with TMC. And today we're going to be talking about a topic that is really, really important. You know, a lot of our members tell us, you know, I don't really care how fast the vehicle goes, but I want to make sure it stops and stops quickly. and that's good advice. So, you know, and you mentioned, you know, winter's coming up. Absolutely great time to talk about brake maintenance. And this week we're going to be talking brake maintenance with TMC member Joe Kay, who's Cummins Drivetrain and Brake Systems Director of Brake Engineering. So he knows from what he speaks. Joe is a Tech Talk with TMC veteran. We're very pleased he can join us this morning. But before we bring Joe on, let's everyone know about our offer this week, and that's our preventive maintenance inspection manual for technicians, $25 plus shipping and handling. It does cover brake systems plus everything else on the vehicle from bumper to bumper. Just call our customer service line toll free at 1-866-821-3468. Mention the Dave Nemo radio network, and we will get it for that special price to you. Also, what's more, if you're an owner or operator with 100 or fewer power units, you can always join TMC, the Technology and Maintenance Council, for the discounted annual dues of just $150. And when you do that, you're going to get our 4,000-page recommended practices manual. That's going to be digital, plus many other good benefits too. So please call that same toll-free number if you're interested in signing up. Again, once again, we remind our listeners at the top of the program that any recommended practices we discuss today, and we'll be talking about quite a few of them, reflect the consensus of our members. We offer them as recommendations only, and everyone is first determined for themselves if they are safe and appropriate for their operation. Please remember that TMC doesn't endorse any product, person, or service, and the opinions expressed on the show are those of the individual and not necessarily the opinion of his or her company, nor TMC, unless stated otherwise. And with all that out of the way, please welcome to the program this morning, Joe Kay. Good morning, Joe.
Good morning. Thank you very much for having me on this week. I really appreciate it. Hopefully I can share some knowledge that I've gained over the years working on foundation brakes, and share some experiences that we're seeing out in the field and some things going on. So thank you.
Well, talking about experiences out in the field. So every year we get kind of a report card from the Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance, that's CVSA, and they do their International Road Check in May. And they just released their International Road Check results from that effort. It's a 72-hour effort that they do. I guess it was May 13th to the 15th this year, covering, enforcement in Canada, Mexico, and the United States. I think they covered about 57,000 roadside vehicle, driver, and cargo inspections. And, we use it as a report card to see how well we're doing. And this year, when we're looking just at vehicle violations, it sounds like the vehicle violation list is a lot similar to last year in 2024. Number one on the list was brake systems, followed by tires, and then 20% defective brakes. And we'll talk a little bit with you why that's important to track that as a separate category. But the percentages of those vehicle violations with respect to all of the violations that are spotted seem to be holding pretty steady, about 25% for brakes, tires 21%, 22%. And then the 20% defective brakes, that's about 17%. What do you glean from that kind of information? What do you as a brake engineer get out of that kind of field intel, as it were?
Yeah, it's information that we do process, and look at, okay, what are some of the things that are happening? I personally sit with on the Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance, and work with the group that's collecting information and trying to collect a lot of those records as DOT inspectors are out there looking at trucks and they're recording some things. So kind of want to keep a, pulse on the system to make sure, we don't have any major catastrophes or anything going on. But it's interesting, some of the statistics that you're looking at too, Robert, and they even break it down a little bit further. Last couple of years, the officers have been, keeping track of, does a vehicle have air disc brake or S-cam brake or even like hydraulic brakes? They're still going for some of the medium-duty vehicle inspections as well.
Sure.
So, S-cam brakes, they definitely take, there's still the majority of the population that's out there in the field today on tractors and trailers. That's changing, the environment's changing to more air disc brakes. More of our modern tractors especially in the last 4 or 5 years have been converting to air disc brakes. But right now, like the data's kind of showing that about, of those, that 20%, majority of them are S-cam brakes that you're seeing, like somewhere around 50% of that will be S-cam brakes that they'll find out of service, and then followed by like 31% or 30% is like the air discs, so as that population of air disc brakes does, get into the newer vehicles and trailers, you got to make sure you're doing your maintenance on both products, all the products, you can't go without inspecting and making sure that everything's, fully functioning on them.
The categories changed a little bit from 24 to 25. In 24, they listed the number one violation for vehicles as defective service brakes. Number 2, tires. Well, that's the same. And then number 3 was other brake violations. In 2025, they used the nomenclature, the top vehicle violation, again, brake systems. They just called it something a little bit different. Tires, number 2. And then number 3, 20% defective brakes. Are they looking for something different in 2025 than they previously were? And I assume that means that, you've got 20% of the brakes on your power unit out of service, and that's why they put that in a separate category. Is that correct?
Yeah, there's a couple things tied in for that. Is as far as I know, that's accurate. The other thing that they'll do too, like each year, they'll kind of pick on like a particular focus area of the braking system as well, right? And so some like there was the inspections that they did back here in August. There was another brake safety week. Roadside safety week where they did it, and they were they wanted to understand like what does the rotor and the drum look like, and so they'll pay a little bit more extra attention to that and collect a little bit more data on what they're seeing and whether there's cracks and things like that. So I think last year in 24, help me remember maybe, but I think there was a section that they did it on the hoses and connectors and things like that, looking at, chafed hoses and, those kind of defects. And then what they do too with that, a lot of that data, when they focus on those areas, they're like looking at it, but they also take pictures of what they're seeing, and then they send that back into the Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance, and then they actually use it for training records and training manuals to train other officers as they're coming on too. So that's kind of when they do focus areas.
Complaint, cause, and correction. Of course, the pictures that the inspectors will see when they put somebody out of service, you certainly don't want to maintain your vehicle to those standards. CVSA out of service criteria, the bare minimum, right? That's what you want to make sure you don't go below the bare minimum threshold for safe operation. TMC, for example, we make recommended practices on all sorts of things pertaining to brakes and other vehicle systems, but we try to go a little bit beyond that, maybe a lot beyond that, so that the vehicles have a wide safety margin in terms of their operational ability.
Yep. Yeah, for sure. TMC does a great job with having, recommended practices, for all the different brake areas, whether it's a brake friction material or the drum or the foundation brake or inspecting air disc brakes. There's a lot of good RPs out there to help, the service technicians and fleets understand, like what kind of things to be looking for. And that's, one thing that we do with like looking at like actually what's happening in the field with CVSA inspections and just making sure that we're covered with a lot of our RPs and, technical information so that we can get the right inspections and prevent any kind of issues that, could happen with, we don't want to ever have any kind of crashes or anything on the vehicle, due to, low brake force.
Do you find that the vehicle inspectors, the law enforcement officers, are now becoming more comfortable, more familiar with the air disc brake that they're seeing on power units and trailers, so that they are inspecting them more frequently? Some folks told us anecdotally, one of the reasons I suspect air disc brake is because we don't get inspected as much. Is that still kind of true, or what's the deal with that?
I think the knowledge is increasing out there on how to inspect and what to look for. Like some of the main giveaways that the officers will be looking for, when they look under the vehicle, they're looking for like corroded rotors. So if there's any corrosion on a rotor, that just indicates that the brake's not functioning, and so you're not going to get a brake force out of that. They're grabbing the brake and grabbing it and making sure that there's nothing loose on it, excessively loose. There was a little bit of time there when we had, when air disc brakes were kind of new, they should move slightly, just because that's the pad to rotor clearance, but the caliper should move, slightly. So they're kind of looking for that, when your brake is off, that the caliper should have about, about a millimeter of running clearance between the pads and the rotors. So they're getting educated there. There was some points where, there was a lot of questions about it. But, like a lot of visual inspection with disc brakes. And the other thing that's happening too, Robert, and is the PBBT. So they're performance-based brake testers. And a lot of states are introducing these types of testing, and maybe some of the listeners encountered that during August when there was the roadside inspections. But that technology basically is a set of rollers that they have the truck drive up on axle by axle, and as the machine will basically rotate the tire, and then the driver will be asked to depress the service brake, slowly apply the brake, and it's measuring your brake force while it's measuring the weight of the vehicle as well. And then it comes up with, a factor of how much brake force versus how much weight you're carrying on that axle. And then they're looking for a certain factor of, greater than 44.5 for total vehicle gross, for the total vehicle. And so it's a factor that they're using, to inspect vehicles. It takes a lot more time, to do that. It's probably, 20 minutes to 30 minutes to do a vehicle. Especially, the more axles that, the tractor and tractor trailer might have on it. But it's a little bit more of an answer about how much brake force is actually being put out. So, disc brakes would fall into that category as well as drum brakes, and, doing the same type of test.
There's a couple PBT types out there. There's what they call the roller brake that you mentioned. There's also the flat plate, where it's it's basically the same idea. You drive the vehicle onto this flat plate at low speed. The brakes are applied, and basically you're measuring peak brake force. I guess you see more of the roller brake type PBBTs in the field?
Yeah, for sure. It seems like 10 years ago or so, there was some of the flat plate types. I'm not sure. That was one of the questions we were kind of, asking, CVSA if they could understand the different types of PBBTs and, like who's using what, by state and things. And there's actually a users meeting, a working users meeting that, is going on right, now, and we're participating in that as well. But just to try to make sure we got, the right technical information on it. I think, as far as I know, a majority of the states are using roller style, and there's even like two different roller styles. Some are like in ground, so like some states have
permanent
way stations. Yeah, it's more of a permanent in ground type of a unit versus there's portable units that can be stored and then brought out. I had a great experience with the Michigan State Police, where I just witnessed one of the days during the August roadside inspection, I just went and just kind of educated myself on how it works and what they do. In Michigan, they had a portable unit. It was a new unit, and basically, they could set it up in a rest stop, and then they would have trucks be flagged in for doing the full inspection. And they had to have a big area, obviously with a tractor trailer, and then having the PVBT set up, so it takes up a lot of area. But it was pretty interesting. The newer trucks typically no issues with brakes, but there were a couple trucks that did come in that had low brake force, and in particular, there's a couple in my mind, but they I think it would have been hard to inspect. Visually inspect, like a standard inspection, that maybe not would have, caught the issue that the vehicle had with, no brake force. So it's interesting, like I say, it takes longer, and I think it's, longer time for the officer to be working on it. So there's, I think there's some improvements that they're probably going to have to keep working on, and, to try to keep the trucks moving through at a little bit quicker rate as well.
So the PBBTs, what they do is they measure and report brake force output, both cumulatively and wheel by wheel, right? So they state that brake force as a deceleration value, right, at the peak brake force. And what you're looking for at certain application pressures is meeting certain targets. So, that measured, that deceleration percentage, I guess, is what you're ending up getting is the brake force divided by, I guess, your gross axle weight rating, right?
Yep, that's exactly what it does. And so they'll flag in, you'll pull up in, like axle by axle. So you'll pull up on the steer axle first. The machine will begin rotating the wheel. You'll have your brake off at that point. The machine will, kind of calibrate itself. And then after the machine calibrates itself and gets the rolling resistance, then the officer will tell you, okay, go ahead and start applying the brake. And it is kind of important. You don't want to stab the brake. You don't want to hit it too hard or too fast. You just want to give it a nice steady pull. There's some dynamics and physics things that can happen. If you impact it or something that can happen. So they're saying just apply the brake, nice and steady. And then as that roller's going down and your brake is applying, there's brake force being applied. And yeah, that's exactly what happens, Robert. You're measuring that brake force, and it's it's dividing it by the weight of the axle.
There is a little bit of a learning curve with. Sure, there's a little bit of a learning curve with anything, and we know that some of our members have reported that if they did encounter PBBT testing in the field with new vehicles, they were getting citations for failing the test, and they were confused because this is a brand new vehicle, it's not passing the PBB test. It passed its inspection when it came off the line. And so sometimes it has to do with, can the officer put you out of service for this level of deceleration percentage? And we've found issues where it's a little bit of a learning curve on the officer side and a little bit of understanding learning curve on the fleet side as to what actually they're measuring.
Yeah, for sure. They're looking at PBBTs as a technology going forward for sure. But there are, like I say, there's still some learning curve, and especially with the officer, I think what they're doing is they're kind of assigning like the officers, the state, they'll have kind of an assigned lead person, it's kind of a lot more than the expertise, and has worked out a lot of the details of how to address things. You want to make sure the vehicle's kind of level, as it's going into it. You don't want to have, like, especially when you get on your tandems and, if you're running, two or more axles together, you want to make sure that, they're spaced okay, and you're not like lifting one up with ramps and different things like that. So there's some little bit of a learning curve. I guess overall, I still think it's a good method. I believe there's some larger fleets that have PBBTs as well. So after they're checking their vehicle or doing brake jobs, on them, doing their maintenance and things, prior to putting them in, the vehicles in service, they'll run them over their PVBTs and just make sure all the axles are working well. I think it does help, even problem solve. Sometimes there's some, air system issues that could be occurring as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And not an inexpensive proposition. PBBTs, even the mobile ones, aren't exactly inexpensive, but there are some larger fleets that are looking at that for maintenance compliance checks as opposed to just roadside compliance checks. And, maybe one of these days you'll end up where you can just go to your local truck stop, pull up into your PBBT there at the truck stop and just check your brakes before you go out on the road. Who knows? But I think we're a little ways off from that yet. Let's talk a little bit about brake friction. Let's talk a little bit about brake friction the time we have. It's 20 minutes after the top of the hour. You're listening to Tech Talk with TMC. This is Joe Kay here with Cummins. He's the director of brake engineering at Cummins Drivetrain and Brake Systems. We've been talking about brake maintenance, brake repair, a little bit more on the inspection side. Let's talk a little bit more about the brakes themselves. Brake friction, so important. And in order to do that, everything has to be working together, right? Block and drum, the pad and the rotor, it all has to be in good shape for it to work right.
Yeah, it sure does. There's, the brake friction is really, we call it the friction couple, where, the pad and the rotor have to rub together, or the drum and the block have to rub together. And that's, technically what's happening, there's an energy exchange. That's what we call it, right? So as you're driving down the road at 60 miles an hour, you hit the brakes, you're actually reducing energy from your vehicle. So that's kind of a technical term. So as you're applying the brakes heat up, and that heat is energy. And so the function of, that brake friction material is really, really, that's the critical part to your brake. And so, making sure that, your friction materials are in good shape, you got plenty of lining, life left. Pretty much all the vehicles on the road today are what we call dry friction brakes. So that means, it's kind of like the typical that you're used to using, as opposed to, like some of the newer vehicles might have regen and things like that, like some of your passenger cars, some of our newer electric vehicles have regen, and they, a lot of the braking can be done through that. But the other 99% of the vehicles that we're talking about out there are dry friction brakes. And so, yeah, that friction couple is the Achilles heel of making a brake work and, getting the vehicle to stop. And so what I mean by that is you need to make sure that, if you're doing service brakes or, servicing your brakes, make sure you're choosing, the friction material, to meet your axle carrying, capacity. So if you have like a drive axle friction material, you want to make sure you're picking something that goes in that category. Same thing if you're running really heavy axles, something that's got the right amount of friction mu. Doesn't mean, like, if you buy a heavy axle friction material, it doesn't mean it's going to always apply to your lighter axle weight, gross axle weight rating. So that's why I want to be careful to say always, pick the frictions that, kind of go with your size of vehicle. And you want them to be compatible around the whole vehicle. So especially if you're running tractor trailer, you want to make sure that, each brake is doing its fair share of work. That's the goal. So when you're applying your brakes going down a hill, all of them come on at the same time. All of them are kind of doing the same amount of work. Otherwise, for example, if you have one brake that, you have a real high friction mu, or you have a higher, friction output, that brake can actually do a little bit more work, and it'll get hotter than the rest of them. And so we want to, try to, balance that whole system out.
Yeah, brake balance used to be such an important issue, but I know back in the 80s and 90s, before you had computer control, because it was all basically reliant on crack pressures and things like that. Right now, the computers kind of intervene a little bit to balance it out. So maybe it's not as in the forefront of an issue because the software is sort of taking care of that, but you still got to make sure that fundamental pneumatic system, because that's what we use now to apply the brakes. That may be changing though, EBS, not too far off in the North American market. But you've got to have that fundamental system working properly. The computers can't do it all.
Yep, and there's a little bit of a learning curve. You mentioned EBS, for maybe the last year or so. There's a couple of truck manufacturers here in North America that are offering the newer system we call EBS, electronic braking system, which basically is it's more of a control system. You know, from a technical perspective, it's a fantastic system. It's going to do a lot more, you know, save a lot more lives and, you know, things because it's a higher performing system. You know, but one thing with that EBS, Robert, that I kind of recently learned is that it's actually going to depend, you know, on staying with a lot more of the OEM type of friction materials and combinations, because essentially the OEMs are tuning the system to, you know, to respond, you know, like their expected response on each wheel end. And so a little bit more time is going to be needed to, you know, make sure we figure all this out, you know, as we go into service parts and how things are maintained. But I just kind of learning that. I thought it was, you know, something of interest. I think the vehicles that are out there are probably so new they're not ready for any kind of pad changes yet, or, you know, any kind of maintenance on the wheel ends. But they you know, it'll be coming.
Yeah, TMC first experienced electronic control braking systems. We called it ECBS back in the day in October of 2000. So that's about 25 years ago. So it's interesting how long it takes for a technology to go from the exploratory phase to the actual adoption. We've seen the same kind of a thing with things like automated manual transmissions and analog braking systems. So the technology's been around, but they've been fine tuning it and getting to the point where, you know, now we can actually use electrons to signal the application of the brake, and then the pneumatic system is still applying the brakes, but you're going at the speed of light, so to speak, in terms of the signaling, not the speed of air. And that's the big difference between EBS, what we used to call ECBS, and the conventional braking systems. Do those just out of curiosity, do the EBS systems still have the dual, you know, pneumatic system that you have now in a conventional setup?
Yeah, some of them have like kind of a backup. You know, that's one of the things that's kind of delayed us in North America is the FMVSS 121 regulation. So there was a lot of things written in that, how, you know, the pneumatic system worked. And so OEMs and, you know, brake control manufacturers have, you know, figured out how to, you know, stay in alignment with that, plus, you know, give the optimized system, you know, for our vehicles. You know, I want to make it clear too, like even with EBS coming in, that you're still going to use compressed air to actually power the brakes. So that's
actuate the brake. It's actuate versus apply.
To actuate the brake, and our trucks are so big, you know, we need what we call stored energy. So we have to store that air there. And, you know, a lot of trucks are actually running higher air system pressures too, you know, like with our system, you know, like some of them you'll see in the 130, 140, you know, in the control pressures. And what happens is when we open that valve up with an electronic wire, it basically allows it to happen sooner, faster, compared to like, you know, our conventional pneumatic style where you'd wait for the airline to fill up and, you know, give it the signal, then start opening the valve. So
well, I get a signal right now that we're running out of time for the segment, Joe, but I appreciate you. Great talking with you. Great review of everything about brakes, and looking forward to having you back next time. Maybe we can talk about slack adjusters and why you shouldn't be messing with them. Let them do their job. Don't adjust them if they don't need adjusting. But that'll be for another Tech Talk with TMC. And in the meantime, thanks a lot. We're going to go back to the studios with Jimmy Mack.
Robert, I totally understood what was happening. By the way, thank you so much for not just yourself but your guest. I'll tell you this: you guys could have kept going. That's one of those times where we never have enough time, do we? It's just
I've got 10 more topics we could have covered with brakes. It's just never ending. It's the gift that keeps giving.
Yeah, I mean, it's what's the thing? It's like who once somebody said that, you know, it's 70,000 pounds on top of 18 buckets of air, and something's got to bring them to a conclusion. Thank you, Robert. Can you tell us what's happening next week?
Next week's special show, we're going to be covering scary things to avoid in vehicle maintenance for our Halloween week show. And that's going to be Todd Cotier, former TMC General Chairman, joining us to share those scary things he thinks folks ought to avoid on Tech Talk with TMC.
I will have some special music to end that segment with. Thank you so much, Robert, as always. It is an absolute joy having you here and being a member of the RadioNemo family. We will be back on the other side of this with Education Station. It's all part of making a living out there. And then Lindsay will show up and make sure you guys get a life. Education Station's coming up next. Thrilled to continue this segment just like we continued the previous segment. Scott Hartley, the Director of Truck Driver Training, is coming.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, RadioNemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs, it isn't just about the day-to-day, it's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future. Back to Road Gang Radio with Jimmy Mack, Lindsay Lawler.
Give me a minute, y'all. I'm coming.
And you, because if you're listening, you're in the gang. Take it away, founding member Phone Master Dre.
That I could do because we are Road Gang Radio live from the House of Degas, and you are with your host, Jimmy Mack.
Big thanks to the House of Degas, who are our hosts over here. And, of course, big thanks to Fastport, who made it possible for us to have all this wonderful equipment that is keeping you guys entertained on the 4 best hours of live transportation radio in the known universe. Really quickly wanted to point out, because I will be saying this about the next segment as well, if you like Tech Talk, if you find that information really helpful, and Robert was right, he could have gone on. It happens with Kevin Lindsay all the time, too. Make sure you go over to the YouTube channel, because we have managed to divide all of those segments into its own playlist. So you can catch up on every single Tech Talk, the ones you missed, or get a refresher course. Same thing applies here in Education Station. It's my longest running segment. It's the one that I've done the longest since I've been here and sustained. Scott Hartley, by the way, joins us on Education Station, and so much of what he's going to talk about is right up our alley in regards to the next generation of drivers and the like. Scott, it's good to have you. You kind of run the show over there at Caldwell, don't you? Tell us about your program and give us the origin story on it.
Well, good morning. Thank you. I appreciate the invite, and I always like to brag about our program here at Caldwell Community College. Our program, we've been doing this quite a while. This is actually our 35th year of doing truck driver training. We started in 1990, so in 1990 when we started, we had, a few students, one truck, one trailer, and today we have about 85 pieces of equipment, counting our trucks and our trailers. Our data shows us in those 35 years we've trained approximately 4,000 CDL drivers. But again, thank you for the invite today.
Oh, you're quite welcome. And I have to tell you, because one truck and a few students in 1990, and I can't imagine that happened in the blink of an eye either. I mean, there's a real trajectory here that's worth kind of digging into. Talk to me a little bit about the building of that. Your own kind of journey into the program, and your own kind of understanding of how to go about building a program, because an educational program ain't, sometimes you can go from 0 to 60 on a trucking company. It ain't easy, but you can do stuff pretty quickly. When it comes to education, you've got so much information coming at you in regards to new rules, new regulations, changes in the industry. It's almost like you have to move incrementally slow in order to move at the pace you need to move at to get things done quickly. How did I do?
Well, to start with the beginning question of how the trajectory of where we are now, and why we have so much equipment. North Carolina Community College system, they really push collaborations. And so basically why we have so much equipment and instructors is, let's just say you yourself have a community college and you are wanting to start a truck driver training program. So, that's what we do. You reach out to us, hey, can you help us start a truck driver training program? So we bring our equipment, our instructors, and we come to your college and do a truck driver training program. And, sometimes we have like 8 community colleges throughout North Carolina right now that we're teaching truck driver training. And some of our partners, they're withstanding. They have no plans of going on their own. And then some, they will come to us and we'll be with them for 2, maybe 3 years. And during that process, they're hiring instructors, they're shadowing our instructors, learning the process and building their own program. So that's kind of where we got to where we are now as far as the growth and the amount of equipment and instructors we have.
Yeah, and it's, by the way, this is the kind of thing that takes, it's almost as much, it's more logistics. We were talking this morning, Scott, about what it takes to kind of assemble a rock and roll show, to kind of put together a rock and roll show from the moment they arrive until the moment the band hits the stage. And it's the same sort of logistical arrival when you arrive on these campuses to help these people kind of get up and go, because it's almost like you're putting together a ship of Theseus. The idea that you show up with this model, this frame, this equipment, and all this stuff, and then slowly, if I'm understanding you correctly, and it's okay if I got this wrong, you guys are backing off and they are replacing the parts that you have introduced with their own parts so that you can then recede and then move on to the next one. Is that kind of what we're talking about here?
That is correct. That's, our model of our program. But like I said earlier, too, we also have some partners that have no plan of going on their own, doing their own training. They want us to say, hey, you take care of it. We'll continue this partnership. And, and that's the majority of our partners are, hey, we're not ever going to do truck driver training. We just want you guys to keep doing it. But then out of those 8 right now, I think we have 2 that have plans to at some point go on their own. There's no date. Hey, today we're going on our own, tomorrow. It's just, we're starting the process. We're going through the training. We'll let you know when we think we're ready. And then hopefully at the end of that contract, we have another school that's wanting to join us and do the same thing.
Scott Hartley, by the way, is the director of truck driver training at Caldwell Community College and Technical Institute. Let's talk about the program itself now. Let's get down to the actual pedagogy and methodology of what it is you guys do. Let's talk about length, structure, and schedule.
Okay. We offer day and evening classes, and our curriculum, wherever we're teaching it, our curriculum's the same. The only place we offer evening classes is here at our Hudson campus, the main Caldwell Community College and Technical Institute campus. All of our partnering schools are just daytime classes. And our class, no matter if it's day or evening, it's 384 hours. And kind of the breakdown on that is, as far as classroom and lab, there's 73 hours. Our online, which is the theory portion, is 72 hours and 140 hours on the range and 99 hours on the road. And not all of those 99 hours on the road is behind the wheel. It's kind of broke down in thirds because part of that is observation as well. And that's where the 384 hours comes from. But our class schedule for the daytime is Monday through Wednesday from 8 a.m. to 5:30, and Thursday is 8 a.m. to 3:30, and then Friday is online day. And then our evening classes is Monday through Thursday from 5 p.m. to 10 p.m., and Fridays is our online time.
So let me ask you about the online time here really quickly, and then we're going to get to something that I've been dying to ask you about, which is the lifestyle change and how you prepare people for that. But the online component, there are so many more options now in regards to how we go about teaching people with the rise of simulators and the rise of chat rooms and the ability to kind of teach remotely. Talk about what your online education component looks like.
Our online component is basically the ELDT theory portion. And we partner with J.J. Keller for the entry-level driver training CDL manual. And so basically we have that 535-page CDL manual online, and that gives the students through PowerPoints and quizzes that we created that go along with the book to do the actual theory portion and be certified in the training provider registry, which, and, you know, a lot of times there's folks that call us and they say, hey, we just need the behind the wheel training. I've already done my theory portion of the ELDT, and it doesn't matter. If you come to our school, you still have to do our theory portion as well.
Yeah, and let me ask you about that as well too. That's such an important kind of thing to do in the sense that, you know, we were talking about that this morning, the idea of I had a driver who was going to an onboarding session starting his new job, and he was talking about a culture of which people don't want to raise their hands, don't want to ask questions. It's really important that even if people have their own sort of theory, that you guys make sure that when you put people out there, they have your imprimatur. So therefore, you want to make sure that if they're going to represent you, if they have your name behind them, that they've gotten the information that you think is necessary. That's a really important component when you're training other programs how to become programs, right? That they want to make sure that they're in control of the information that that driver is bringing to their first job, correct?
That is correct, you know, and we're strong on that because we, you know, I'm not saying we're perfect by no means, but we do have a lot of experience in this, and we like to be the school that other schools want to model after, and by doing that, you try your best to do things the correct way. When you stamp your name on that certificate saying they've completed truck driver training at Caldwell Community College and Technical Institute.
Now let's get to the specifics now, because we've it's a great job on the overview, by the way. Really appreciate that, so people have a sense of it. And at some point, if we have any more time, I'd like to talk about how you kind of determine how many hours are actually necessary to be able to give a person the first step into the world of trucking. But I wanted to talk about the lifestyle stuff that is becoming more and more part of the component, because what we don't want is people to go through training, show up on the job. They know how to drive. You've done a good job with that. They understand the rules and regs. They're ready to learn. And then it turns out that the lifestyle is not for them because they had no preparation for the emotional toll or the change of schedule, all that. How do you prep people from the beginning to understand that they're walking into something that is not just a new job, it's a new life?
I'll use myself as an example. You know, I got my the chauffeur's license at 18, and then when North Carolina switched to CDLs in 91, I grandfathered into that. I met my wife at 24, and we got married when I was 26. I had my first child at 28. So it was never a lifestyle change for us. You know, when my wife and I met, she knew what I did. We got married. She knew what I did. We had a child. She knew what I did. So it never was a lifestyle change. But you take somebody that's, you know, a young man that's 30 years old, he's got 2 or 3 kids at home, or he's in his mid-30s, they're used to daddy being home all the time. And then now daddy's gone. And, you know, and I know this from personal experience. It's you know, some folks might think, well, daddy's out here on the road having a good time. I'm taking care of everything at home, and he's living you know, he's got it made out there. All he's got to worry about is him. But I promise you, from personal experience, it's not that way. That it's difficult when, you know, your wife calls and you have behavior problems, and someone's not wanting to do their homework, or this one don't get a bath. That's difficult to overcome, and some folks don't overcome it. So what we do is we try to tell them, you know, we don't sugarcoat it. We tell them, you know, hey, this is going to be hard. You're going to miss birthday parties. You're going to miss ball games. You're going to miss recitals. But, you know, you got to make up for that when you get home. My mother used to tell me a lot. She'd say, son, I wish you'd be home. You could be home more. And I'd tell her, I say, Mom, I said, I would rather come home with a pocket full of money than sit around here and not have any money and can't do anything. And you know, this industry has been very good to me. It's provided me a lifestyle that I think, you know, is successful. And you just, with anything that, you know, that you're wanting the result from, you got to put the work in and the sacrifice. And unfortunately, the sacrifice most of the time in the trucking industry is home time. And we try to share that with them. And, you know, not every job we have is over the road, but, you know, that's the majority of the trucking industry, and that's what my career was.
I'll tell you this, by the way, you can watch it happen in people's faces. Say, how many of you, how many of you have been to your, your 6-year-old, 5-year-old's kindergarten graduation ceremony and how proud you were? Remember how proud you were? Okay, now I want you to imagine getting a phone call in the middle of July about how your son just started a Little League and got his first hit and you weren't there for it. Can you handle that? I mean, and it seems like it seems like such a simple thing, but it's like there are people for whom that devastates. There are people for whom promised themselves they would be there for that, and you make a really good point. Sometimes it's a matter of there's one kind of guy who says, you know what, when I get home, I'm going to buy him a brand new baseball bat, and we're going to have a celebratory dinner, and he's going to tell me all about it, and I'm going to get back on the road and keep making the money to buy the bat and pay the rent. And some people just can't handle the idea of missing that swing, can they?
And that is true. And what you have to do is you got to get in there and build you a career. And so when your children, and this is kind of the way it worked for me. When my daughter got older into high school, I had worked my way up enough that I could, I didn't make the weekday ball games, but I could be there for the Friday night ball games. And then I can remember going to my dispatcher when she was a senior in high school, and I told him, I said, if all possible, I said, because she's a cheerleader, I said, we have basically 10 football games left in her childhood, and I'd really like to be at every one of them. And I can say, yes, he worked it out, so I could be at every one of them on Friday night and the playoff games as well. But you can't come in as a new driver requesting that. You have to build rapport and be that person. Hey, this is a good guy. We can depend on him. Let's try to help him. And it takes a long time to get to that in this industry.
Well, one of the ways you can think about it is you embrace the lifestyle so that you can work hard enough to work your way back into the life that you have at home on a regular basis. By the way, I love how you kind of put that, the idea of get yourself in a position to forge out a career where you're an invaluable member of a team, and therefore they want to accommodate you as much as possible. Okay, so you kind of get them ready for the lifestyle and what that means, and then it kind of gets down where the rubber meets the road. And we've talked about the hours, and we've talked about when you guys meet and all of that. We've talked about what it means to be an online training, the idea of looking at the rules, the regulations, the theory, and all that stuff. So what does classroom time look like? What does it look like when you're actually in the building and when you're and when you're behind the wheel?
Classroom time is kind of, that's our time when we have recruiters come in, but it's kind of like, we've got some things also as far as, we'll have someone from human trafficking, they come in. We have a partnership with the North Carolina Highway Patrol. They come and do a presentation. We also do a map reading test, and which it's kind of, we partner up 3 students and do and then instructors are in there as well, and it pretty much takes all day to do the map reading as far as when you open that map and then by the time you get to the test. And I think that's very important as well. But my favorite part of classroom and lab time is just the roundtable discussions. That is where one student has a question, and especially like for me, I own my own trucks, and when one of the students, once they find that out, they, of course, most of the time, gets to the question about being an owner-operator or something like that. But back to our discussion we had earlier about lifestyle and stuff like that, that's when those conversations come in. Just round-table discussions really come in. The conversation starts, and you really don't have, hey, this is what we're going to talk about right now. But that's my favorite part of the classroom and lab is when we have those.
Yeah, and then we get people behind the wheel. So I said, and what we're doing here, by the way, this morning, guys, if you haven't figured it out, is we're slowly kind of building up a program from the moment it was conceived of to the moment that the driver walks off the lot as a newly minted CDL. Talk about what it means to be behind the wheel in your program and how that functions. Okay, when the student comes in, they have to have their DOT physical, and we really, really push. They're not required. They have their Class A learner's permit before the class starts, but we really push it. And and they have to have a DOT drug screen as well before, and we have to have the results of that drug screen before they're allowed to get in a truck.
So we explained to them on the behind the wheel how far you can get behind if you're not coming in meeting those requirements. If you come in, hey, I've got my drug test, but I don't have the results yet, and we give you 80, if you don't have your permit in 80 hours in 2 weeks, you drop from the class. So, but say you're the person that comes in and I've got my drug test, I don't have my results, and I'm still trying to go into the DMV trying to get my permit, then you got this other person that comes in. They've got everything. They got their drug test results. They've got their Class A learner's permit. By the third day of the class, they may be out here on our range learning how to change gears, and that person that doesn't have everything needed, they're just an observer. You can't get in the truck till we get your results. We can work with you a little bit on the pre-trip, but basically until then, you're just an observer. So then once we get everyone, we start out here on the range, just bobtail, learning how to go through. And I failed to say this earlier, we still pride ourselves that we're a manual transmission school. If you come to our school wanting an automatic restriction, you've came to the wrong school, because we still are a manual transmission school. So we get them out here on the range, and we have the privilege. Our range has a little bit of an incline. So first step we do is we get them out here bobtail, teaching them how to change gears. Then, after that, we'll hook to some trailers and ride around and teach the off-tracking. And then about the second week, we'll start getting them in the straight line back, trying to get them to back a trailer straight, in which, all the backing exercise finish with the straight line back. And that's important that you get that first. But that's our process is on the range. And then, and also during that range time, we're teaching the pre-trip inspection.
Did I'm going to actually send it to you. I'm going to have either Dre or I send it to you. Jim Park of OBAC, of the Canadian Owner Operators Association, wrote a really good piece about the importance of manual transmissions in regards to training. And what he argues, whether you're going to drive one or not, despite the preponderance of automatics out there, is the fact that you will never get a better sense of exactly what it is you are actually controlling. With an automatic, the idea that you don't really understand what it takes to stop these things, about all the work that goes into it, and that you actually get a feel for the connection between yourself and the truck in a way that you understand the truck in a way that driving an automatic doesn't have. Like I said, even though more and more automatics are showing up, foundationally it almost seems like a necessary component, despite the fact that we're not seeing it as much in regards to fleets. Why do you think it's so important?
I think it's, we have a lot of industry partners that hire from us, and a lot of them reach out to us just because they know that we still teach manual transmission, even though their trucks are automatics. Kind of for the same reasons you just said as far as training and knowing the feel of the truck. And I'll throw this in right quick. I'll never forget one of the first times I ever drove an automatic transmission truck, and I hit the exit ramp. And I'm used to a manual transmission. You let off the fuel, it kind of holds back a little bit. Well, this automatic felt like that I'd kicked it in neutral, and I didn't like that feeling. But we have a lot of students that when they come through, the recruiters will come in and say, well, we would like for you to not have that automatic restriction, so that if you're, say, in California and your truck breaks down and we have to rent you a truck, and we call, one of the truck rental places, that they say, well, all we have right now is a 10-speed transmission, but we'll have an automatic come in next week. Well, they don't want you sitting there a week waiting on an automatic transmission truck. So that's one of the reasons. But, and I understand the industry, why and, we do, out of our 30-some road tractors, 5 of them are automatics. And occasionally we will put a student in automatic. And I understand how that the reasoning for automatics, because, that takes one huge component out of the training when you take that clutch away. And so I understand it both ways. But until our administration tells us different, we're still teaching manual transmissions.
By the way, you got a couple of fans online. Trucker Boaston says, I learned an international COE 9-speed at C1. Paranormal Pie Man says, learn manual so you have a valuable skill in your back pocket. And Marshall Platter also says, when people ask me about becoming a driver, I always recommend going to a junior college program. You have a lot of friends out there, by the way, who are kind of commenting on what you're talking about right now. The last thought on it, too, my brother, by the way, always says, he goes, if you want to know the difference, he said, between somebody who actually can drive both and somebody who can only drive an automatic, he says, watch how they hit the brakes the first time. He said, it always is the great giveaway. He said, man, oh, man. Yeah. He said, people like, oh, my God, there's so much power behind this truck. He said, yeah, if you learn how to drive a manual, you understand what's happening when you actually do. He said, people who drive manuals as well never bury brakes. And that's the absolute truth of that. There you go. Okay, so I want to talk about your partnerships because we only got a few minutes left here. I knew this would go by fast. Donnie Tolk warned me about you. He said it would be great, and so I had to.
Hey, I've done got a text from Donnie this morning. He's one of my buddies.
Yeah. So Scott, I want you to talk a little bit about the partnerships you guys forge with trucking companies. So you have people come in there. You have TAT come in there, of course, and you have the state patrol come in. But a lot of the people that come and talk about career opportunities. How do you guys forge relationships with carriers and small businesses and people who are looking for over-the-road drivers?
You know, it kind of just starts as a conversation. Hey, I'll get an email or a phone call. Now say, hey, you guys, I'm really needing a driver. You know, your program was brought to my attention, and I offer them, hey, can you just, if you got a good driver, can you just send them our way or something like that? Well, it's up to the student to decide where they want to go. But what I tell them is, hey, you're more than welcome. We can pick you a time. You can come in and tell them about your company, and and then that gives you a face-to-face. Impression is everything. That gives you a face-to-face, and if you can decide then if one of the students contacts you, you can hopefully put a face with that. And of course, we have long-standing relationships with some of the major carriers as well that always come in and do a good job for us too. And but most of the time, as far as if it's not an already previously established partner, it just starts with either an email or a phone conversation. And, being in this industry a long time, especially in our area here, I pretty much know the industry around here and who's reaching out to me.
We're going to be out of time here, by the way, and I know you were a big fan of actually going and watching people cheer on football teams. What else do you do for fun, Scott?
Well, I've got a grandson. It'll be 2 in January, and right now that's my life. I sit around and think about him, wonder what he's doing. That's a big part of my life, and of course, my wife and I, we hadn't got to do it in a while, but we have a couple horses. We like to go trail ride and camp and stuff like that, and we're both involved in our church and like to have a good time doing that, and just got a small farm. There's always something to do there. So that's kind of, I just live this simple life, but it's a good life. I've been blessed, and I'm very grateful.
I am going to insist that you and your wife find time to ride those horses, by the way. I haven't done that in a while either, and I got to tell you, there's a little part of me that dies a little bit every time I get a day further away from being on the back of a horse. Get out there and do it. Take care of it, okay?
This good, cool weather's making me want to, I can tell you that.
All right. Scott, it's a pleasure to actually get a chance to talk to you. We can't thank you enough for being a part of Education Station. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too as well. Scott, in case you guys weren't paying attention, is the Director of Truck Driver Training at Caldwell Community College and Technical Institute. And Lindsay Lawler is the co-host of the show starting at 9, so look busy because Lawler's a-coming. Yeah.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Don't be an interstate ignoramus. Join the highway of hilarity with your friends, Mac and Cheese, jokesters and adventurers on the roads of our country.
Hey, Mac, I offered a great opportunity to the Invisible Man the other day, but he turned me down.
Why did he turn you down?
Said he just couldn't see himself taking it.
Tune in next time when we accelerate into more fun with Mac and Cheese.
At RadioNemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcasts. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
Road Gang Radio. We've talked about making a living. Now let's get a life. It's Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler with the best stories, the ultimate road trip, the concert of a lifetime, and a home when you're not at home.
It's getting old, guys. It's getting old.
The wheels have come off, but we're still rolling.
Oh, yeah.
Well, good morning.
The wrong side of the bed, huh?
Good way to start.
Guys, Claire's giggle helps me be in a better mood, quite frankly, and seeing y'all's faces puts me in a better mood. But let me tell you, I woke up on the wrong side of the Krabby McCrabberson bed today. And add to it was 40 degrees when we woke up, and I slept with my window open, which is awesome. But I don't care if you were the bus driver this morning, the parents, my child, my house guest currently, my husband, a leaf. If you looked at me, I was ready to kill you this morning. So I'm taking a turn. I'm turning a new leaf. Woo, but it just happened. And you know what, Jim? I let myself have it. I was like, you know what? I usually wake up in a better mood than this. I'm letting myself have it. I threw a donut at my kid and said, good luck with your life. And that's what happened. That's what's happening over here. Normally, I'm an eggs and fruit mom, kisses and stickers. This morning, I was like, here's a donut and leave me alone. And I owned it. Good morning.
Good morning. By the way, I think we're making a habit of this because when I opened up the show this morning and the show the other morning, I came out and said, some people just want to punch in the face.
Yeah.
I said, you just want to give them a good smackerino right in the old snot locker.
Yeah.
And just say, hey, man, I'll put you in a hurt locker, slap the pain combination, and then open up a can of whoop ass on you. Although I probably should open up the can of whoop ass before I put him in the hurt locker and the pain combination. I got the order wrong, but you got the idea right.
I get the idea. There's some punching going on. Just mentally. Listen, we don't condone violence around here.
I do.
It's just mental punching.
No, I condone violence.
Well, you're New Orleans Irishman.
Yeah,
I mean,
I condone violence. The last time I ever got in a bar fight, though, the last thing I heard was, Fitzmaurice, you and your brother never come back here. We were there the next night, but we were told never to come back. It was a great moment. It was a great moment.
Never come back until you do.
Yeah, my brother basically used an old Flip Wilson joke on a guy from the Navy started a fight with him because he was a Marine, and my brother tried to calm the fight down and said, let's all just calm down, I'll buy you a drink. And then he pointed at the guy's girlfriend and he said, I'll get a banana for your monkey. And then all hell broke loose. Good times.
Banana for your monkey. Yeah, I just and it got worse actually for me at the bus stop because people, not my group at the bus stop is wonderful, but they were talking about these other moms and parents who were being like overachievers as it pertains to Halloween. I'm so curious what you and Claire would be like if you did have a kid. I know you do not, nor will you have children, but if y'all did have a kid, since y'all are so into Halloween, what it would be like. Because for me, it's like, oh great, here it comes. It's a lot of work. Getting the costumes and the trick-or-treating and the parties and the blah, 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 blah. So I'd be so curious what you guys would be like. But there's certain moms that are like, did you sew your costume? I'm like, I'm going to sew your face. No, I didn't sew my kid's costume.
Oh, my God.
What?
Did you sew?
Sorry, I'm getting out of the surliness, I promise. I'm getting it out before our next guest because I'm actually very excited about our next guest.
Yeah, the thing is, I'll tell you this right now, Lindsay. If somebody sews a costume for Halloween and that's their thing, meaning that's the one thing every year they do, I don't have a problem with that. I don't. What I have a problem with is it's always the people that sew their costume for Halloween are also the people who make red, white, and blue cupcakes. You know what I'm saying here? I mean, it's always the people who are like, everything is an arms race.
Get a life.
Everything is
like Road Gang Radio. Get a life.
Get a life. It's like, well, it's also about like, reminding you that you have a life and that you're busy as all hell. And it's like, I'm Thupa Mom. Okay, we get it. We get it.
Great.
Here's
Loser.
your medal.
Sorry.
See, look, I got the best of both worlds. My girlfriend does the Halloween costumes. Oh, I'll fix that. I got the Halloween costumes every year. She fixes them, does them. Excellent job. But then at the same time, she's like, all right, here's Rouse's cupcakes.
Yeah. Balance. Hashtag balance.
Exactly. But
I'm fine with that.
She's the hipster busy mom. You know what I mean?
I like a hipster busy mom. I'm not a regular mom. I'm a cool mom.
I kind of wonder sometimes.
I'm saying that about myself. I'm quoting Mean Girls, just to be clear.
If there's an AI program, by the way, if there is an AI program where you can actually go about the business of like, how do I be a complete like helicopter mom? Like, give me a list of all the things I could do to be a helicopter mom, and you could just kind of program it in, and it could give you a list of all the things you could do.
Just go to one of the private schools down the road and follow those moms around. It is a good point, though, because I do want to talk to our next guest about that is something that is interesting to me. How we use AI. We are talking about AI, and our next guest coming up here, David Elliott, has a new book out called Artificially Intelligent, the very human story of AI. And I'm very excited. I don't know what side. I know some of your opinions on AI, Jim, but I'm taking a very positive approach with this. But I want to know, talking about AI as we look at it in the different aspects of our life, not just as a whole or as a collective, but how we approach it. Like, I want to use AI in my personal life for this, as a mom for this, in work for this, how we kind of integrate it in all the different aspects of our life and use it to the best of our ability. And let's be honest, if you're not using it yet, you're already too far behind. So it's going to be an interesting conversation.
I also think, by the way, if you're going to ask me, is there anything positive that can be gleaned from it? For me, I mean, we've talked about this at length with Julian as well. One of the things is I do think it is one of the great panaceas for executive dysfunction. I will tell you that I do know people who, don't need much more than just a game plan or a blueprint. I've seen a lot of those people use it extraordinarily well. But by the way, that's only the tip of the iceberg. Would you care for me to do the introduction here, Lindsay?
I'll do it. Whenever we get him, I'll do it.
Okay, you'll take care of it.
But let's see, because that's the thing. I did, like, in the very beginning when I was using, say, ChatGPT. I was using it maybe too much, but I was using it more on a personal, I was deep diving with it. I don't anymore. I use AI, or in particular my ChatGPT. But by the way, anybody who says they don't use AI, hey Siri, what's the weather? That's AI. Google anything, that's AI. Like the internet, that's AI.
Yeah.
That's not your intelligence. That's so anything you're doing, your smart TV, GPS in your car, you use AI. Everybody uses AI. Unless you live out in the woods and don't, come out from under your rock.
Yeah, I mean, and by the way, we're just talking algorithms here anyway. And that's what we're talking at the end of the day. We're just talking about collating information and then reassembling it in a way that actually kind of responds to the prompt. I think I kind of explained it pretty good right there, didn't I? You're collating information and then seeing how it responds to the prompt, and then either taking what it gives you and kind of going with it or not. One of the things I do like about AI, and this is where AI can be really helpful in regards to research, is that it does point you at the beginnings of articles, pointing at the beginning of articles or information that you need to get you to actually primary and real sources. and that's a groovy thing. That's a
Yeah.
groovy thing that I really do think is cool.
But I do like you mentioned the word roadmap. I do like as far like I use it now as I'll it's my info. Like say with ChatGPT, I'll give it. I will do all my own intake and research and study, and then I will spew it all in here. Like here's everything I know, I've learned, I want to talk about, I need to do in my day, depending on how I'm using it. And then I'm like, just now just categorize it for me so I know how to like attack it. Like I would never want it speaking for me. I saw a few things where it tried to speak for me, and I realized really quickly that's not my voice.
That's not my
like
voice.
It can get to know you well, but it cannot write or speak for you ever. It would not be you.
No, it would not. And by the way, let me kind of break this down, guys. We'll be talking to David Elliott here in just a minute. We're getting him all set up and ready to talk to us. After that, we got a great interview with Dustin Nickerson that we did. He actually went by.
Yeah, he's coming in studio today.
Yeah, Lindsay got him to come to the studio, so we'll be talking to him. And then Jeremy Dauber, who we lost on Friday because of our Gremlins from the Kremlin, is actually going to be joining us again, coming back to talk about Press One.
This is a fun show.
It really is. It's a great lineup, and I can't wait to dig into it. By the way, if you haven't heard Dustin Nickerson's comic stand-up, it's clean in regards to it's family friendly, but it is really funny and really insightful about the day-to-days of what it means to be a parent, what it means to be a loving husband, what it means to be a long-suffering husband, what it means to be a pain in the ass of a husband. It's really terrific stuff. And
and what it means to be a Mariners fan, I saw him post last night. He said, Seattle, when I made my tour schedule, I never thought that I'd be in competition with the Mariners World Series. And I was right. Buy your tickets. Come out tonight. So he was like, wah, wah.
Oh,
all right, we got our next guest. Let's dive into AI because I am so excited about this conversation, guys. Joining us next, someone we've already alluded to. We've been giving you the little pregame on it. But I'm excited to talk to David Elliott today, not because of what he knows so much. I mean, that, of course, as well, but because of how he sees the world. This is what I'm excited about. David Elliott, he's the author of a new book called Artificially Intelligent, The Very Human Story of AI. I love this title. Yes, we're talking about artificial intelligence, but this isn't some robot apocalypse story or, this tech manifesto here. David is a researcher. He's a deep thinker. He's a storyteller. And he puts people at the center of the conversation. This is why it's cool. We're taking our power back, people, as it pertains to AI. That's how I feel, at least. David is a PhD candidate at the University of Ottawa. He's won major awards like the Pierre Elliott Trudeau Foundation PhD Scholarship, and his work focuses on how AI is already woven into everything, from how we learn to how we date, how we create art, how we work. So what I love most about the book, guys, and this conversation we're about to have isn't about fear. It's about, here's the word, Jim, possibility. It's all possible. And for those of us who write or create or drive or dream or want to do anything with your life, this is a really great moment to ask, how do we want to show up in the story of AI? That's what I'm excited to talk to David today about. So please make welcome to the show our new friend. Let's get AI. Let's get intelligent. Welcome, David Elliott. Good morning.
Thank you so much for such a fabulous introduction there.
Well, I'm so excited, like literally jonesing to talk to you about this. So welcome. I'm very glad you're here.
Oh, well, I'm excited to talk to you about it too. Like, this is what gets me up in the morning, is talking to people excited about these topics.
One of the marvelous things about the book is, okay, first of all, let our listeners know, if you actually want a good, brief, but actually, well-written history of how we get to this point, David includes that inside the book. There's the opening section is just terrific in regards to kind of laying out the terminology, the major players in it, how it actually really begins with algorithms. It goes back to the beginning and then moves forward. But the thing that I was most happy about is it's kind of wonderful to have a voice of moderation, and I mean this on both sides. This book isn't a utopian fantasy, and at the same time, you're not Jeremiah. You're not prophesizing doom coming at us. It becomes something that is merely, not merely, but the most important part from what I kind of took from the book is it is another step, and how we react to this next step. The very human factor of reacting to this step is going to determine where we go from here. Is that fair?
Yeah, 100%. And I think one of the reasons I wrote this book was I noticed that most of what was coming out was taking either that, utopic, everything's going to be perfect side, or, the doom and gloom. And I think these reactionary principles or ideas, they sell books, they get clicks on the internet. It's much easier to sell that. But I feel like what people really needed to hear was a more sobering and, pragmatic approach to what we're dealing with, because I think people read nonfiction books, people look for this information so they can, figure out how they should live their lives. And I don't think we're doing anybody any service by sensationalizing it.
Well, and because David, if you don't know or not, we have a vast majority of our audiences are over-the-road truck drivers. And these are a lot of people that, dare I say, are set in their ways. And I mean that lovingly. So there has been there's obviously been pushback. But if we could go back a little bit here for our audience, because your book isn't just about technology, it's really about humans, and I feel like and our own power here. So that's where I'd like to start. You write that AI is already deeply embedded in our lives, and that struck me because people still want to talk about AI like it's something of the future, but it is here now. So could you start talking about start here some of the most maybe invisible ways that AI is shaping our lives today that people don't even realize?
Yeah, 100%. So really the type of AI that we have now started being used around 2012. And it's integrated into a lot of smaller systems we use. So I always say to my friends, I'm quite a bit younger, I say Snapchat was probably the first time you used AI, because those filters that get put on your face, those are AI. And there's lots of just smaller ways they're integrated into systems. So as we see now more and more computing systems, more and more the way we interact with computers is, in a sense, mediated by AI. There's AI involved in it. We're seeing it used more in medical health care. We're seeing it used more in even just, the mapping software for how you get from point A to point B, or scheduling software. It's just becoming a basic part of a lot of the technical systems that we use and a lot of the ways we interact with the world. And I'll just say I'm really happy to hear that a lot of your listeners are long-haul truck drivers, because that's the group I wrote this book for, because I really want people to understand how AI is affecting their lives so, they can ask questions about it, because I understand why people are upset. And as you know from the book, I look at this book as a call to action for people to understand how AI is affecting their life, learn the terminology so, they can demand what they want to see, because it is changing things. And every time we integrate it a bit more in a different place in our life that we don't notice it, it changes something. So I want to give people the power to, ask for the change they want to see.
One of the things that's really, and you do this anecdotally throughout the book, is that one of the other great kind of themes that run through the book is we just don't know. And you don't hit people over the head with that, but the idea that we don't know where this is going to lead us. And just to kind of give an example, there's a moment where you kind of explain the history of Pixar, which doesn't start off having anything to do with animation. The idea that Up would spring from what Pixar originally was is inconceivable to the people who sat down for the first meetings that kind of created at Lucasfilm Pixar. And one of the points you make in the book throughout is the idea that people are often playing with one thing and end up with something else. So there's an overall theme of don't get too panicked about what people telling you AI is going to be. We don't even know what it's going to be yet to some degree. We don't know what surprises it has in store for us. So you can't prepare for a utopian or doomsday scenario if you don't know. You can't predict what this is going to turn into. Correct?
Oh, yeah, 100%. And people are always trying to sell you on their vision of it because it benefits them to say they know where it's going. But I always say if anybody tells you they know where this is going, they're either lying to you or trying to tell you something or sell you something. But I think what you're saying is so true there with we don't know where it's going. And I love there's an example of when we get technologies like AI, we call them general purpose technologies, the way they tend to be integrated into our lives is that they're first used to automate things we're already doing. So you look at like ChatGPT and how they're using that in, communications to write, briefs or documents, and they're using it to automate artists and, all the problems with that. But that's just the first wave. The second wave is when we start using it in ways we haven't even thought of yet. When it starts being integrated into processes and you have inventors and innovators come in and say, whoa, this has opened the door for a totally new type of technology or a totally new idea that wasn't possible for what we had before. So the first phase was the scariest, which is automation. The exciting part, what I think we're going to be heading into now, is kind of that innovation phase, and that really takes a human at the core.
Ooh, I just got really excited. I got chills because if I can get a little deep here for a second. Jimmy, is that all right?
You get deep for 1 second. You got it.
Just one. Okay,
Just
he'll
one.
give me one. Perfect. Because as the automation, I'll tell you, David, I'm a songwriter. I live in Nashville. Obviously, there are big discussions going on here around all of this. But as a songwriter, just a writer in general, I like to talk a lot about like co-creation, writing with the universe or with our intuition or with technology. And for me, AI has become less of a tool and more of like a creative partner. I guess I'll say it's helped me tap into something sort of beyond myself. So I'm curious to your take if you think there's a I don't know, spiritual or even a philosophical element to how we interact with AI. Like, do you think AI can help us know ourselves even better? Is that too deep to say?
Yeah, it's a really interesting question, and I'll take it in kind of two directions here. One, I think there's a possibility for that. I do get worried, though. Right now, we're seeing a lot of issues with people using ChatGPT and AI as a therapist and trying to use it in that sense, and it actually leading to very dangerous outcomes in some cases.
Yep.
However, I think on a more artistic side, as you're saying, AI is a tool. And like any tool, the guitar is a tool, right? Mm-hmm. And when we play guitar and when you play music, that tool can help you understand yourself better. It can help you unlock new pathways and new ways of knowing. I think for myself, I'm extremely dyslexic. I couldn't write or read for a very long time in my life. And being given a computer gave me that ability, the same way that AI might help someone be a songwriter and help them unlock those things. The computer and the ability to write because of that gave me the ability to express myself. So I think that's true, but I don't think that's necessarily, a feature of AI itself. However, as an artist, I'm really interested in, because I was an artist before I worked in academia, but I'm really interested in the effects AI is having on art. And of course, it's really scary. There's lots of conversations we need to have about people's data being used to automate them. Those are problems. But one thing I really think is I like the way you look at it here, of using it to help you with your craft. Because I usually point to a technology that scared the bejesus out of artists a long time ago, and that was the paint tube. When the paint tube, tube that we buy our paint in now, came out in the 1800s, it terrified painters. Because back then they had to mix their own paints. It was a whole skill on its own. It took a really long time to become a painter because you needed so much training, and you had to paint in a studio where you were making your paints. They couldn't go outside. And when the paint tube was invented, they said, this is going to ruin painting. This is going to be the worst thing that happens because now people won't have the connection with paint. They won't understand it. They won't be real artists, and it's going to lead to a lot of terrible amateur art. And you know what? They were right. It led to a lot of terrible amateur art, like my paintings I'm looking at in my apartment right now. However, it also led to Van Gogh. It also led to Monet, because the Impressionist movement, the most famous artists of our time, were not possible without the paint tube. They were poor, and it gave them the ability to buy paint and try it out. It also gave them the new freedom to take paint into the field and start creating paintings in the field. That's where we get Van Gogh's Starry Night from, that he could take these vibrant colors out there. So I always say when we think of, AI as a tool for art, we need to think of the goal of not to create more art, but to create more artists. And I think AI can give us that possibility.
I like that because can I just follow up real quick, Jim, to say just a quick thought, because I would never use AI to write my song for me or even to help me write a song, anything like that. For me, I just like to say too, and I think a lot of people, we get sort of debilitated about the starting piece, the jumping off piece.
Executive dysfunction.
Executive dysfunction. Exactly. With creatives or anybody wanting to try something new, even a hobby, I think we get it's like to the starting piece, and we have so much clutter in our brain that it's like, I can't do that thing because I've got to organize all these 10 things. So I just want to say to anyone listening, if you can use it to help you sort of get organized so that you do have the space and the clarity to do those things you want to do. You know, I'm like, get it out, get my grocery list out of my mind, get all the crap out of my mind for me. So now I can function, get all this other stuff organized, or even like have it help me sort of organize my day so that there is a window in there for creativity and for functionality. So I just want to say in that piece, because it can be a really good sort of assistant to you to get you organized so that you yourself, the human, can go do the thing you want to do. So I just want to make that point.
Yeah, I could not agree more with that. It has been so great at, helping me free up more time for the things that I love to do. So I really agree with you on that point.
Yeah, and that brings up the other possibility that you both actually have just talked about, which is it is a great tool for a suffering neurodivergent. The idea that, it's so funny because I think about the number of people who had Adderall or Vyvanse been discovered in the 70s or 80s would not have been literally put in the special class. And in the same way, you could make a case that this tool, rather than the deep frustration of procrastination, because a lot of people have a hell of a time getting started, kind of kickstarting the situation, have a hard time kind of doing the first steps of grinding out a game plan, or at least balancing their time properly. There are models of this that actually allow that to happen as an organizer. The idea that it's like everybody can afford a personal assistant. Everybody can afford those things. Mm-hmm. And you go back to the idea of people being poor, but suddenly having access to the tube and being able to go outside and paint. In the same way, people who never had anybody that would organize their day can be like, okay, here are all the things I have to do. Just put this out on a sheet of paper for me so I can make my appointments. That's a game changer for a lot of people. That frees up the artist. That gives an artist the time that he or she needs, right?
It is a massive game changer. But I think it also brings up this really interesting point I'm trying to make with the book, that right now we're talking about very individualistic choices that we have to make about how to use AI. And even in this conversation, we're seeing, how it can go towards the good if we make the right choices on how we use it. And what I'm looking at the book is taking that on a societal scale and saying that AI is the same thing with society. The same way that you have to make these choices about how you use it, we as a society need to make the similar choices about how we implement it, how we regulate it, where we put it. And that's going to decide whether you're the, as we're talking about using it to free up more time to do these creative things, or are we going to use it to write the songs as a society, to do these other things? And, just as individuals need to make those choices for themselves, I think we need to be aware that we're making those choices as a society. And I'm really trying to get people to join that bigger conversation outside of the individualistic choices in their own lives.
We're talking with David Elliott. You can head over to davidelliott.org. That's pretty cool. You got that website, by the way. davidelliott.org.
Yeah, 1L, 1T.
1L, 1T. David Elliott, 1L, 1T. Did you change your name? Did you change the spelling of your name? Or is that how you were born?
No, that's my family name, and I've been spelling it my entire life like that.
Okay. David Elliott, you can go to davidelliott.org. His new book, Artificially Intelligent, The Very Human Side of AI. David, would you mind if we have to take a break here in a minute, just staying over a couple more minutes, because a couple more questions Jim and I would like for you. Are you able to give us a few more minutes?
Yeah, I'd be more than happy to do that.
Amazing. Okay, we like to ask you on air, so if you say no, then you look bad. No, just kidding. Yeah, because when we come back on the other side of the break, what I'd really love to talk about, David, I love that your book keeps coming back to the idea that we all have a role to play, that it's not just those tech giants up there in Silicon Valley making the decisions, that, everyday people like our truckers, our parents, small business owners, that, I want to talk about, how what everybody should know to feel empowered in this AI revolution, if that makes sense. We're talking with David Elliott here. Yeah, perfect. He's staying because we told him he has to. Yay, David Elliott. davidelliott.org. Artificially Intelligent. We'll be right back. It's Road Gang Radio. Listen, guys, you're using AI whether you know it or not. Hey, Siri, play Road Gang Radio. You just used AI.
We'll be right back.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
There was an era when truckers were out there, alone. Long rides, dark nights, miles from home. As part of the road gang, though, Dave Nemo helped change all of that. As a voice in the darkness, Dave kept drivers going with music, jokes, and of course, friendship. And if you miss those days, Radio Nemo's got something for you. Nemo's Night Beat puts the gang back together with an hour of trucking tunes and road songs, classic comedy, and those fun factoids that you came to expect. Nemo's Night Beat is Dave at his very best every Monday night at 7 in the Center on iHeart, Odyssey, and Live 365, as well as Tuesday night at 9 on Reese Across America Radio. So head on over to RadioNemo.com and join the gang on the beat. Nemo's Night Beat.
It's Wednesday, 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 Wednesday.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org. We're going where you want to go, so you can be where you need to be. It's Road Gang Radio with Lindsay, Lawler, and Jimmy Mack on RadioNemo.com.
Conversation this morning with David Elliott, the author of Artificially Intelligent. You can find him at davidelliott1l1t.org. Thrilled to have him as well. One of the things that you bring up, the idea, is the moral decision that we as a community have to kind of make moving forward. I'll throw an example at you and talk about how we can kind of navigate this. So with the rise of automatic vehicles, intelligent driving vehicles, a lot of people are going to be able to make their commute to work without having to be, behind the wheel on a regular basis and all the stress that you carry. A lot of people, however, use that time behind the wheel as a decompression chamber to leave home behind and go to work, and vice versa. If it becomes an opportunity to kind of relax and listen to some relaxing music or listen to your favorite show, that's one thing, like Road Gang Radio. But if in fact you get mission creep, where the people at the office are like, well, we know you're not driving, so here are the meetings we'd like to have in the car on the way there. And one of the things that I always worry about is that AI often makes things efficient, and rather than freeing up time for humanity and to be human, it frees up time for the productivity culture that says, oh no, we've freed up some space, so rather than you having more downtime, we're going to actually give you more things to do. Are these the kind of dilemmas and the kind of debates we're going to have as a society and culture moving forward?
They very much are, and I don't think it's the debates we need to have moving forward. I think it's the debates we need to have right now. And I give the example in the book. I think it's a great story for understanding this, of the Luddites. And the Luddites are a group that you might have heard people say, don't be a Luddite. And now when we talk about them, a Luddite tends to mean someone who's afraid of technology. And the story is they were 18th century weavers and artisans that lived through the Industrial Revolution. And when the new Industrial Revolution technology was introduced, they were scared of it. And they thought it's going to take our jobs and all that. So they started smashing the machines. And they made these gangs which broke all the machines and, were a nuisance in England. And that's how we tend to talk about them now. The reality is, if you read their history, that's not what they were. What they were skilled artisans, as I said, but they weren't afraid of the machines. They saw them brought into their factories and were like, hey, we can use these to produce more goods so that everybody can get Mostly they made silk work, so blankets and stuff like that. So more people can get these, but we can work with the machines and make them better, and everybody can get better quality product. We can distribute it to more people. We can make more beautiful work faster. But instead, their employers said, no, we're just going to lay everybody off. We only need one person to work here, and we can sell thousands of low-quality blankets. So what they were actually protesting was not the machines themselves, but the way that the business and their society decided, oh, we're just going to get rid of these people. We're going to decimate their communities. We're going to decimate their jobs, and we're going to do that just so that we can make a couple more dollars. When there were paths forward for everybody to work together on this, for everybody to work to a better future for how these factories were managed. And that's what they were truly upset about, not the technology. So my fear here is that we tend to paint these issues as people being afraid of progress. But it comes from this idea that progress is a straight line and that, we introduce these technologies and they do this, and that's just how it works. But that's not how history works. History works by us making decisions. And as you said, we can make decisions about, say, that example of, the self-driving cars, about do we want to make rules about that, or do we need to change a bit of our culture of work, our culture of work being more about, how productive you are at certain times of the day or just in general, because we don't want that mission creep. I think that when we have technologies like this, we should use it to make our lives better, to free us from some of these tasks that we don't want to be doing, so we can do stuff like take care of our family, raise our kids, spend time working on art, other projects. And that doesn't mean a step back from productivity. That doesn't mean we don't also use it to produce more and, do these other tasks that are more, traditionally economically valuable as they'd be seen. We can balance both of them, but we can use it to make the human experience better.
Well, on that point in Jim's question, is it a little bit hypocritical, and are we seeing it differently culturally? Because I thought, or we hear it said that the whole idea is AI to make your life easier, so you have less to do. But then, it's an American thing to do, as opposed to Europeans taking siestas and having more breaks and longer breaks and meals and all that kind of thing. So, are to that point, are we seeing it used differently culturally here versus other countries where, to Jim's point, it's making us have more time to do more, whereas other places it's giving you more time to do more. I mean, more
of
work
what you
versus
want.
more of what you want versus more work.
Yeah, we're seeing it very much as a cultural difference between different countries right now. And that research is really just emerging. But it has to do with how it's regulated. It has to do with how it's being implemented into businesses. Europe is very much a leading kind of end on that. But right now, we are seeing it more put in of just the social pressures of work. I was just at a conference where I was talking with a bunch of people who work at a firm that's using it, and they said it's just put more pressure on them. They were told it was going to be, time saving, but now everybody's using it, so everybody's producing more work faster. So everybody's actually saying, hey, now I need to produce more work faster. Like, I'm expected to do more. And it's created this expectation of more and more output. And it's created a little bit of a race between them that they were saying actually their company's now trying to figure out how to stop this because they're getting worse quality work because of it, because it's become a competition of who can produce all this stuff. So I think, it's a cultural thing we have to deal with. But there's just a lot of questions we need to ask about how we want to implement it. And I think what I kind of say in the book and what I hold here is my biggest fear is people standing on these platforms and saying they know the answer. Me coming out here and saying, I know the answer. We implement a 4-day work week. We implement these policies and all that, and everything will be fixed. And I really don't believe that that's what we should be doing, because what I believe is that the answer needs to come from the people, and that we need to get together and look at these issues and say, what do we want? Maybe in the U.S. you say, no, this is our culture. Our culture is this type of work. This is what the people want. When we know what's going on, we have these decisions, we vote on it. This is the direction we want to go. But I think to make those decisions, we need to have the knowledge. We need to understand the effects that we're having, and then we can do that. So I really hope that people gain this knowledge so that, they can join that conversation and demand the world they want to see.
By the way, guys, just as a reminder, the book does not go into deep rabbit holes about the AI singularity, general intelligence, Skynet, or anything else like that. Mother from the Alien franchise is not lurking around the corner in this book. You use the term mission creep, and we're going to wrap this up here after Lindsay's got a final question for you. But there's a mission creep quality that is your biggest concern. You kind of talked about it earlier, the idea of letting things kind of organically move in a direction and nobody realizing it's happened until it's too late. That's, at least from reading the book, that's your cautionary tale. It isn't the big catastrophic moment. It's suddenly waking up and realizing that everything has changed and we haven't decided to make that change. We've been passive kind of observers in it happening.
Yeah, and mission creep, especially in technology, is one of the biggest issues. And big tech companies are really smart about how we do this or how they do this. And if you think about the idea of if, 15 years ago, someone had told you they were going to put cameras in your home, you'd be like, that's crazy. I'm like, no, that's terrifying. And now we have Ring doorbells that are all wired together, sending information to the police. People have the Nest cameras all over their house. They have the thermostats. They have the microphones. And suddenly this has just kind of creeped into our society. Or I work at a university. All of a sudden, I can't do my work without using Microsoft Office. To do that, I need to sign their terms and conditions, which gives them all of this data. But that just kind of creeped in slowly as these companies got more and more involved, and we didn't push back against it. We didn't see what was happening. So the only way to fight back against mission creep is to understand the fundamentals of what they're doing so that we can call them out on it. And with AI, as we talk about in the book, there's a lot of stuff going on right now. There are a lot of plans in the work. There's a lot of ideas of where we go with this. And I like to talk about the fact that, when we look at the AI advisory boards, the AI advisory councils and all that, the US, Canada, they're all tech people. They're all AI people. They're in the US, it's mostly CEOs and executives from major tech companies. And they're the ones who are advising the government on the direction we go. And what I say with it is AI is like magic. And I used to be a professional magician. That's what I did as a job before this. But AI is like magic. Yeah, it's a weird one to drop at the end, I know.
I love it. No,
AI is like magic.
Lead with that from here on out, buddy. That's great.
Yeah, no, I definitely should. But AI is like magic because when you see it, it's so mystifying and it seems so impossible in how it works. And that plays into their hands because these tech companies get to say, you know what? Leave it to us. Let us tell you how we should deal with it. Let us tell you this is too complicated for the normies. But it's like magic because the reality is a magic trick is usually pretty simple. Like they're actually usually incredibly simple. And when you know how they work, when you know what to look for, magic shows become very unmagical. They become very technical and very easy to spot what's happening. You just need to know a couple things. And I think AI is the same. Because when you know what's happening, that power, that hand waving that the tech companies are doing like a magician right now and saying it's too complex, you don't need to see behind the curtain, leave it to us. When you understand how it works, when you pull back the curtain, it becomes quite simple. And you gain that opportunity to join the conversation because in those rooms that are currently tech executives, we need truck drivers. We need plumbers. We need marketing executives. We need people from every walk of life that aren't traditionally tech people to add their voice because the reality is we are writing the next 100 years of history right now. We are writing what our kids and our grandkids are going to be left behind. And we should not leave that up to the AI experts. We should all be involved in that conversation.
Well, as we wrap up, you kind of just actually answered my question, but maybe you could put a bow on it here because this especially like say it's Chat GPT or even Google, whatever. That's just collective consciousness. It's like everybody's input going into it to bring it all together so it can spit out what the mass collective kind of common denominator is. So back to the original thing that I said before the break, if you could put a bow on this, the idea that we all have our role to play, as it pertains to truckers or parents or business owners. Can you leave us with something that we could all feel, empowered and to do, even starting today, to contribute to the AI revolution?
Yeah. Well, I mean, to push my book a little bit here, I think if
Sure.
you buy the book, it's a great first step. But
sure.
I think
I
that's what
agree.
this book
I
was
agree.
written for,
Yeah.
yeah, to give you the language you need, and it doesn't need to just be my book. There's lots of great other resources. If you like videos, Crash Course by the Green Brothers has an amazing series that gives you the technical basis of AI. But yeah, learning these basic things, learning these understandings, and then building from there. Starting to understand and look and ask, how is AI affecting my life? And then go to your parent-teacher meetings, go to your local representatives, ask them what they're doing. And that voice might seem small, but when you become democratically involved, you realize that small voices have a big difference. And, be involved, help shape this future, and you can have a huge difference. And it's one of the things that I really try and push on in this book is we look at the individuals who they weren't necessarily the ones that made the things happen. They're the ones whose names we remember. But I don't believe in big person history. I don't think, Jeffrey Hinton, yes, is considered to be the godfather of AI, but he needed all these other things around him to bring up this moment where he could have that impact. We are at a moment right now where individuals can have that impact. The environment is there. Your voice can have power, and that's important. And when we organize and we come together, I mean, you can look at the writers' unions in the U.S., the actors' union. They came together to reject versions of AI they felt were going to hurt and not help their industry and make worse movies instead of better movies. So don't be afraid in your businesses to talk to your friends and say, how do you think this should be implemented? And demand what you want to see. And I think if we do that together, we won't end up in a doom and gloom. We won't end up in Skynet. I think we can, build a really cool future that we can all be proud of.
Make that change, Jim. Start with the man in the mirror. It's you, Jim. Be the change you want to see in the world, Jim.
I can do it.
That's all
I can
I
do
got.
it, by the way. I have some more thoughts. We could go on for a long time. David, thank you so much for making extra time for us. I can't tell you how much we appreciate it. Lindsay has been looking forward to this, as have I. The book is wonderful, Artificially Intelligent. Thank you so much for making the time, David Elliott, 1L1T.org. You're welcome back anytime as events continue to unfold. Thank you, David.
Thank you so much for having me on.
Thank you. You can find that book anywhere you get your books. It's as easy as that. Probably ask AI where you can find the book and it'll let you know, Jim. Let's take a pause and come back, Dre. That is nice.
I think so. I think so very much. I have a connection between artistry and trucking that I think really lands in regards to AI, and it's something that makes me really crazy, Lindsay. And I totally know where the guys are coming from. I actually had a conniption fit many years ago when Andrew Yang.
Many years ago?
Yeah, many years ago. I had a
Only
conniption
the one?
fit. Only that one.
Okay.
Andrew Yang runs for president, who I think is a bloviating blowhole. He runs for president, and he says, well, with the way the artificial, automated driving is going, we're going to put like 3.5 million truck drivers out of business. Essentially, he was saying tomorrow. He essentially was living in the doom and gloom because he was part of the creative class, part of the entrepreneurial class, part of the investor, tech bro class, and he was going to do it. And, and Julian Simpson came on here too, where he had that dazzling comment, AI's fine. I'm not interested in the kind of people who are interested in seeing that kind of work anyway. Moving on. If you think about truck drivers' reactions to it, and you think about artist reactions to it, and I've talked about my dislike of the word the talent.
Mm-hmm.
I've talked about
Although you're coming around a little bit to understand why, but go on.
No, I have contempt. I still have contempt for the term the talent, not because it doesn't mean that people are talented, but what it means is it is an attempt by those who are not to once again put people who don't belong in corporate blocks or flow charts or, process or systems into those systems. And I think what really made a lot of the drivers angry was the contempt that the whole idea of a 3.5 million highly skilled, highly adaptable, highly intelligent human beings being told, at the end of the day, you're just a series of ones and zeros that can be programmed in and programmed out of existence. Mm-hmm. And I think that artists reacted the same way, where it's like, oh, you left out a lot of stuff, didn't you? And it's once again rich tech bros And I don't care how many of you guys out there idolize them. I don't care. I don't care. They're not your friends. They're not your allies. They're not your buddies. They think they live in a completely different universe where everybody else, that they are the great men of history and the great women of history, and the rest of us are reduced to insignificant mini players, NPCs, non-player
Who need
characters.
them.
You know, yeah, who need them,
right?
Yeah.
It's very godlike, isn't it?
Oh, it's
playing God.
It's disgusting. It's disgusting. I alone can fix it. I am the man with the plan. I sit in the center of the universe, and it's like, no. This world was put together by a lot of folks doing a lot of hard work at a really, really high level of skill. And I think a lot of drivers
Because they need their brains. You need these quote unquote us lowly people's brains to know what we need in order to get what you need to do, right? It's kind of the same idea, Jim, when we talk about the corporate people in trucking not knowing what a truck driver does out on the road or the day-to-day. You can't sit behind a desk and think you know what a truck driver actually needs or deals with. It's kind of the same.
It's very much it's very much the same. I always say it. It's people who think. And by the way, I'll take a shot at our former corporate overlords. I can put any bozo with a big mouth behind a microphone, and that alone will suffice.
Nope.
That I can, that I have, somebody who has no experience driving a truck, no experience broadcasting, no experience doing anything other than, literally living off the fumes of other people, can then simply stick somebody behind a microphone or stick somebody behind the wheel of a truck or put a pencil in somebody's hand or program in a song, and voila, I don't need you anymore. I'm the one who actually makes it happen because I had a half-baked idea. That we're going to automate trucks tomorrow, that we're going to literally eliminate the talent. We'll figure out a way to get a version of Hal on the radio who could just, people hear that
And to
stuff.
think they'll care. For me, that goes back to the emotion of it.
Yeah.
To think that they'll have any emotion or attachment to something, whether it be trucking or whatever it is, if you haven't had some connection or attachment, if we're saying this, if it goes to trucking, if you have no attachment to trucking and try to talk about trucking, you will be seen through so quickly. Or for anything, if you try to
it's Dave's rule.
Same with the corporate overlords. If you try to talk, if you up in your big office chair in the sky try to tell me what Nashville is, it's the same about like LA trying to come into Nashville and make shows about Nashville or any place. You don't know. You haven't lived it. You haven't walked the streets and lived and breathed it for 5, 10, 15, 50 years.
Well, and I'll go one step further. And here I'm actually not going to be sympathetic to them. I'm going to understand them. I get it, dude. Look, you've come down here, and by the way, you're very respectful of this city, but you've come down here to New Orleans and you've smelled the night blooming jasmine and you've played under a summer night or a late spring night. It's intoxicating. I get it. And I've walked the streets of Nashville when the action is really happening, when the juice is on the street, when people are talking and people are moving and people are shaking. You can feel it.
First line of my next song, I walked the streets of Nashville.
Yeah, there you go.
When the blah, 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 blah.
But you can feel it. You can feel, look, it's like anybody that's ever been to New York can feel. Somebody once told me that walking the streets of New York, as opposed to complaining about New York and never having been there, but that walking the streets of New York, a guy once had a great line. He said, you can feel the ambition oozing from the concrete. You can feel it. You walk the streets of New Orleans. You can feel, the jazz. You can feel the possibility and the jazz and the voodoo and the magic. If you walk the streets of Nashville, you can see what Randy Newman called the hustlers and the hustlers in their alligator shoes. You can actually see them and feel them. But it doesn't mean you have a special insight. All you're getting is that initial impression, that initial blush, and it's not until you get down to the nitty gritty and pull out the hood and get under there do you understand what actually makes that happen. And that's why all that LA crap happens. By the way, it's like I know they feel it. I know the guy who actually is producing 911. He's been there, and I know he's like, oh my God, this is amazing, great. But what you have put together in no way indicates to me that you understand why it's amazing. And it's amazing because of the individual people that make up the population of those things. And it's the same thing about trucking. I know there are plenty of executives in this business who look at the vast supply chain that rolls on down the highway, and they're in awe of it. I get it. It's an amazing thing. but they have no idea what the men and women who sit behind those
It's not
wheels.
your amazing thing.
Yeah, it's not your amazing thing. It's like, and just because you recognize something amazing, it's exactly what you just said. It doesn't mean it's yours.
Yeah.
Your recognition, all that makes you is the 13th apostle, mofo. You have been called, but you have not been chosen. You are the 13th apostle and not the beloved one. You're just some dude wandering around on the fringe going like, oh my God, I discovered this brand new thing. Dude, there are already 12 people there. I mean, it is so deeply frustrating in regards to what goes on in the trucking industry, in regards to the people who sit behind the desks who act like they have any. Look, there are people out there like our friend Donnie Tolk that I was talking about earlier, like Tom Bray, like Dean Croak, who have been there, who have 2 million miles over the road. But there's lots of other people where it's like, truckers are amazing. We need to do something for them. So we'll give them the Oak Ridge Boys.
3 of them are dead. That's fine. It's fine. There's still one in there, isn't there?
And by the way, I got no truck with the Oak Ridge Boys. That's not what I'm saying. But it's like, have you bothered to talk to these people? Have you
reached out to Morgan Wallen? Did you try that?
Well, here's the thing. This is what makes me really angry, is that they would reach out to Morgan Wallen, but they would bring him to their conference where there isn't a single truck driver sitting there. Oh, they'd bring Jason Aldean on down. They wouldn't let the truck drivers watch it, though. That's too expensive. That's big money right there. Can't have that. Can't give. And by the way, there are exceptions that prove the rule. Sorry, I'm off on a little rant here, but this gets me going, man.
Pretty big one.
This gets me going, man. I think that the amount of disrespect afforded the drivers, that I can just, get behind a microphone and engage in really kind of ugly, pandering bloviation, or just open up the phone lines and throw a topic out there and let people just talk while I kind of zone out, and check my phone.
Let's on the positive, so people will go get David Elliott's book, because I think you should. It is a good place to start. He's not wrong. But Jim, the positive things, back to circle back to this on the AI side, because Forat just said over in the chat, he said that he uses ChatGPT as an enhanced alarm clock, quote unquote, to remind him to do what's a MT yoga? What does that mean? M/T yoga?
What's it matter? He's doing yoga. Okay. I'm excited
to do yoga, isometric exercise. I get into an audiobook. Next thing, it's been 100 miles, so a little bit of exercise makes a big difference. The point being, he's using it for reminders. It's another reason it can just be a reminder for you, a personal assistant. I think about, Jim, when we were at the Women in Trucking Conference 2 years ago. Do you remember this woman who was the keynote speaker on AI, and we had her on our show? And she said, and this was 2 years ago, and I'll never forget, she said, if you're not already using it, it's too late, or you're too far behind. But her point was not doom. Her point was, you are using it, by the way, and like, just use it baby steps. Like, if there's a couple things that make your life a little better, then lean into that. So like Forat saying, I use it to help me remind me to kind of what we just said, to balance out your life, to do my work, to do my fitness, and then to do my enjoyable time, like the audiobooks and the reading. So I think there are several little baby steps we can use. I think in so many things we get so overwhelmed, because it's like, oh my gosh, that is so far off, and I'm right here, and where I want to get to, that mountain is so far over there. So just screw it. Why bother? But there are little baby steps in any regard, especially as we talk to AI, or like David was talking about here, just start with the book, and little things that can make your life better. Like listening to Road Gang Radio. Little things can make your life better, slowly but surely. Little things every single day. I don't know. It's a gentle reminder, and I'm talking to myself, by the way.
No, I'm right here with you. I'm right there. Don't worry.
You know what I'm very excited about?
Justin?
Yes, our next interview, Dustin
The
Nickerson. I stumbled across him about a year and a half ago, maybe, and we talked to him when we were on the other platform, and he had a book out called How to Be Married to Melissa, which is very funny. He's a very funny comic. He is in the Nate Bargatze camp, my favorite comedian. At this point, probably my favorite comedian of all time, but turns out a lot of people as well, because he's like the biggest comedian on the planet right now.
On the planet.
He's selling out Bridgestone Arena. Nate
He
Bargatze
sold out Zebulon 5.
He sold out Zebulon 5. He's selling out at Bridgestone Arena. He's coming back here in December. I think doing like 2 or maybe even 3 shows, and they're all sold out at Bridgestone. And so Dustin Nickerson, our next guest, is a part of Nate Land, his media company. He and his wife have a podcast on Nate Land's podcast company. He's a really funny dude. He's out on tour now. He will be here in Nashville in November. I'm going, but he is on tour. You can follow him at DustinNickerson.com. He's joining us next to talk about his book, to talk about the Mariners, to talk about parenting, being married, and just to talk about being a funny dude that you just want to chill with. I like that.
This is a good dude.
Good dude.
That's a good lady over there in Franklin, Tennessee, by the way. Enjoy the company.
Likewise. I'm going to kidnap Dustin here next in our studio. Locking the doors. Lock the doors. Dustin's coming.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath,
means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple
act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward. The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
It's a trucking, transportation, and lifestyle show like none other.
Man, you call this a life?
Road Gang Radio is back for another half hour of the best transpo show in the known universe.
We come in peace. Well, actually, we're falling to pieces.
Let's see if we can achieve liftoff, Phone Master Dre.
Oh, we sure can. From Nashville to NOLA, we're hanging out with you on Road Gang Radio with Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler yet again.
Oh, Lindsay LaRue, Lawler is here.
She's here, and she's done it again. She's found a cool person and kidnapped them and brought them to my home.
Perfect.
And it's, poor Dustin, our next guest, probably thought pulling up, well, this is how I die. This is it.
This is it. In a cul-de-sac.
You're not dead yet, though.
No, you got to get the interview first.
Right, that's right.
They're like, we have on record that he was here willingly. He said he drove here.
Yes, he did.
You don't get a lot of directions that say, if you see horses, keep going.
Yes.
Like it was in the written documentation that I was like, but I do appreciate the heads up because I would have 100% thought this can't be right. But the good news is I also don't have a phone signal out here, so
no one knows. I could have let you get on my Wi-Fi, but it's
all right.
Okay.
No
one knows you're here. No one knows where you are.
Mm-hmm.
What could go wrong?
I don't even know if this is a real show I'm
it's
on.
Not. We ask ourselves that every day, quite frankly.
We went to a lot of trouble, though, if you noticed, to put together a fake intro to make it all feel professional.
That was nice, guys.
Yeah, that was really well done.
Thank you very much. That's about being married to Claire. That's about my whole life right there, is like getting really cool sound designs that end up taking you down to a cul-de-sac in the middle of nowhere past horses. Welcome.
Well, I should introduce our guest, probably. That makes sense. So today I'm sitting across from, and you're sitting kind of across from, a comedian that I spotted a couple of years ago on Instagram. reached out. He responded to me, and then he was on our show actually when we were on the other platform. The other platform.
The other platform.
And now he's doing comedy specials. He's touring the country, a podcast, a book. He's part of Nate Land, one of our favorites around here, of course. His name is Dustin Nickerson. You might know him as the guy who makes marriage sound like stand-up. Husband with a mic, telling it like it is. He hosts a podcast with his wife Melissa called Don't Make Me Come Back There, where they break down parenting, marriage, and the daily absurdities of life. And yes, like I said, now part of Nate Bargatze's Nate Land Podcast Network. He's also penned a book, How to Be Married to Melissa. We're going to talk about that. Not just how to be married. I don't need to tell me how to be married. How to be married to Melissa.
I like that, by the way.
Yeah, that's good.
Great.
And for those of you paying attention, he's got a lot. Well, I'll say that in a minute. I'm going to hold the phone on that. Okay.
Ooh.
And he's out on tour now. He's doing shows across the country, including a stop at Zany's in Nashville, down the road from me this November. I love most is what he's like equal parts the guy you want to grab a beer with and someone whose stories make you feel less alone. You make me feel less alone.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Good.
Safe space.
Yeah, I mean, that's good. You live in the middle of the woods, so that's you're looking for any community you can get out here,
Anything I
whether
can
it's
get.
digital or in person. So thank you. That was a very nice intro. You wrote that yourself. That wasn't given to you by us.
That was not. These people did not give it.
No, I don't have people.
And also go Mariners. He's wearing his Mariners hat here, Jimmy.
Yeah,
so.
go Mariners. So yeah. I
Oh,
don't know.
brother,
Yeah.
I'm with you. You just won me over. You just won me.
Are you a Mariners fan?
I season tickets for 2 years when I lived there.
Oh, wonderful. Yeah, go M's. Woo.
Oh, my God. And by the way, as I was saying this morning to another reporter who was on a show with us, I can't believe the fact that every game has been an absolute heart attack. Every single game has been an absolute
No,
heart
I mean,
attack.
we had a game where
15 innings.
they were up 8-1 going into the ninth, and it still made me sweat. So baseball is not meant to be watched that actively. It's not that kind of sport. You realize that in playoff baseball, where you're like, you're not supposed to watch every pitch. You're supposed to get there in like the second inning, grab a beer, grab a hot dog, do a lap, maybe if you're lucky, catch a home run or two, but you're not really there to hang on every pitch. And when you do, you're stressing out a second inning walk. You're like, I can't do this. I mean, my heart. I get to the point in the games where I turn the volume off, where I'm like, this is just too stressful for
Well,
me.
he's posting himself on Instagram too. Watching, I saw you watching the game, and I was nervous, intense for you. I mean, he's just hands on the face, like rocking. Just everything's going to be okay. I'm safe. I'm safe.
I mean, no fan base. I mean, I don't know how much you guys want to talk about this, but no fan base, I mean, has had it worse than the Mariners. And there's no argument to be made. Like, everyone, what about, it's been a while for the Jays, too, and it's been a while for the and you're like, there's literally only one franchise that has never even gone to a World Series. Not won one, gone to one. And it's your Seattle Mariners, so... My Seattle Mariners, unfortunately. Sometimes you get mad that your parents had you where they did.
Oh, yeah.
You're like, man, you guys could have gotten on a plane, flown hour and 45 minutes down to the Bay, and I could have had 12 championships that I cheered for if I was a Bay Area sports fan.
What an interesting concept. If someone's pregnant, just to be like, I want to give them, I want them to be able to say this. Like, we don't have to live there, but we're going to.
We're flying to Boston. You're going to be born in Boston, and you're going to have a championship of one sport or another every 3 or 4 years or so, including about 4 dynasties. But no, Seattle it is.
I like that better than like my friend who is a huge Patriots fan, but she's not from there. I think people are annoying that cheer for somewhere they're not from.
Totally annoying.
I think that's annoying, right?
Yeah.
Like, why? Just because they're good, so you decided that's who I'm going to like? That's annoying to me.
That's annoying. No, I hate that.
Right?
I'm going to go on the record right now and saying somebody actually, and by the way, I was challenged, Dustin, I was challenged by somebody saying, well, why are you a Mariners fan? And I said, I had to tell them, I'm like, well, I lived there for 4 years and owned season tickets for 2. And they're like, okay, good enough. And I understand.
Yeah.
I understand being asked that question, though. It's like, what right do you have to suffer with us?
Yeah, and anytime, like, there's a lot of people who are, like, which I admire that you even took that burden on, by the way.
I got suckered. I got suckered like Doris Godwin Kearns got suckered by the Boston Red Sox. She showed up in 67. I showed up in 2000 and 2001, my friend.
Oh,
so I got
yeah.
to watch
We just went on, yeah.
Yeah, 116.
Good time.
Yeah.
That was a good time. Well, sorry about that.
That's okay.
Talk about old bait and switch. You showed up literally the year one of what would become the longest playoff drought in professional sports history.
Yep.
Not baseball. Any professional sport did not go on as long of playoff drought as the Mariners started the year you started cheering.
I know. And basically, I got
Is
to
it your fault?
No, it's
Or
not
is
my
there a
fault. I wish it
connect
was.
now?
No, because they hadn't done anything much before then except for the wonderful refuse to lose of 95. And by the way, as you can tell, when I go in on somebody, I go in on them. I know what
Yeah,
I mean.
that's very admirable. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And by the way, when you pick somebody, you got to live with where you pick. That's the other thing, too. You can't be like, I'm done here. It's like Lindsay and the Cowboys.
I don't want to talk about that. Or the Sooners. I don't want to talk
Yeah.
about that either. I do want to, it's kind of the same with comedian though. When you go, especially, I'm flipping. So did you like that?
That was
transition?
subtle. I
Flip
like
it?
that.
Thank you.
Yeah. It was,
It's not subtle if you point it out though. So that's less cool.
It was subtle.
Thank you.
You had it, you lost it.
I
We're
know
back.
I did, but no, I feel that way about like it with a band or a comedian, or when you find like that, you dive into coming up when they'll, we all go through our ups and downs and what's happening, but you feel like, I'd like to feel like I'm part of your success.
I think you are. I credit people all the time.
But I mean, in a sense that, and I guess jokes outside, when you find someone, and I've shared your stuff with other people,
Yeah.
and and that's what with our show or with my music, like you feel that
You are. Any fan, any platform, any person who's ever shared any clip or sent it to is 100% part of it. Yeah. So thank you.
Yeah.
Genuinely. No, I mean that. I mean, therefore, when you said you messaged me and you responded, like that was me, and it will always be me. Like you want to respond. I mean, if you don't have time for fans, what are you doing? What are you doing? Like, and at a certain point, there will be like maybe so many messages that you can't respond to, and I get more than I used to. But I've never understood people who, didn't want to take a picture or something like that. I mean, but I mean, I guess to each their own. But there is that frame, what was I'm trying to remember who was the reluctant pop star in the 80s. You got to have faith. George Michael.
Oh, George Michael.
George Michael.
The reluctant pop star.
That there was an article called him that I think it was in Rolling Stone, penned about the reluctant pop star, and he talked about the burden of fame and stuff like that. And there's this great letter that Frank Sinatra writes him, and he was like, it was essentially like, count your blessings, you idiot. Like he's like, remember, like when it was just like you and one table and the vacuum in the background, like, and you're going to tell me about like the reluctant pop star, like anyone who's had a grind on the come up and has done those like half full rooms, or not even half full, 10 people rooms, comp shows, drunks, just trying to, like you'll always be very, very grateful for anyone who ever bought a ticket, shared a link, sent a text to a friend, said you got to check this guy out. So genuinely, I mean that. Thank you. Yeah.
Well, and our audience is great about sharing. They're commenting over in the chat now. They're great. I mean, like, because truck drivers specifically are the OG social media we always talk about. They're like, I just saw this guy. I mean, he'll get on the CB. I just saw Dustin in Nashville. You got to check him out in Kansas next week or whatever.
Yeah.
Actually, you're about to hit Kansas several nights in a row. Okay, so Jim, I know you've read the book. I've read the book. We've listened to the podcast. Let's start with, because again, the book is called How to Be Married to Melissa. Now, you talk so much about marriage. Like, I talk about my husband, Seamus, on here a lot, but it's not a bit. This is just like me venting about my husband in a safe space that's totally not safe in front of a lot of people that he didn't sign up for. But it's part of your whole makeup and how it's become what it's become. I appreciate that it's in parentheses, Melissa. So let's talk about the parentheses and what does it say to you about the individuality of marriage, the idea that, each relationship is its own universe.
Right. Well, yeah, the premise of this book is that marriage books are stupid. Because no one could ever tell you how to be in a relationship. Because everyone is unique in its own, and it's two sets of individuals and their stories and their biologies and their idiosyncrasies and everything that's interesting and different about them. So you never just get terrible. It comes from that idea of where sometimes you just get like terrible marriage advice.
Yeah, because like every marriage is completely different, and you guys got married really young.
Really young, and I go out of my way in that book to not divorce shame. And I say in there, and I mean this in my heart, that sometimes the very best thing for a relationship is for it to end. I think there's no harm. I mean, I shouldn't say harm, but like sometimes that's what's right.
Louis C.K. does a great bit on that.
Yeah.
Like never say, I'm so sorry.
Right.
Divorce. Yeah.
And then, but I also put in there, because we got young, I feel incredibly lucky that it's worked out and that we have grown in a compatible way, because a lot of people, for whatever reason, they get married young, military, religion, pregnancies, all the reasons, from Kentucky, whatever it may be, the reasons that you get married young. A lot of the time, it came from the best of intentions and hearts and love. You grew different. I mean, we got married 6 years before I had a fully developed brain. You don't get a full brain till you're like 25. This 6 years, we had kids before we had brains, which is crazy. So we got married young, and I consider ourselves, like, yes, there was hard work and lots of compassion and growth and empathy and all the things that make a relationship worse. But there's also just some dumb luck that we've worked out so far.
Lindsay.
And also, I think it's all you're doing a bit, saying like, you also did it quickly because you quickly realized I need to sort of capture this woman. And
right.
Sort of serious, sort of joking.
No, there is a little bit of both. I mean, my wife is I was like, I need this woman to swear to God. Like, I want to add red tape. At least make it difficult. When she looks at like, what am I doing? But then you're like, gosh,
there's a lot of hoops.
Government forms are such a hassle. I probably got to go on some website. I got to change my name back. All our accounts are linked.
He's not that bad.
Yeah. You think about how hard it is to find a password. You're like, God, I gotta go back to my old name again.
I'll do it better in the next life.
Lindsay,
Fine.
Lindsay, it's kind of like the military people we talk to and talk about all the time. These guys and gals join the military at like 19 or 20, and then they get through 20 years and they hit their retirement age and they think they're old, and then they look around and realize, oh, wait, my whole life is still ahead of me. So the good news might be, in fact, that you guys are actually hitting your peak performance style right when you're still young. That you've got
if you
that
divorce,
20...
you have a whole second half of your life to find someone else.
Yeah.
It's stuff to look forward to. I mean,
well, yeah,
these
40s are supposed to be like the new 30s or whatever.
Oh,
I don't know. They keep saying that. I think they just keep saying it to make us feel better about how we'll never own a home. They're like, no. 50s is the new 20s. You're like, how much are we going to keep moving the goal line back? And they're like,
as long as I say we will.
As long as they can. Yeah. So
who are they? Okay, so I'm curious too. If you like, what's the one, since marriage is such a stick, which I think marriage humor is the funniest. Maybe for people, not for people who aren't married, but also for people who aren't married.
I mean, it's relationship humor.
It's pretty
relationship
funny.
humor.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you do it really well. Nate does it great. Like that's the stuff I'm always drawn
Nate?
to.
Who?
Sorry. Yeah, we're sort of obsessed with him around here. By we, I mean me. And just do it well. I love it. Like my husband and I on road trips, we want to listen to comedians. We listen to you on a road trip back to Texas one day. Like and you're like the calling out of things makes me feel like, oh, it makes you feel seen in the best way. But I'm curious, what's one truth about marriage or parenting that you still can't make funny yet? Like what's too real that you haven't been able to go there yet? Is there anything?
Hear a dog
My
grumble
dog,
in the
my
back.
French
Yeah.
bulldog snoring in the back.
That's a great question. What's funny about marriage that or one truth that I haven't been able to make funny yet? My wife has in our relationship, and this is with the kids too, they have like veto power on jokes. Like any joke that they hear that they're like, I don't like that. You got to stop telling that. And I go, okay. And I try not to, because, I had them before the comedy career, and ideally
they didn't
I have.
sign up.
Yeah, and they didn't sign up for them, but they also kind of, know the game at this point. There's one that I'm trying to, there are certain things that like crowds will get uncomfortable with and I totally
me.
Yeah. Anything to do, and I think it might just, Santino told me once, Andrew Santino's a very funny comic, is Bad Friends, is a huge podcast. He told me once, and he goes, like, sometimes people just don't want to hear that joke from you. Like, it might be a good joke, but they just aren't comfortable hearing it from you and your persona and, you know, your relationship or whatever. And I think what it is I have never... If I get anything too specific to, like, my wife and I in the bedroom, I can get around the bedroom.
You go around it.
I can get near the bedroom, but we cannot enter the bedroom because they go, we know you, we like you. We know your wife, we like your wife. We both see you on camera, we laugh along with you. We want no more details beyond that because you're like our couple friend that we just, it's very similar to, like, I think when you have a friend, when you're like, you know, when you're like young or you're people in a relationship, people like talk shop. Nobody wants me to talk shop about any details that do or do not happen. So I've tried a few times to get closer to a bit specifically in there. Like I had a bit recently, I don't know, how clean do you have to be on this? Ish?
You're fine.
You're fine.
I told a bit recently about how my wife and I took the kids snorkeling, and I really struggled with it because I couldn't coordinate the breathing, and I couldn't coordinate the gagging, and I couldn't coordinate, like I kept getting salty fluids all over my face and my eyes, and I got out, I was like, this is really hard, and my wife just looked at me like, yeah, it's not that easy, is it? And I've tried that bit a few times, and crowds are like laughing along, but they're like, nope, we don't want to go that far. I think it's because
it's you.
Because it's me, and it's Melissa too. They just don't want to get to know us that well. Does that make sense?
It makes sense. Yeah, because my initial reaction. Do you mind if my husband films us here a little bit?
How are you?
Just
yeah. No worries.
That's the guy who will be tying you up when we kidnap you later.
Great.
Yes.
Great. Yeah. He did ominously walk by the window too. About it. When you were like, "What makes you uncomfortable, Dustin?" And then I go, "This
We're
this
gonna
does."
do it to the umpteenth degree. No, I'm curious because in my head, I'm like, when I'm engaged, I feel like I engaged in a talent or somebody. I feel like I want to know everything. But I guess you're right. If you've built a career, it'd be like if your favorite rock artist is like, now I'm gonna try folk or something.
Yeah.
Like, oh, but that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I think I think that particularly our podcast listeners and people who've read the book, they feel like they know us. And when you're friends with somebody, when you're friends with both of the people in the couple, there is a line of where you want to go to. You don't want to know too much. That's where I feel like with my audience specifically, again, very similar to like if I have like a comic friend guy who's like, dude, last night me and this girl, we got crazy. And then I'm like, yeah, dude, me and Mel. And they're like, shut up, man. Dude, we went to your house for the Super Bowl party. Like those hands, I don't want to know where her hands have been.
She made my queso.
She made the
night.
queso,
Yeah.
man. She's in the PTA. Relax. All right, that's fair.
All
So
right, I get it.
that's where I found personally. But I think you brought up like someone like Louis. Louis has made a career off of that.
Right.
But I think that people have gotten used to me presenting me and my family in a certain way that even though there's like a lot of griping, it's still like respectful and still just like we're respecting that there is a certain line that we will not cross. And it's not even about clean or dirty comedy. It's just like, dude, we don't want to go there with you.
Yeah, fair enough. That's not where we're made. Because there is a part, I'm trying to remember in the book, where you talk about, and I think you pulled it, kind of referenced Mike Birbiglia, who I love his specials, by the way, as well. He's so great. Because it's...
Yeah, Mike's
like,
unbelievable,
he's
yeah.
so great. And he does that, which you do as well. You kind of forget that, to me, I sometimes forget you're a comedian, but I mean it in the best way because I'm just like so enveloped in the story and I'm laughing and it's like, it's this kind of roller coaster of emotions because it is such real life.
Mm-hmm.
He does it as well, but he referenced being that like, I think the tennis
The
match.
tennis player, yeah.
Okay.
Sex is like tennis. This is a Mike Birbiglia joke that you want a partner on a similar talent level as you.
Yeah.
You're just like, hey man, you got like an underhand serve or something?
Can we try that again?
Yeah, I'm not really getting anything over here.
So basically what we're saying is that people are much more comfortable with the struggles of everyday life and the joys of the little victories and not the triumphs of the bedroom.
Yeah, and if they and if they are, like, I have a joke. This is the type bedroom joke that crowds like from me, where I have a joke about one of the hard things about your kids getting older is they stay up late. And if you're trying to keep that like spark alive in the bedroom late at night, that's a challenge because this is a true story. I had a very like frank conversation with my teenage son where he's like, "Hey Dad, can I stay up late tonight?" I was like, I mean, you could stay up late, but like I wouldn't recommend it. Like the fan can only get so loud, so it's up to you, buddy. And
you really had that conversation.
A version of it. But we've gotten to the door of the bedroom.
Got it.
That's it.
Got it.
That's as far as my audience will go with me. Obviously, other comedians do other things, but that's as close as they'll let me get.
Yeah, what is it? The punchline is the kid with the headsets on for Call of Duty playing it so loud that they can hear nothing.
Yeah, ideally. Yeah, you're like, no, just go be at war.
my kid's deaf, but at least
yeah. No, just go overseas and fight. I don't know, be at war in the Middle East for some reason instead of hearing what's going on next door.
What has brought you, by the way? You're sitting over there in the holler, in the cul-de-sac. I'm sure there are people who are expecting you to be back at some point. What you doing over in Nashville? What's going on?
I have a gig tonight. It's like a fundraiser gig. I'm not sure a ton of the details. Sorry.
And it's not you guys can't come anyway, so it doesn't matter.
You can't leave the room. By the way,
but it worked out for us.
Yeah.
We got to kidnap him. And
if a comedian's working on a Monday, it's usually he's getting a check. He's getting a check he's happy with. If you got me on Nashville on a Monday, I'm like, nice.
I was trying to figure it out. Either that or you're here, like coming back to court because for something.
Yeah, right? No. I was in the Bay this last weekend. I had shows at the Punchline Thursday, Friday, Saturday in downtown SF, and then my son goes to college at San Jose State, which is right there.
Let that sink in. 40-year-old man, son going to college.
Yeah, crazy, huh?
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, and so we were all up in the Bay. My whole family was, and then I sent them on a plane back down to San Diego, where we live, and then I hopped on a plane out here yesterday because I have a gig tonight. So, and for this, obviously.
And obviously, he came in just for this, just to be kidnapped. He is on the road. You can head over to DustinNickerson.com. We're talking to Dustin Nickerson. I have kidnapped him here. He's got shows in Kansas City, Seattle, Corvallis, Oregon.
Yeah. Apparently I'm big in Corvallis. We sold out 2 theater shows in Corvallis.
Big in Corvallis.
Go Beavers.
Hey, by the way, dude, on a completely non-sarcastic, non-ironic thing, I don't know you, and I'm proud of you, dude. You're 40 years old, you're making a living at this, and you got a son in college. I mean, these people must be, for all the jokes you make, must be incredibly proud of you, man. I mean, you busted your ass to get to this point, and it's really cool.
That's very kind. Thank you.
That's the truth.
No, I mean, I am exceedingly grateful. When I started, I try and tell myself this all the time, and that you think of your goals when you started. And my original goal was, if I can do this as a full-time job, I won. That's it. If everything after having a job that you care, because any comedian, I get so mad. I'm just, that Frank Sinatra rant that I went on, that same thing. I get so mad when comedians complain about comedy. This is the easiest job in the world.
Oh. It's the hardest form of entertainment.
Oh God,
I would think.
no! It's not if you like it.
Well, okay, fair.
If you like it, it's fun.
Okay.
What's more fun than making people laugh? Have you ever made a group of people laugh and be like, "Whoa, what a burden I carry"?
Lindsay's never done that.
Yeah, what a burden I carry. The hardest form of entertainment. Yeah, go tell that to someone roofing today.
But from an entertainment standpoint, it gives me diarrhea thinking about going out on stage and doing that.
No, the travel is so hard. Go look at the guy cleaning up your piss in the airport, and then tell me how hard your job is. Oh, I got on this airplane, and then what? You got in your little adult high chair, and somebody brought you snacks, and you watched a movie for 4 hours.
Hey,
I gotta wear my compression socks because it's bad for. Shut up! I don't have a boss. It's the dream. It's the dream. This is the one thing I had to do today, and for the record, I was still late to it.
That is true.
I am so grateful for this job, and anything as far as like fans and money and cool things like TV stuff and specials and that, like, that's all gravy. But thank you for saying that, because I think that is a genuine attitude that I try and carry. So that's a good reminder.
Well, we have people on the show because we want you to like them and then go see them. Obviously, he's got specials out as well. All the information's at DustinNickerson.com. He's out on tour now. Buy the book. You can download.
You can listen to it all too. We got people in trucks driving around everywhere. We're on Spotify. I have 2 albums on Spotify that you can listen to as well on there, or wherever people listen.
And do you have the book as
the
an
audio
audio?
book is
Right,
out there
right.
as well. You
How
know,
to Be Married to
give me
Melissa.
and Bezos a little money.
Why not?
He needs it.
He needs it.
Don't we all? We all need
Hey,
a little Bezos in
listen,
our life.
he's rich, but I've made my marriage work better than he did.
Well, that, and also I was gonna say, if he gets a little richer, but it also helps you, then that's fine. He's fine already. So
He's
give him
fine. He's fine. Let him buy a new newspaper or whatever he does. I don't know.
Everything's fine. How fun! Don't you wish we could have well, if I kidnap him, I guess we could have him longer around here, Joe.
Every day, just forever.
We're
This
gonna
is my new
we're gonna
natural
work on it.
coast.
We're gonna work on it. Lindsay, just keep talking to him, and at some point we can put something over his mouth, and bye.
Dustin
Right.
Nickerson, everybody, thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me. This was awesome. Thank you so much.
DustinNickerson.com. Check him out. Go see him on tour. I will be there at Zany's in November. He's got a couple shows at Zany's. Wherever you live, you'll be able to find him. Trust me.
I'm out there. Yeah.
DustinNickerson.com. We'll be right back.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcasts. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
If someone tells you they need to get a life, tell them to join us here at Road Gang Radio with Lindsay Lawler and Jimmy Mack. Let's seize the day with Phone Master Dre.
Oh, seize that day. Seize it all day, every day. This is Road Gang Radio live from Fastport Studios with your host, Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler.
I like you said, with your host.
Girl, my mom to this day, it's with, not which.
I mean, it is with, but it's part of your character, so it's all right.
Exactly.
Do
She's
it-
taking it from turmoil with my dad. It's all good.
Yeah, I mean, and don't forget, we live in a city that has a song that is one of its theme songs called Do What You Wanna. You know, I mean,
Thank you.
do what you wanna. Ba-da-da-da-da. We do what we want to hear. By the way, that's a funny human being.
He's funny, right?
He's a funny human being, by the way.
I've got him tied up in the driveway right now. Everything's fine, guys.
Little chloroform, little form.
like, what is happening?
Little form, the chloroform. Just a little.
That is the thing I didn't think about. You know, if you're Nashville local and coming over here, or Franklin, like my guest today on We Should Write, coming up in an hour and a half, live at noon, will be Autumn McIntyre. She lives in Franklin, so she's not going to be weirded out when she turns down the street and sees horses.
Right.
But Dustin lives in San Diego. He's here traveling. He turns down the street and sees horses, and he's like, "What? This isn't like what is happening? This is not real. This is not professional."
Yeah, I'm a former sheriff, so when I drive down the street and I see deer on the road in the middle of the night, I don't go, "Oh my God, where am I?" I just kind of go, "Yeah, all right, sticks."
Yeah,
Like-
you've been everywhere, man.
You know, I like the sticks. I love the sticks. I love being a part.
Everywhere,
I have, man. I have. But I can totally see him. I mean, coming from San Diego and being like, exactly where have I ended up? What is this place?
Although I've never heard about you on a horse, and I heard you say earlier this morning every time I get further away from being on a horse.
Oh
And
man, I
was
used to
like,
ride every. I mean, I rode for better part of a decade and a half. Man, my Aunt Mary Lou and my Uncle Joe owned a horse farm in Lumberton,
I
Mississippi.
did not know that about you. I learned something about you this morning.
And it's really fun because I remember the first time. It's like when I went shooting with the Joshua Chamberlain Society, and like Donna was like, "When did you learn to do that?" And the same thing happened to my friend Jerry a couple of about 2 years ago, I guess. I just got up and there was a saddle, and I got into the horse, swung my leg over, and he's like, "Wait a minute, how did you just jump up into that horse?" I'm like, "I've done this before. I know the way home." You know, you just riding a horse really is riding a horse and shooting a gun. Yeah.
Riding a horse is like riding a horse.
I mean, riding a horse is like riding a horse. And once you do it, you never forget. The only thing you have to remind yourself of when you don't do it for a while is how you feel the next day if you haven't done it for a while. You know.
Yeah, it's a little tight between the britches, if you know what I mean.
Hey, Phone Master Drake, can you do me a favor? Lindsay's having a little bit of a time hearing me in her headphones. So if you can crank me up, that'd be an awesome thing.
Hey, we've got a really cool guest, Jim,
Cool
that I
dude.
would love for you to introduce. So we were supposed to have this wonderful human, Jeremy, on last week, and New Orleans went down. I'll just put it that way. New Orleans went down. The tech in New Orleans went down. Too much partying going on, and it knocked the whole system down. So we got him rescheduled, and at no fault of his own, or our own, quite frankly.
The 7th Ward is undergoing maintenance. That was what they told me. The 7th Ward is undergoing maintenance. But the 7th Ward is literally the center of most tourism in the city of New Orleans.
Well, listen, even centers have to sleep sometimes. Even if you're hiking the football, you got to take a little rest sometimes. So we got Jeremy back. He's here today. He's so graciously rescheduled. And I am so excited because this guy, as I mentioned to you, Jim, before we had him on last week, I said, this guy feels like one of the smartest human beings, but also one of the most down-to-earth that isn't going to make me feel like a dum-dum. And I appreciate that. I appreciate that very much because it's #balance, right?
Oh, I'm telling you, he's one of the smartest human beings who's also a human being.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Jesus.
All right.
Bring it.
Let me kind of tell you about this dude. When he's
Do it.
not writing about aliens, and by the way, you should read his book about aliens. I mean, it is funny, charming, and actually is for kids of all ages. J.A. Dauber can be found talking to students about books, movies, and other fun stuff at Columbia University in New York City, where he is a professor. He lives right near there with his family so that he can walk to work and see if anyone has dropped anything, like a phone. If you read the book, you'll get the gag. After all, you never know. He also wrote a YA novel about a teenage supervillain named Mayhem, which won an award from the Children's Book Council. It's our absolute pleasure to welcome Jeremy Dauber to the show. And this book is marvelous. Jeremy, tell everybody the title, first of all, because I want to kind of unpack it. Well, I'll tell them. Press 1 for Invasion. but explain why it's called Press 1 for Invasion, and good morning to you.
Good morning. Thank you guys so much for having me back and having after last week. It's really just so great to be here. I really had such fun writing this book. As you say, for kids of all ages, it's a really nice way of putting it. And it's a book, a friendly, happy book about an extraterrestrial invasion of people who want to factory farm humans and eat them, basically. So, it's fun for the
that
whole
old
family.
chestnut.
Yeah, exactly. And I have kids of my own, and, they're all interested in phones and things like that. And I said, I had this image of a 10-year-old who wanted a phone, right, like a lot of 10-year-olds, and found it on the street, and looked through the camera on the phone, and he saw his crossing guard, but instead of like a head coming out of the crossing guard uniform, there was this goggle-eyed alien monster kind of head. And I was like, oh, that's interesting. Let me write the book to figure out what's going on there. And I did, and now it's out.
And you did, and now it's out. But for me, what stood out, I have a almost 7-year-old, and I think, Jeremy, a lot about. So I also, full disclosure on the show, talk a lot about my love-hate relationship with Freddy Krueger, because I saw Nightmare on Elm Street Part 3, very specific, at young, probably too young, one might say, age. My parents didn't let me. I think I found it accidentally or whatever. And I have this image of Freddy Krueger holding the babysitter's head in his hand, like at the kid's bedroom. I can't get it out of my head. But I bring that up because Freddy still shows up in my dreams today, and I'm always like, hey, Freddy, you don't have to be a bad guy. You could be good. Like, I'm always trying to bring him to the light. But I bring that up because you work with, you're a professor, you work with all ages, and you have kids, and now you've written this book, and you work with from kids to adults. So is there a line from your professor brain? Is there like, what is it? When is the day that we're like, okay, it's okay to introduce this now. Okay, it's okay to introduce this now. It's not like one day we wake up and everything's okay. So what is that walking toe in the line of now we can talk about aliens, now we can introduce horror, now we can introduce a bigger intergalactic thing? How do you navigate that?
That is the great question, and it's a question that really, I had so many years of experience teaching as a professor before I had kids, but it's really a question that I answer and I think about as a parent first and foremost. And I think really it is an individual question for families, for parents, for caregivers. That they know their kids better than anybody, and each kid is different. I, like you, had this kind of primal trauma of, in my case, it was Halloween 2, but watching something I wasn't supposed to watch. And if my parents had seen me do it, they would have been like, you know what, this is just not, you're not ready for this. And they would have been right. But of course I snuck down the hall because the people who we were visiting at HBO, and that was the problem. But they were very happy to let me read a wide variety of things. Because they felt that I could handle it, and I think they were pretty right about that. So I really do think it is something sort of between sort of individual families to kind of make those judgments, see how their kids are growing. That said, I think this book is pretty family friendly for what it's worth. But and the little kids who have read it, 8 years old, 9 years old, 10 years old, seem to say like it's an appropriate kind of scare. But your mileage may vary. Everyone's mileage may vary.
Well,
Gotcha.
there's a certain level of, and this is something, by the way, Jeremy's also written a marvelous book of the history of American horror. From a standpoint, this is where it gets crazy, Jeremy, is the fact that, like I said, Lindsay talked about the idea of when is it an acceptable time to start introducing kids to this kind of stuff. But the other question is, how do you keep it straight? Because this book is written beautifully. It is written for the age that it claims to be written for. It is clean, accessible, clever, without being, there are some books that are written for kids that are actually written for adults. This book is actually written for kids while being able to be enjoyed by adults. That's a very different thing, as you know. Do you ever catch yourself when you're working going like, do not drift into academic mode, do not drift into academic mode, don't drift into high literary mode, stay with the kids, stay with the 8 to 11-year-old you're actually talking to, keep the story at their level without dumbing it down, and at the same time without dumbing it down? How do you do it?
Well, first of all, Jimmy, thank you so much for those really kind words. And you really, put your finger on it, which was, this in some ways was the hardest challenge for me, not so much to not write academically, but sometimes you're writing and you find, a beautiful word that we might use, regularly in our writing, or we find, a word like, the word that's coming to mind is discomfited, right? And, that might be the perfect word to describe the particular sensation. But you say, that's not a word that a 10-year-old, and this is written from the perspective of a 10-year-old kid, he would never use that word, right? So you have to find different ways of talking in that kind of way. That and that was the biggest challenge for me, actually, was to kind of, make it smooth in that sort of way. And I do want to get back, you've articulated really well, also something to get back to something that Lindsay was saying, that, kids are full of fear, right? They're very afraid, and you understand why. They're afraid of everything. They don't know the world. They can't survive on their own in the world. They rely on these big people who love them usually, but who knows what's going to happen to them. And so, one of the things that fairy tales have done, that our stories always do, is provide them with a chance to kind of take those fears for a walk, in a kind of controlled environment, and then sort of at the end say, well, this is a story, it ends well, things are okay, and you can put the book down and go somewhere, go to sleep. And I'm reading the book now to my 7-year-old daughter at bedtime, and she, with the cliffhangers that are in the book, she sort of says, "Is it going to be all right?" And I'm like, "It's going to be all right." And then that's all she needs. And that's what she needs. And that there's something very valuable about that introduction to fear in a kind of comforting way.
I think that's great because I'm going to read this book to my daughter, who's also almost 7. So let's have a play date. But I think that I'm curious your take on if kids actually handle fear better than adults. This is way more than the book, but maybe why this book is also a great introduction, because you can do that. You can say to a child, "Oh no, it's fine." My daughter will say, "Is this real or it's fake?" I'm like, "Oh, it's fake. It's fine." She'll be like, "Okay, cool." Like you just said, you can't say that to an adult. As adults, children haven't been taught to suppress fear yet. And do you think that's maybe a reason? Because I can tell an adult, I can tell all my neurotic friends, self included, I'm like, everything's okay. And they'll be like, no, it's not. You're wrong. And so is that why maybe kids can feel better because they haven't been taught to suppress fear yet?
Yeah, and I think that, certainly it sounds like in your case, Lindsay, and I'm sure, that they have someone who they trust so powerfully and implicitly to tell them that it's okay. But also who is honest with them about the fact that there are things to be afraid of, which they know. And as you say, they're not taught to suppress, and that's very honest about that. I think that, in the book, they understand, the aliens from have always been a kind of metaphor for things that are beyond your control. Right. And there's a way in which by them asking and then being able to ask and them getting an answer from you and then taking that answer, they're able in their own small ways, I think, to kind of exercise some control, even if it's over only their own emotions. And I think that's a really powerful thing for them.
The other balancing act, along with not using words that might actually not kind of fit the rhythm of the way kids think and act and play. The other thing is Lindsay talked about being traumatized. You did as well. Halloween 2, Nightmare on Elm Street. For me, it was my dad taking me to go see Alien when it opened. Wow. I'm telling you.
How old were you?
9.
Wow. Okay.
All right. I'm not trying to question your dad's parenting skill, but maybe.
No, and I insisted on going because my older brother was getting to go because he was 11, and I insisted on it. And therein lies the party. Me getting to be in despondent despair when Tom Skerritt got killed. What I'm kind of getting at here.
Spoiler alert.
Yeah, if you haven't seen it yet, too bad.
It's too late.
But my question for you is: so along with the balancing act of writing to their not their level, but to a way that's most accessible to them. The other flip side of it too is like they're scary, and then they're scary because the comp I thought about, I started laughing because at one point I started imagining your central character as looking like a mini version of Roddy Piper because I kept saying, "Oh my God, it's like a kid version of They Live." Except the glasses only work for him, and that's the other thing is, okay, you can't talk about people getting their faces eaten off. So what can you do here to make sure that it's good and scary without crossing the line?
Yeah, and that was you're again, you're really putting your finger on it. That was a very important and complicated question for me to think about. It's like there's graphic aspect that you're talking about, the alien, right, is, the chest bursting, right, and the faces torn off or something like that. You don't really want to have any of that kind of gore kind of thing, right? And, you want to almost have it of the level of 10-year-old grossness, right? So there are points where, it's like I'm talking to my 7-year-old and saying, there's a point in the book where they're like, well, maybe we have to just cut off one of your ears and serve it to one of the aliens, right? And you're like, you say to your 7-year-old daughter, what do you think? Should we take one of your ears? And they're like, oh, that's gross, but it's also silly and it's kind of fun, and there's that level of cartoonishness that I think is capable. But at the same time, the book, I hope, sort of articulates that these are real stakes. This is not a kid who has superpowers or anything like that. He's a normal kid that is sort of thrust into this situation that's a little bit that's much too big and sort of out of his control and scary, and he's just trying his best to get through it, and sometimes he makes some mistakes, and that's sort of what we all are, but especially little people.
Well, with say American Scary, you've written about the history of horror and American Scary, which I just started diving into, by the way, and encourage everybody to read that as well. Because Jim's always trying to school me on horror. It's never been my thing. I'm coming around to it because it's his thing. And I don't think it'll ever fully be my thing, but I'm open to the story. As a songwriter, I love the storytelling aspect of it. So I'm curious, you obviously know the genre deeply. So I'm curious what the to you what the best horror stories, whether it's adults or kids, what they have in common.
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, I think what the best horror stories do is that they take something deeply universal and they clothe it in the resonantly specific, for lack of a better phrase. Is that they, we all understand the way that, as you know, because you're reading, and Jimmy, you've read this nonfiction book that I wrote, is that they take, there are these broad kind of categories of horror, big things out there, and the person right next door. And we can all kind of understand that those things are very terrifying, right? There's something that's totally beyond our control, and too big for us almost to get a hand on, like big aliens, right? Or there's something like that the person next door might be not who you think they are, or even, God forbid, right, the person in your house, right? And that's really terrifying, right? And in some ways, in Press One, I tried to combine them both, right? The crossing guard is not who you think, it is, right? It's somebody terrifying, right? But that kind of thing of saying, well, here are these big sort of abstract fears that we all have, clothed in something that really feels right in your bailiwick. That's something that I think characterizes all the best works of horror that I can think of.
The other thing that is lovely about the book, and it's weird to use the term lovely in a book called Press One for Invasion.
Irony at its finest.
I'll take it.
But one of the things that's really lovely is there are value lessons for children inside of it too. The great and practical. I don't mean this sort of like soaring sort of, existentialist theory on the meaning of life, but literally like be nice to the people who work behind the cafeteria counters. There's a lovely passage in it that actually is plot driven, that sets up something that ends up saving him. Be decent to the people who actually, do most of the cooking and cleaning around your school, because that may pay off for you, but do it because you're a good person. And so that's the other kind of balancing act in a book like this, is that you want to give people a book that has values. It doesn't mean those values have to be a specific ideology or anything like that, but you want to make sure that kids understand that good behavior, genuinely good behavior, as opposed to just following the rules, which sometimes is a really bad idea, is something that kids should strive towards. And the idea of being nice to everyone, to not putting anybody in a pigeonhole, is one of the themes in this book, right?
I'm really glad you said that, because that to me is, in this case literally, but I think in our case literally too, it's world saving, right? I mean, if you really are able to articulate, we're able to raise our kids with just treating everybody with decency and respect, I think that's a great world that I want to live in, and I want for my kids. And it's what we, I'm sure you guys do, is what we try and sort of instill, in our kids. On a day-to-day basis, and I'm glad that you feel that lesson gets through in the book, because as you say, it really is. If there's a takeaway, right? It's not what precise age should a kid get a phone or not get a phone, right? Or watch out to make sure your lunch lady is not an extraterrestrial, right? It's exactly what you're saying. So yes, absolutely.
From a storytelling perspective, for you. Because as I said at the top of the show, you come across to me, and now even more so after having talked to you, as this really balanced, like you're the kind of professor I might go back to school for, because I'm like, he's equal parts brains and human. But as someone who teaches college students and writes for middle graders and has a kid of your own, do you approach those audiences? I mean, I'm sure you do, but audiences differently, or is great storytelling, would you say, the same at any age?
Yeah, that's a really interesting way of putting it. I think that one of the things that I try and push for both audiences, and certainly I do in my college courses, right, is that, to resist kind of very simple, I might use the word for the college students, monocausal, which I certainly wouldn't use in a middle grade setting. Right, but very simple explanations, and to do what, again, I wouldn't quite use this phrase for middle grade, but is what Jimmy was talking about, an ethos of charity towards texts, towards thinkers, towards earlier materials, towards earlier kind of situations. And it's very easy, I think, and I remember this from being 18 to 21 myself, to say, oh, well, I understand what's going on, and I'm going to be dismissive of X, Y, or Z, right? And my feeling is to try and instill in the students, like the same way we were saying, a sense of, well, let's take a step back. Let's look at this. Let's look at all of the different circumstances that might have gone into this. Let's just acknowledge how complicated, all of these things are. And then, there's an old phrase, I think it's from the Enlightenment, to understand all is to forgive all. And that's not the philosophy I subscribe to necessarily. But to understand all is a really important step in thinking about what it is that we choose to explain and explain away. So that kind of complexity, I think, really does work, and it's the kind of lessons that as parents we all teach. When someone says, my 7-year-old comes back and says to us at dinner, "Oh, person X, kid X was mean to me at the playground." We don't just say, "Well, that person is awful." We try and use it as a kind of opportunity to say, well, what was going on? What was the story? What happened? There's always more of a story, as I don't need to tell you guys, than that simple one thing. And that kind of thing really cuts across age lines.
One of the other things that I loved about the book is what I call the stirrings of, am I interested in a girl? The idea, am I interested in a boy? Not really understanding those feelings and not being actually chemically equipped to understand those feelings either. And one of the difficulties about putting people in that great middle swath, the adults of childhood, is the fact that you're having to simultaneously write kids who are very sophisticated adults while remembering that they're kids. And while kids have incredible depth, they don't have any understanding of what's there. And so they're unable to articulate it, and the idea that it's like, do you write, and this is a technical question, so you're writing plot-wise horizontally, but you're writing emotions vertically. Do you map that out, Jeremy? Do you say, like, okay, so I got to keep the plot going here, can't lose the thread, but I've got to actually give a little bit of the inner life of this human being? How do you outline a book like this, which I can imagine is probably different than something that is more kind of in lines of adult fiction?
Yeah, it's a great technical question, I was doing an event with a wonderful middle grade novel and a wonderful human being, a guy named James Ponte, who writes these novels called the Sherlock Society. Really wonderful writer, and he was describing that there are two kinds of writers. One who basically, he had a better phrasing for it, but one who outlines first. And then one who's like a pants writer who writes by the seat of their pants. And I apparently am more of the seat of a pants writer. I was just like, I'm going to sort of follow these people around in my mind movie and see what happens to them. And in some sense, that provides, at least for me, a kind of freshness of, okay, what's happening next? How are they going to react to this? How are they, and so this relationship between, as you say, sort of this 10-year-old boy and a 10-year-old girl, who I guess it's fair to say, like you're saying, he kind of has a crush on, but doesn't really know what that means or how to articulate it. That kind of developed sort of organically over the course of the story. And I just kind of tried to.
You noticed it. You noticed it.
I noticed it. Yeah. I mean, I kind of knew that, like, I was like, well, he wants a phone. Well, why does he want a phone? Well, he wants a phone also, there's a girl he kind of likes. And then it grew from there. I do think that writing, at least for me, writing for, a 10-year-old or writing about a 10-year-old is kind of like looking at your own past through a head cold. Like, you kind of remember, but you don't really. And all of our, and you were alluding to this earlier, Lindsay, all of our feelings are kind of more ossified and complicated and this is not a word, but neuroticized.
That is now.
It is now, right? Than the 10-year-olds. But I do think that, there are some things that, at least for me, shine through sort of clear and bright. And I remember sort of having these feelings for, like, little 10-year-old girls when I was 10 years old, in my grade, and just being like, all I want to do is, like, hold their hand. That's what I want. And just trying to recapture some version of that. And it helps that I have a 10-year-old who, is just like, I'm not interested in any of this at this point at all. And I'm like, oh, just wait, things will change.
And it comes all of a sudden,
20.
and you're like going, I have no idea what this means. And it's literally the most confusing thing in the world. And it's captured really beautifully, by the way, guys, in this book. Press 1 for Invasion. It's available everywhere books are sold. Jeremy, really quickly, give people your socials, where they can find you and find out more about this book, because we got to shuffle off this radio coil.
I am Jeremy Dauber at X, at Twitter and Blue Sky. And I am, you can check out my website, jeremydauber.com, and Press 1 for Invasion. The book is available wherever books are sold.
Wherever you get your books, you can be invaded. You're being invaded by his book wherever you get your books. What, Jeremy, before we lose you, what's the one book or movie that first made you fall in love with being scared?
I've got to say, like I said earlier, I did not really want to watch after Halloween 2, any of these horror movies. But, there's a classic answer, but it's a classic for a reason. I was the right age for kind of the golden age of Stephen King. And I just read all of these books as a kid. Probably still a little too young, but just fell in love with them and remain so to this day.
If I never read The Trip Through the Holland Tunnel again from The Stand, it will be too soon. Thank you so much, Jeremy. Happy Halloween to you, my friend. Thank you for making the time in your busy schedule.
Hey, happy Halloween to you both for just an amazing conversation. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you. Hope to have him back. Y'all, it's been Road Gang Radio. Coming up next is a replay of last week's We Should Write with New York Times bestselling author Sarah McCoy. And then right after that, it'll be a new live episode of We Should Write with Autumn McIntyre. Yes, she's Reba McEntire's niece, but that's not what makes her cool. What makes her cool is that she's a really good human, really good songwriter. And we're gonna dive deep. Like that's something different, Jim.
He's so excited. Great podcast. Great host. Great guests.
It's Road Gang Radio. Y'all get home safe, but don't leave us. We're still here.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
Hey drivers, are you hauling for a carrier that wants to help Reefs Across America keep moving forward but just doesn't know how? Well, you've come to the right place. RadioNemo has pushed in our chips all the way with our friends at Reefs Across America, and your carrier should too. So tell your company to answer the Reefs Challenge and join us to reach 50 states and 5,000 locations. Join the ride, join the mission, and help Reefs Across America keep moving forward.
Answer the Reefs Challenge at reefsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo. That's reefsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values. In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Well, hey there, it's Lindsay Lawler, y'all, and welcome to We Should Write, a show about the healing power of writing. I'm your host, Lindsay Lawler. I'm a songwriter, a performer, and a longtime radio voice. I'm also a storyteller and a proud advocate for the incredible men and women of the trucking industry. And let me tell you, they've got stories. Okay, so We Should Write is where sarcasm meets soul. It's equal parts vulnerability and absurdity. We talk to songwriters, authors, and creatives of all kinds about how putting pen to paper help them heal, grow, and work their stuff out. Because let's be honest, writing is cheaper than therapy and way more, dare I say, honest. So take a breath. Now, let's get it out. Let's get into it because we should write, right? Right. We should write. And by the way, for my guests who I am about to introduce, when I say we should write, you say, right?
Right. Of course.
Yeah, okay. Not everyone gets it. And so we do a quick teaching method so I don't throw you off later. But welcome back to We Should Write. This is episode 1 million. It feels like that. I'm just happy that we're still on the air. No one has pulled us yet. So it's a great day to be alive. And my guest today, I'm really thrilled to bring on someone whose work I've just entered. And I'm going to talk to you about what I mean when I say that. And now I feel like I get to walk alongside. It's Sarah McCoy. Mm-hmm. She's a New York Times and USA Today and international best-selling author with books including Whatever Happened to Lori Lovely, My Current Obsession, Mystique Island, Marilla of Green Gables, The Mapmaker's Children, The Baker's Daughter, The Time It Snowed in Puerto Rico, and the list goes on and on and on. And we don't know each other. We have, this is our first time like seeing each other when I'm getting to see your face in the live, in the reels, not just on social media or hearing your voice on the other end of the line. But I feel this magic of two writers about to become friends, diving into stories, asking bold questions and, walking into each other's creative worlds. And I'm especially eager because Sarah comes from a perspective very different from mine, writing fiction, building characters and embedding those spiritual and emotional currents into these imagined lives. And so I want us to talk about how much of that life beneath your skin actually leaks into your fiction, whether you realize it or not. So please make welcome to the show my new friend, soon to be yours, Sarah McCoy. Good afternoon, friend.
Oh, Lindsay, I'm so excited to be here and everything. First off, thank you for that introduction. That was incredible. And it just goes to show that you are such a cheerleader for other writers out there, which is an incredibly important thing for our community and for the growth of each other. And for young writers who are listening to this, who might have a dream in their head of maybe I could do it, but I don't know how, and I'm all alone. And yes, you should write.
Right.
We should all write. So I hope this is something that encourages everyone out there listening to jump into it, do it, put pen to paper, live your dream, even if it's in an hour of time that you have in your spare time, just to start somewhere. But I am thrilled to be here because you get me, girl. I mean, from the minute we connected, I thought, and that was on a RadioNemo quick spot that I did live on the radio show, and I thought, this one, she gets it. She gets that tie to the spirit, like you said in the intro, to the spiritual and the reality and the physical and the manifestation and all of that. She gets how writing is every bit as human as the tangible flesh and blood of us. So thank you. Thank you for being my kindred spirit and for getting it and for having me on this program. And I'm thrilled to be here to talk about anything you want to ask me.
Well, there's a lot.
It's a little scary.
Well, because I say, Sarah, we're not trying to encourage people to become professional songwriters or authors. If that happens as a byproduct, beautiful. But it's more about getting stuff out. And I had a truck driver just message me something very powerful that he wrote. And he's like, your show has encouraged me to start writing and get my stuff out. I'm like, boom, done. Sold. Our job here is done. So that is the point. And I mean, I'm kind of hoping you might unlock something today that you didn't even know about yourself through your writing. So let's see what happens. We're going to start, Sarah. I always like to start the show, if I remember, if we haven't gone too far off the rails before I get to it, with a deep breath, because it helps. Just a little grounding moment helps before we become squirrels and here run off the rails. So on the count of three, everybody listening out there, if you're in your truck, if you're behind your desk, if you're on a walk, wherever you are, just take a minute to take a deep breath. We'll count. We'll breathe together on three. Ready, friends? 1, 2, 3. Oh, it's so basic, but good Lord, I need those moments. So, Sarah, in this moment, after our breath, I like to kick off the show and ask, what is Sarah McCoy in this moment grateful for right now in your life, in this moment of time?
In this exact second of time, I am grateful that it is October. I love this month. There is something magical about the season of change for me. And sometimes I think that we get so deep down into our own ambitions of what we want to get accomplished in a season, in a day, in an hour. We become these sort of robots of productivity. At least my generation, I feel like we become that way. Like if we're not doing something and producing something and checking a box off of our list of to-dos, then we're lazy or we should be ashamed. And so for some reason though, October is a month for me where it's a shifting, and it reminds me that everything is continually in flux. So stop for a minute, take it all in, because the green leaves and the yellow and the red, in a few weeks, they're going to start falling and it's going to be gone, and that beauty is going to be changed into something else. And so just be present in this particular moment and be thankful that you are alive to see this gorgeous season of change. And I feel like a lot of listeners out there, I mean, that's something so simple that you can just look out your window and breathe in the moment like we just did together and say all these things that are around me, the earth, the colors, the trees, the animals, everything, the people. Thank God for them. Thank God for that, and let's be present and be grateful for that. So that's what I'm present and grateful for.
Beautiful. That's beautiful. I got chills during that. That's beautiful. And you're right. October is a shift. It's like it's before the holidays have started, and it's the changing of the guard. It's a real. I mention a lot. One of my favorite quotes I ever heard, Sarah, was from Norman Lear. He was on NPR ages ago, and she said to him, Norman's in his probably 90s now, or whatever. And she's one of the most successful producers of TV of all time. And she said to him, "What, Norman, can you say is your definition of a success, or what has been your recipe, so to speak?" And he said, "Well, I can sum it up in 2 words: over and next. And if you put a hammock in between the two, then you're really living." So I feel like October is maybe the hammock. October is a hammock. It's like summer is over, kids are going back to school. We're getting back it's a time to really breathe before it gets crazy again, before holidays. And then, so you're right. Thank you for that reminder.
That's exactly it. And just to jump real fast back to what you just said about it being a hammock, I love that so much, Lindsay, because one of the big themes in Whatever Happened to Lori Lovely, and it came from actually a visit that I had with Mother Dolores Hart up at her abbey, is, I know we're getting into that and I'm jumping ahead, but she said one of the last things that she wrote, I asked her to sign the memoir that she penned called Ear of the Heart for me. And she signed it, all this beautiful inscription, a message to me. And then at the end, she said, a beginning. And we talked about that, and that every end is not an end. It's actually the beginning of something else. Yeah. And so when you think that the beginning is ending, it's actually the beginning of the middle. And when you're in the middle and you think it's coming to the end, it's actually the beginning of an ending that is then the beginning of something else. Like, it's continually changing. And so it reminds me of what you said about life and our moments in it, and the present is just a hammock between 2 beginnings.
That's
so
great.
We should think of it that way. Yeah.
That's great. Everything is temporary, but it means it's leading to something else. Again, I love that. Well, and I have to tell you, I don't normally say what my gratitude is in the moment. I normally just ask the guests. But in this day, I'm going to tell you mine because it has to do with you. Your book, Whatever Happened to Lori Lovely, is a real moment for me because your book gave me back the gift of fiction. I hadn't had it in a long time. It also, by the way, changed my priorities and any misconceptions about fame at a gross level. We'll talk about that later. But your book gave me back the gift of fiction. I've been reading I've really been into biographies, and I don't want to say self-help, but self-development or people's perspectives on things, nonfiction. I'm obsessed with documentaries. And
me too.
I read Laurie Lovely because you were going to be coming on the show, and I was like, oh my gosh. It's based on a real person, so I think that it was a good gateway drug for me back into fiction because it's based on real, but fiction based on reality. And so I think that was really cool. But I just want to let you know that because I'm like, I need to, it's given me, helping me get some joy back in my life too. Like I've got to make believe a little more, not be so... I've done a lot of work on myself. We're cool. Like the reality can take a pause for a minute, and it's time to get back to color and creativity. So
embrace playing and make believe and all the things that also is a way for you to spark a new beginning in yourself of just creativity, of just going into a place that you haven't been before and dreaming a little and exploring. And I love that. That means so much to me. And I also am obsessed with biographies and memoirs, and I gobble them. I just love them. I watch them on TV, every docufilm that is ever, I'm in. All the new ones that come out, I'm in. And then I listen to them on audiobook. Like, that is just my fodder. So I think that's what leads me to write a lot of what they call biofiction, which is fiction that is inspired by or loosely based by real people. So, and that's something, my grandpa is 95 years old, and he's still with me, thank God. Amazing. And he's Puerto Rican, and he still lives on the island on our finca, our farm, and he doesn't understand so much. He understands it like logically, but he doesn't understand the concept of historical fiction because it's a paradox. And once he said that, I thought, you're so brilliant and so right, Grandpa, because he's like, well, history is real and fiction is not real, so how can it be historical fiction? And I once he said it, I was like, that probably does confuse a lot of very literal people. But that's what I do. I do sort of this hybrid of taking what we know is reality and saying, sure, we know the facts, but do we feel the facts? Do we feel the people? Do we have an innate understanding of what it felt like to be super famous and to feel still like you're not fulfilled, and now what? Where do I go from here? But even though we know the facts of celebrities, that they are number one in this and rich and all that. So what does it feel like to live these lives? I think that's what makes historical fiction unique. And I also think that that's its power. So,
well, let's be honest. A lot of history, quite frankly, from what we know now, some of it is fiction because it's just based on people's memories. Who's telling it right? Who's telling it? There's three sides to every story. How do I know that what you told me about fiction is actually what happened? I wasn't there. How do I know that happened? So it's based on memory, and that's even your, Dolores, Sister Dolores, and Lori Lovely, Lucy Hickey in this book. It's what is maybe her memories are incorrect because she went through a terrible, horrible time, and we tend to. Was it that bad? Maybe it wasn't that bad. Maybe it was good. Who knows? Who knows? And that's what's fascinating to me about the retell. It's like the game of telephone, of course. So before I lose it, too, the other side of the gratitude coin is if you're going to write in your journal right now, Sarah McCoy, on We Should Write, a show about the healing power of writing, what would you write down that is heavy on you right now?
Oh, wow. There's so much in the world that's heavy.
Sure.
Right? There's so much. Oh, you know what? For me right now, I don't think I would write down any of it that's heavy. And I'll tell you why. I think that for me, this is just me. And this is kind of a therapy show, too, about writing things. Like, I know a lot of people writing things out gets it out of them. They feel, and I know, and I've done that in the past, where writing it out gets it out of me. I feel better. I feel like I've cleansed myself. I've released this from myself. For me, writing is so connected to who I am and the present moment and my psyche and all these things, that when I write things, I'm reliving them in that moment. And I am feeling all the emotions. And I'm a very sensitive person, I guess my husband would say, in that I can't shirk off emotions. Like once someone hurts my feelings at 10 a.m., my feelings, even though I'm like, oh, I'm fine, I'll get over it, my feelings are hurt at 8 p.m. still. I'm still like bruised from that, whatever happened. So for me, writing or even telling someone about things that are super heavy on me, I am then reliving them. I am then feeling all those angst and anger and rage or whatever it is all over again. And then I carry them with me for the rest of the day. And so it's not healthy for me. And she had a trick. And I don't want to call
writers. It makes the best writers, unfortunately.
I have terrible insomnia. And I don't want to call it a trick because that cheapens it. But when I would show up at her side of the bed, I'm sure you know this, with your daughter.
Yeah.
I show up at her side of the bed and at 3 a.m. and I'd say, Mom, I can't sleep and I can't stop thinking about it. And she'd say, okay, whenever this happens, I want you to stop. I want you to pray. And when you pray, it's like putting your thought and your idea into a balloon and sending it up to heaven, and then you need to let the angels and God take care of it. And it's not yours anymore, so you let it go. And even as a very young child, I remember thinking,
visual.
So beautiful. And it always worked, Lindsay. I would send my prayer up in a balloon, and I would go to sleep. And it was so wonderful to me. And so even now, I do that. When I have something really, truly heavy on my spirit, I pray. And I send it up in a, manifestation or whatever you want, that whatever this is would resolve itself. And I let it go. And I let it be. I let the universe have its way with it. And so that's what I do. And that's actually what led me to the very kind of spark of this book, Whatever Happened to Lori Lovely, is that I saw Dolores Hart in the film Whatever Happened. Oh, sorry, now I'm saying my own title. I saw Dolores Hart in Where the Boys Are, that film from 1960.
Where the boys are.
Oh my gosh, I keep forgetting you're this incredible singer. Now I want you to go and sing all the films. Oh my goodness. I would love to sit down with you and have a TCM watch party and just have you sing all the films we watch, all their
no, you don't. My husband can tell you don't want that.
Oh, it would be incredible.
Like she does it all the time.
Well, I saw this film and I absolutely loved her in it, and I couldn't get her off my mind when the host, Ben Maximowitz, right? He came on at the end. He's the host of all these Turner Classic Movie shows, and he said, you just saw this film, Where the Boys Are, starring Dolores Hart, and she was Elvis's first on-screen kiss, and she was rumored to have a romance with him outside of the filming. And soon after making this particular film, she, at 22, left Hollywood altogether and joined a Benedictine abbey in Connecticut and has been there ever since. And mic drop. And so I couldn't stop thinking about her. I was having one of these moments where it wasn't negatively heavy on my heart, but she was heavy on my heart, as you said. She was there, and I didn't journal. I journaled out a lot of ideas, but I just was obsessing, and I was Googling, and I was up till 2 a.m. Googling everything about her, and I couldn't sleep, and it was about almost 2 weeks of this going on, where I just was obsessive. And so I did something kind of similar, only I didn't put it into a prayer balloon and send it. Impacted me in 2016 at the time it was. And even though it's been decades since you left the public milieu altogether, you are still having an effect. Your art is still having a power on people. And I just want to say thank you, and I appreciate you, and you're not forgotten. And
who doesn't want to hear that?
Exactly. Exactly. Everyone, no matter if you, I mean, I know I want that to be my legacy when I'm long gone, is for generations after me to remember me and to have this sort of impact by the work that I did when I was here on Earth. And I know you feel the same way about your, everything that you have put out into the world creatively. And I think everyone to some degree wants that. They want to be remembered for what they brought. And so I sent this letter to the Abbey at just the address I found online in a town called Bethlehem, by the way. It's a real place.
A town called Bethlehem.
That's right. And a nun in Bethlehem. I sent it there, and
how
she wrote
cliche.
me. I thought, you know what? At the time, I thought, no one is going to believe this. This is like sending a letter to Santa Claus at the North Pole. Like, I'm never going to hear back from her, just like I never heard back from Santa. And this is just, I'm going to send it, and this is my way of releasing it to the universe, and then I'll be able to sleep and move on, right? That's kind of the trick. Sure. Yeah. And then I went out to the mailbox about a week and a half later, and she wrote me back. And that's what started.
A handwritten letter, mind you. Again, everybody let that sink in.
And that's what has started now a decade-long pen pal relationship with an incredible woman who has changed my life in so many private ways that I could never put into words here, but has, including this book.
It's a powerful book, and it's a reminder that, by the way, I realized whatever is going on with our technology, I can mute myself and you can still hear me. So that was so rude that I was coughing in the mic. I just want to be, so you guys know this is clearly live. We don't edit things, so my apologies. I will keep the coughing inside now. Okay.
No, anyway. Lindsay, you're sick. Lindsay is getting better. She is allowed to cough because that is a sign that her body is saying, yeah, baby, I'm fighting back and I'm here. So I love it. This is live.
It's like rude over here hacking.
No one could ever say that we aren't authentic. I mean, come on. We're coughing. We're talking. This is all part of growth.
Authentic as it gets, baby.
That's all right.
But point to your point there. You don't know if you don't ask. Like, for anybody listening right now that's like, I wonder if I could do that thing. I wonder if that person would respond. Well, listen, if they don't, they don't. But if they do, like, this is so silly, but I have a tattoo right here, Sarah, that says on my I'm trying to see if I okay here.
Oh, now you guys can't do this, but I'm actually undressing Lindsay. I can see her, and you can't. She is undressing to show me her tattoo. I love it.
See that one there?
Oh my gosh,
so
guys, it's on her arm.
What is this? My bicep. So it says Nayukpa, which means to be happy in Choctaw. I am Choctaw, Native American.
Stop it! Did you know? No.
What?
I'm Cherokee Choctaw. 116.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my God.
If you and I had a baby together, they'd be very Choctaw.
Oh, wow. Wait, so what's the, this is a whole nother thing we could go down.
It's a whole nother thing. But to close this thought, it means to be happy, which, like, whenever I like make a wish or whatever, I'm like, just to be happy. Or when I see 1111, I'll just remind myself to be happy. And Nayukpa, that's what it means in Choctaw. And then I thought, well, wouldn't it be even cooler if I had it in the chief of the Choctaw tribe's handwriting? So I called 1-800-CHOCTAW. That's not the phone number. I called Choctaw, and I was like, hey, I'm a card-carrying member. Can I speak with the chief? And they put me through. I got as an assistant, and within 24 hours, he had written me back Nayukpa and his handwriting for the tattoo on my body. My point in telling that story, Sarah's point in telling that story, is if there's something that you want, big or small, a connection, just reach out. And I think that's the one beauty, actually, of social media. One of the biggest beauties. There's a lot of yucky, but is that we can connect with people that we thought were so, like, far away, or we'd never even know how would I even reach them. That's how you and I connected.
Oh my gosh.
On Instagram.
I've got chills right now because I can't believe, I feel like off camera we have so much to talk about now because, wow, I can't believe that you are Choctaw. I have so many questions right now, and that tattoo is gorgeous, and I absolutely believe in the message of it, and the fact that you have it. So many things right now are lining in my head of just universal as we said before we started, woo-woo. Stars
Well,
aligning.
Sarah, we should write.
We should write, right?
Right. There you go. Maybe you'll inspire me to write a book and I'll inspire you to write a song.
Oh my God. Well, I can't sing to save
You don't
my
have to
life,
sing
so I
it.
don't know
I'll
how.
sing it. I'll write it with you and I'll sing it. How about
Oh my
It's-
gosh.
yeah.
That would be so much fun.
There's a
I mean,
lot of
I'm
songwriters
serious.
that-
I would
Well, listen, it's a
love
different challenge. It's a different challenge writing 3 minutes versus 300 pages. It's two very different things. So,
No, I
it's a
imagine
3-minute
so.
story, short story. Anyway, more on that later. Okay, so I want to talk about Little Sarah. You have a passage you're going to read to us. I'm going to set this up, and then we're going to take a break here in a minute. But we've got about 2 minutes before we go to a break. I want to talk about Little Sarah. What did writing mean to you as a kid, if you did in fact write as a child? Did writing help you feel seen or safe? Do you remember that, or would you have known that at the time? Let me say.
Oh yes, writing and reading have been an incredibly nurturing part of my entire life. I am lucky enough to have been raised by a career school teacher. So she was almost a 40-year career school teacher, my mom. And reading and writing was essential to our household, particularly because I was also an Army brat. My dad went to West Point, and then, if anyone knows about that life, then you are moving every 2 to 3 years for your whole life. And so for me, writing was a way to feel grounded somewhere. I always had sort of a little diary I kept that almost to say, okay, I'm living here. And I named my diary Penny. And so in an odd way, she was my friend that never left me, no matter where I left and no matter where I moved and went.
Your
always
diary
had
a
this,
name. I've never heard that. That's very sweet.
Yeah, it's sweet, but
it's like talking to a friend then.
It was like talking to a friend, and
I can't
it's
talk
sweet.
back.
It's a little it could be seen a little, psychosis, just a little bit. If you're like, I can imagine my mom, and she was a little concerned when, all I want to do is talk to my Penny in my room and write things. And I was very introverted, and so making friends was hard for me, and moving all the time was hard for me. I was heartbroken every time we moved. So I think that books, those characters became my safe place. They became my friends that came with me. My writing, Penny, in my diary journal became my safe place and my friend that never left me. And I think I was always looking, too, to be wholly, unconditionally loved and embraced without having to try to prove myself over and over again to a new set of people who were just getting to know me. I think that was difficult for me. So all these things, yes, Little Sarah was definitely on top of that, I was a dreamer. I was that girl who was staring out the window and the teacher would say, "Get your head out of the clouds. We're doing math class." And I was like, oh my God, I don't want to do numbers. I want to stare out the window and dream about what birds are talking about on that faraway tree out there,
Yeah.
So I definitely was.
We are talking with Sarah McCoy, a writer, a dreamer, a Choctaw, a friend, somebody who is opening doors, windows to worlds for all of us, including herself. We're going to take a quick break, but I want to leave you with this quote from the book. I wrote down, there's so many lines in the book, which is funny when you write down lines out of fiction that stand out, when it's not like, oh, that was a nugget of truth. There were so many nuggets of truth in here from a fictional perspective that I think was great, but there's a line in it to go back to us saying that, is history true? We don't even know. The line is, "Who's to say I won't lie? Memory is made of human stuff. Nobody remembers the very beginning of their own beginning. We're all basically making up stuff from what we've been told." It's We Should Write. It's a show about the healing power of writing. My guest is the beautiful Sarah McCoy. We'll be right back. We're going to read a passage that she just found out recently maybe is unlocking a little key to her own childhood. We'll be right back.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the Chicken Parm Stack, the Big Country Combo, or the Ultimate Smash Melt. The Ultimate Smash Melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers. Welcome back to We Should Write with Lindsay Lawler, a show about the healing power of writing. Let's dive back in, shall we? Because we should write, right?
Hey, Sarah, we should write.
Right?
There you go.
Yeah.
It's just fun to do. It's fun.
It
It's
is.
simple. It makes me happy.
Oh, gracious. I think, so I've written 7, but there's an 8th book that came out in Europe only, and it was French, and then it was in Dutch, and they translated into other languages, but at first it was a French exclusive first, so,
My goodness.
yeah. So
And that's
I would say-
counting. And counting, by the way.
And counting.
Yes,
Yes,
more to
we always want to stay in our passion. You always want to keep doing what you feel like your purpose to do. So I hope that I'm always and counting. Yes.
You're always and counting. Well, you have a passage that you're going to read for us, and before you do, I want to read another line from this book that really stood out to me as well. Almost all the lines that stood out to me were from Lori Lovely's, the character in the book, from her voice and her mouth, and it was so do you believe that love is a fact? Well, if you do, that's all you need to know of God and history. Now, when I say that all these words are from Lori Lovely, let me also remind you that these words are actually from Sarah McCoy. And that was a big thing for me when reading this that we'll dive into after you talk about this passage, because have you seen the movie Stranger Than Fiction?
No.
Stop the presses. If you don't have
Stop
plans
the presses? Okay.
Girl, the movie Stranger Than Fiction, she's there's a writer, and it's Will Ferrell he's an IRS agent, but he starts hearing voices in his head and realize it's the narrator. She's over here on the other side of the world writing a book about him over in the United States living his life, and she realizes now he can hear her, and it's changing the plot. I'm not doing it.
I haven't seen it.
Oh, I don't know.
I'm writing it down.
It's going to change your life. It'll change your life. But my point in bringing that up is because as I was reading this book, it dawned on me toward like 3/4 of the way through the book. I was like, oh my gosh, because, when we read, we're seeing a story in our head, or we're seeing a movie happening in our head. And I was like, oh, wait a minute, this isn't real. This is Sarah McCoy's mind. This is her on the other side of that pen. This is somebody that I loosely know, now feel like I'm getting to know better. And I'm like, wow, how incredible, how mind-blowing is that your words over there are somebody is like going into the book and it's becoming a part of their being. It's very powerful. That movie I venture to guess that movie will change your writing because you'll start seeing what it's doing to other people and to your characters.
Or make me incredibly paranoid. Like, even hearing you say that, I feel like vulnerable, because it really is. I'm inviting you and the reader, and all readers, into my most private sanctum that I've been living in for 3 years of writing this book. And so it is incredibly intimate. Like being writing, and since we're talking to people out there about writing and how it having a therapeutic use for their own lives, no matter what you're doing and where you are, it's like writing that down and then having it reprinted thousands of times and sent out into the world, whatever you wrote down, for everyone to read and have a subjective opinion on. Like either, I don't really feel that, or I don't, or oh, I feel that, and that's incredible, and I totally relate to that. But that is very humbling, and it's a gift. And I feel like that's something that is both a curse and a blessing of being a writer, is that now your words are out there, and you have to be cognizant, and you are responsible for those words, actually. So it makes you think about things before you write them down too. Like, what do you want to put out there, and what's the purpose of them? So,
well, yeah, two different. Think about it if you're putting it out there, but then, I also really encourage flow writing, automatic writing, because it kind of
not to be published, perhaps.
Yeah, exactly. There's is this for me? Is this for nobody? Is this for someone else?
Right.
As we work through those. So I asked you if you would prepare or pull rather a passage, something that you've written in the past, whether that was in a journal or on a bar napkin or actually in something you published, either way, something that was that moved you, that perhaps that was healing to you, and when you came back, you realized it was something that you didn't even realize perhaps in the time until a reader responded to you and said, hey, this was really moving to me. Can you share what that reader said, or what that listener or whoever it was shared with you, and then we'd love to hear the passage.
Sure. So it might be easier actually if I read the passage and then tell you what the reader said.
Yeah.
And again, and to just preface this passage, when I talk to readers at events, one of the questions I always get is, are any of the characters you? And I respond very openly that all writers, all the characters are us and not us, because they are coming through our perspective, and as you pointed out earlier, our lens and our mind and all our experiences, they're colored. Of course they are. They're colored by what we bring to the table. And it's like putting on, the old saying, putting on a pair of rose-colored glasses. It depends on what kind of colored glasses that the author has. That's the characters that come through that. And so so this is the passage I'm about to read. Do you want me to give them the page number and everything? Or
Sure. Is it from?
Okay.
Which book is it from?
It's from Whatever Happened to Lori Lovely.
Okay.
And it's near the end of the book, and it is in one of the Lou
I've got
chapters.
the book, so tell me so I can read along with you. Actually,
Page
What page?
313.
Okay.
And it's a Lou chapter, and Lou Tibbet is Lori Lovely's niece, who has come to the Abbey to interview her aunt for her history thesis, and is trying to get the true story of what made whatever truth is, right? Of what made Lori Lovely go into the Abbey. And so this is near the end, though, and it was a passage that didn't give anything away, thank God. But this is an example of how things come through me, and I didn't even realize it until later. So, page 313. Outside, the wind hints of burning pine. The last remaining orange and red foliage clings weakly to the tree tips. The clouds lumber across the sky, blocking the sun and glimmering of unborn snow. The garden is empty now, minus a little house sparrow that cocks its head side to side, trying to figure me out. I'm doing the same. It's an unsettling thing to have your narrative of reality challenged. We want to believe that we are the authors of our own stories, if nothing else. As a little girl, I'd sometimes do this thing where I'd stare into my mom's vanity mirror and think, what if you aren't really here? What if you aren't you? I'd say it over and over in my mind until the belief became palpable. The terror would mount, but I wouldn't relent. You aren't here. You aren't you. I'd mentally provoke myself to sobs, and only then would I close my eyes against the reflection. I had no logical reason for engaging in this behavior, except that it made the hours after more vibrant than the ones before. I am here. I am me, I would think during dinner or while getting ready for bed, and a swell of giddiness would wash over me. a kind of confident relief that the world was as it should be, that I was as I should be. So that's the passage.
Wow.
And then I wrote it, and I completely forgot that I wrote it. I don't even remember. I have no cognizant. I'm being dead serious, Lindsay. I don't. Okay. And then just recently, I have it right here on my screen, October 4th, so about 10 days ago now, a reader wrote me and said that she loved the book, and she said that I want to paraphrase just to keep her a little bit anonymous, and I hope she's okay with me sharing this, but she said that she loved the book and she wanted me to know how influential it was on her, because she said that as a little girl, she was adopted, and she used to look in the mirror, and she used to say, "I'm okay to be me," over and over to herself in the mirror. And she said, and I'll read this part, she said, "I knew I was adopted, but you nailed that displaced feeling of a young woman coming to terms with it and finding herself. Thank you, Sarah." And then she wrote a heart. And I'm getting emotional now because, and you are too. Exactly. And
Sarah,
I don't know why you're emotional, but, what did you say?
My daughter's adopted.
Oh my God.
And I think about that a lot. Like,
Lindsay.
Like, what is she going to look in the mirror and think one day? And she looks different than me. Her skin is different, you know?
I didn't know that.
Yeah. I have a line in a song I wrote that is, you don't have my eyes, but you'll always have my heart, something to that extent. I can't think now, but because you've thrown me. But what a powerful thing to think about, you know, to look in the mirror and not, who am I? And then all of us can identify with that of like, who am I? What am I? What am I looking at right here? What is that? Like, you know, to be able to write that down, and the fact that you don't remember writing it, and I think it rings true that you wrote it and you didn't even think about it in the moment, and you were actually pulling from something when you were a child. Did you maybe looked in your own mom's vanity, and then now all these years later it affected that woman. Now it's affecting me. It'll probably affect my daughter. Like, think of the connection and all that and how powerful that is. Again, we should write. You don't know what it's for, who it's for. It might be for you or someone else or for a lot of people. So yeah.
And you didn't know. You didn't know I was going to pull this passage. You had no idea. This is one of those kismet God moments where I feel like I'm in you all listening don't know this, but I am in a full sweat right now. My nose is running. I am like having a moment over here trying to pull myself together. And I'm just so grateful. I'm grateful to you for having this conversation right now. I'm grateful to Molly, who is, I hope she's okay with, I think when she hears this, she'll be okay, knowing what a powerful message it was. But to Molly, who wrote me this.
And Molly's my favorite name, and I couldn't name my daughter. I wanted to name my daughter Freya Molly, but I couldn't because my married name is Frawley, and she would have been Molly Frawley.
Oh,
I can't do that to her.
Oh my gosh! Well, Molly is having a moment now. She's famous, and she's she's brought all this together, and I really did do that as a child. I really did. I would stand in the mirror, and I would. I don't know why I did that either. I would just be so terrified that I wasn't real, that I wasn't like a person, that I wasn't, I don't even know. And then afterwards, I would feel such relief that I'm me, I'm real, I'm here, I'm part of this world. I am made for a purpose. God has me here, and I'm going to do big things. And again, I didn't, like you said, I didn't remember writing that down, and clearly it had a reason bigger than me, with Molly, with you, with other readers out there. And that's one of the magical elements of why we write. Not to make it all hokey and circle back to, but that's why we write, is that you never know what unconsciousness is going to come through you. I always say to myself, alone and to people who are very close to me that I feel like in my writing, I'm the conduit. It's not about me. I am the conduit to whatever needs to be, the story that needs to be put on the page, the message that needs to be put out there in the world. And I always want to be that, because if I felt like it was about me or it was about something else, there's too much pressure there then. But if I look at myself as just the conduit, then I have a purpose. And then it keeps me feeling like all I need to do is the best I can do, and everything else will work itself out. So
that's beautiful. And I love that you said, looking in the mirror saying, am I real? Am I supposed to be here? Yes, God loves me. I'm here for a reason. I think it's as simple as and I mean the universal I wouldn't be here if I wasn't supposed to be here. Period. I think we can really break that down. If anyone listening ever questions, am I good enough? What am I doing? Why am I here? Like,
yes.
If you were here, if you can hear this, you were supposed to be here, period. That, and that's a good reminder to keep going. We're going to play a quick clip of the song just so we can take a breath and have a dance party moment because we got heavy there. And this show is equal parts, and that's fine. I love that. I mean, it's always synchronicity. By the way, in case you didn't notice too, that passage you read, it talks about the leaves and the changing colors, and that's how we started the show with your gratitude moment as well.
Oh my gosh.
As Trucker Bozen people are chatting over listeners right now, and he said, this show was so synchronicity today. And I'm like, oh my gosh, yes, it is. You're right. He said, this interview is proof that everything in the universe is connected. That's what one of the listeners just said right now. So, bravissima, like Nico in the book would say. So when I asked you, this is not the song, this song threw me for a loop in a great way. I said, share a song with me that's like powerful for you that you listen to, whether when you need to be pumped up, happy, sad, whatever it is. And I won't even say what it was. And it turns out it's one of Phone Master Dre's favorite songs. And they were talking about it on the air this morning. So again, synchronicity. Sarah McCoy, clearly you're meant to be in my life and all of our listeners' life. We're talking with Sarah McCoy right now, New York Times bestselling author and my new friend. And just play a clip of this song. So we're just going to play a clip. But this is the song that you said made you that's been like running through your mind both when you were writing and out in promos right now. It makes us all happy. We'll play a clip and we'll talk about why it makes you happy. Here we go, Dre. That song about 1,012 times down on Lower Broadway at Tootsie's here in Nashville. It's a good recurring one. Sarah is happily married, by the way, so I don't think that was her. Maybe it is. I don't think that's her way of announcing that she's having an affair. But this is a safe space if you want to talk about it. No, you said that was a song that makes you happy and was running through your head through the writing process.
Yes.
Does it just make you happy, or is there something deeper about it?
I think that it very much mirrors sort of the love relationship, the playfulness, the innocence too. I know Bonnie is talking about something else, but the playfulness and the innocence of the relationship between Laura Lovely and Lucas Wesley, who is her love interest in the book. And also,
who would that have been based on in reality?
Well, it rhymes with Lucas Wesley rhymes with Elvis
Presley.
There we go. And I also think that it came out in a time when I was, and this is just personal again, but everything is personal, right? It came out in a time when I was first having early crushes on boys. I think it was like, early 90s that came out. And so that sort of innocent, like, little bit of bomb chicka bomb, little sexy going on, and you're starting to feel those feelings. And I love Bonnie Raitt as just a powerful feminist too, like a female. She embraced and I think feminist has gotten a bad definition in our.
I agree. I was gonna say.
Right. A lot of people hear that word and they wince and they're like, ooh, but that's not what I mean. I mean a woman who embraced her own power as a female and saying, I'm going to go out there in the world and I'm going to sing my music and I'm going to tell my stories and I'm not going to shirk back and I'm going to put it all out there and encourage other young women to put their stories out there. And that's what she did for me, because all of her music wasn't just a catchy beat. It was a story. It was a feeling to it. It was more than that. And so she was one of the early sort of song storytellers for me that I felt like was also just a girl boss, She was out there on the road,
like
leading
playing
her
guitar.
band, playing guitar.
This band of men that were like looking back at her like, okay. All these
I
like
just
big dudes
love
that were like,
her.
okay.
I love her. And also I love anybody with red hair too, by the way. I'm just obsessed with them. I think they are like unicorns in the world. They are magical just by being them. So, and if you know my work, I'm Anne of Green Gables obsessed, so that could have been part of it too. But so Bonnie Raitt, and then also just, let's give them something to talk about. Instead of talking about all the negative things, she says, let's talk about love. Let's talk about love. And that is so powerful to me. And it kind of goes to what we discussed earlier about how I don't like to rehash negative things in my life, because then I'm negative for a long time. So instead of rehashing negative things, let's talk about love. Let's refocus on the positive. And again, I know that this song has kind of a different, context to it, but I also think that art, one of the powerful things and the beauties of art is that it is for everyone to interpret and to use in their own life as they see fit. And so the way the artist, the author, the musician, whoever might have intended it. Look at T Swift. She just put out this new album, right? It's fantastic. But in 10, 20 years, are people going to know all the backstory of all these songs that have all these little hints in it? No, they're just going to know that it's like got a really cool beat and a cool story to it and a message.
Or they'll make it something about them. It'll be actually
Make it
way
about
more
them.
beautiful, because they'll be like,
Yes.
we can't really make it about us because we know exactly what it's about. It's actually way cooler to hear her music 20 years down the road.
Yes.
didn't
No,
know.
I totally
Yeah.
agree.
Side note,
So-
my parents are in the car listening right now. My mom loves the song Something to Talk About as well. They're listening, and say hello, by the way.
Hi, parents. I love that they're
Karen
listening.
and Dee. Dee's picking up my mom at the airport, and they're driving along listening.
Karen and Dee, thank you for making such an incredible daughter, raising her up, nurturing her, and giving her all this love you've poured into her. I appreciate it. And I now that I know your background, I'm like, I wanna meet all your people. I want to meet all your people.
Likewise, friend. Well, we're gonna have to spend more time again because we've only got a couple minutes left, which sort of blows my mind that an
know.
hour's gone by. I have 9 more shows to do with you.
We've laughed, we've cried, we've sung songs
We've
together, we've coughed. I mean,
we're getting it out. We're getting it out. Well, I want to know with our last couple of minutes left, if time and money and expectations and pressure and all that stuff, if none of that mattered, and you could spend 1 month, say, writing anything, like free of audience, free of shape and worry and deadlines, what would you write?
oh gosh, I would write. I'm a woman who actually enjoys deadlines. I know how type A is this person, but I enjoy having something I'm reaching towards. If I were just floundering in time, I would actually probably feel sad. I love having.
Would you write something sad then?
I probably wouldn't write at all because I would feel purposeless. Like I would if right now if I had a month and it said write whatever you want to write, whatever, I would be writing my next book, which I already am. So I would just continue doing what I'm already doing because I really do feel that I am blessed and I am so grateful. Talk about gratitude, to be living in my passion and to be living my purpose. There is nothing greater to me than sitting at my desk and diving into a world of make believe inspired by real things, history. That is incredibly validating and satisfying for me to do that every single day of my life. So if I had a month, I would just be doing what I'm already hopefully doing. Yeah. How about you?
Keep doing it. Oh gosh. Yeah, I don't know. I think I probably would be like you. I have this fantasy, especially of being a mom of a young child, the fantasy where I go, I just want to go to the beach and write for a month all alone. I would go crazy because I wouldn't get anything done. I'd probably just stare at the ocean for a month.
Right?
If I'm being honest.
Yeah.
So I am also like you. I don't get things done without deadlines. So maybe it's a bad question, but maybe
No. It makes
but
you
you know
wonder.
what I mean? Like, it does make you wonder. There's people that maybe it's people that don't write maybe it's because we both do it in a way for a living, have made it as a trade. I don't know. Well, I will leave you with this has been so fun. You can head over to sarahmccoy.com. She's got an H on the end of her name, guys. sarahmccoy.com. You can find all her books there, including the latest, Whatever Happened to Lori Lovely, which I am reading now. It's on Audible, right?
Yes, it's on audiobook, every different kind of wherever you want to get it, and Kindle, ebook, everything.
That's important because we have a lot of truck drivers who listen to the show, Sarah. So they spend a lot of time driving and need time to listen to stuff.
The audiobook is so wonderful. The 3 actresses who narrate it are phenomenal. So I totally encourage everyone to get that. It's good.
Please do. It's a great book. There's so many lines that stand out. There's so many there's so many lines in this world that are, I think, portals to another world.
Mm-hmm.
Like eventually we'll all have peace from this restless world. What a beautiful thing to remember from a nun, from the nuns, from Sarah to the nuns to our words to our ears. Sarah, you are such a beautiful soul. Thank you for writing and sharing yourself with the world and with me and with our audience.
I just love this, and I really do feel that we've been brought together for a purpose, and I love that even more. That excites me, and that gives me energy, and this has been incredible. So thank you for reading. Thank you for sharing my work, and I hope all your listeners go out and jump into this Whatever Happened to Lori Lovely and figure out whatever happened to her. Answer the question by reading. So Thank you.
It's a big question. Figure out what happened to yourself. You'll find something about yourself by reading this book, I believe, too. sarahmccoy.com. Check out sarahmccoy.com. You can also go, of course, to radionemo.com/we should write to hear all the previous episodes of what's coming up next. Next week, my guest will be Autumn McIntyre, one of my friends who's a beautiful hit songwriter here in Nashville. Her aunt happens to be Reba McIntyre. Yes, that's why you recognize the last name. So we will talk all things songwriting next week. This show has been We Should Write. It is executive produced by me, and it is technically produced by Phone Master Dre over there. Thanks for keeping us on, Phone Master Dre. It's brought to you by the good people of Radio Nemo. Head on over to radionemo.com. Y'all have the best day. Get home safe. Sarah, we should write.
We should, right?
Right.
Love you guys.
Turn the radio on, turn the radio on, and let the good vibe go. Turn the lights down low.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Well, hey there, it's Lindsay Lawler, y'all, and welcome to We Should Write, a show about the healing power of writing. I'm your host, Lindsay Lawler. I'm a songwriter, a performer, and a longtime radio voice. I'm also a storyteller and a proud advocate for the incredible men and women of the trucking industry. And let me tell you, they've got stories. Okay, so We Should Write is where sarcasm meets soul. It's equal parts vulnerability and absurdity. We talk to songwriters, authors, and creatives of all kinds about how putting pen to paper help them heal, grow, and work their stuff out. Because let's be honest, writing is cheaper than therapy and way more, dare I say, honest. So take a breath. Now, let's get it out. Let's get into it because we should write. Right? Right. Hi, Autumn. We should write.
Right?
Right.
I know the catchphrase.
She gets it. And the show's over. That's it. Thanks for coming.
That's all I needed for today.
Thanks for coming to We Should Write Training Camp. Hey, guys, today's I think this is episode maybe 14 or so. So I heard that 7 was over the hump. 12 is when people quit.
Oh.
And 14 is when you're going to be amazing, I guess.
Great. Let's go. I'm here for it.
That's why I put you specifically on 14, Autumn.
Oh, well, thank you. I feel blessed.
You are. Well, you are blessed. We're going to talk about that today for sure. Okay, let me dote on Autumn for a second. Today's guest is someone whose presence in the songwriting world is very refreshingly genuine and without really cause of care. This is at least my take on you, Autumn. Without really cause or care of what I should do or what does Nashville want me to do, but what I want to do, which you've gotten to be at that place, I feel like. And you can correct me if I'm wrong later. But, that's what I feel like about Autumn McIntyre. Autumn, like myself, comes from Oklahoma roots and a family legacy that her family legacy has helped shape country music because, yes, her aunt is Reba McIntyre. You do recognize that name, who she calls both family and work associate. But that is like not even close to what makes Autumn the most special. Whatever, Reba. She, just kidding. She was part of the family band that was the Singing McIntyres, and storytelling and music quite literally runs in her blood. But what I love about Autumn is that she's never coasted on legacy, but she's built her own. Come on, girl.
Thank you.
She started writing songs and just writing in general at 14. And although I'm going to guess she was doing it before that in quote unquote quiet spaces before anybody knew she was doing it, but we'll find out. She moved to Nashville at 18. She graduated from Belmont with a music business degree, which is badass because she actually knows what she's talking about and living out there. And within a year, she already had landed her first publishing deal. Since then, she's written for super respected artists in country music, from Ashley McBryde to Lauren Elena to, of course, the Grammy-nominated title track from Reba's Stronger Than the Truth. She's co-produced full-length records, and most importantly to me, she does it all while also being a wife, a mother, and a woman of deep, deep faith.
Yes.
Very important things. Okay, so what stands out to me personally, and why I wanted to have Autumn on today, is that she's the kind of writer who makes you feel seen, and we talk about that all the time, that people just want to feel seen in this world. She writes songs that hit you in the truth and lives in that kind of push-pull between heartache and humor. And that's what makes her relatable, not just as a songwriter, but as a human being. So please make welcome to the show, my friend, soon to be yours, Autumn McIntyre. Good morning.
Oh, gosh. Thank you for having me. Can we just do this every day and you just talk about me and make me feel good and then I'll just go?
Yeah, that's fine. I tell people
that was an amazing introduction.
Tell people that'd be a fun job, just to make someone feel good about themselves.
Right. Just come in for a good, pep talk and look what you're doing. Hey, you're actually doing it.
And then send you out in the world to keep doing it.
Yeah, right. That would
Go
be
do
so
it.
awesome.
Well, I had this chiropractic massage a couple of days ago.
Oh, yeah.
And you could tell he was so excited. He's like, oh my God, you're doing great. I was doing nothing. But he was pushing and pulling. And I just said, I love your enthusiasm. He goes, my job, I get to make people feel good though. It's so awesome. And so I started thinking about it in songwriting. And I was like, oh, that's kind of,
yeah.
If you find a job that you like and makes other people feel good, then you're kind of living your purpose.
Yeah, totally. I mean, it's hard. It's super easy to lose sight of that.
Yeah.
Because you get caught up in the grind and, all the stuff in the music business part that's, not always fun.
Most of it.
Yeah.
Most of it's not always fun.
But if you can keep your eyes on that purpose, then yeah, it's supposed to be fun. It's supposed to be life-giving. It's supposed to be for other people,
Well, you said the word purpose, which is the important part.
Yeah.
Okay, Autumn, I always like to start the show before we dive in with a deep breath together.
Oh, I love
it's
breathing.
Just as much for you and me. I'm glad you do.
I love the practice of breathing. That's,
I have to really focus on it.
Yeah.
But if it's not even just for you and me, it's for everybody listening as well. If you're in your truck, if you're behind a desk, if you're about to write a song, if you're underwater, I don't know. Remember to breathe, guys. But if you're underwater, don't breathe unless you have
apparatus of sorts.
Of sorts. Okay, on the count of 3, let's breathe together. Autumn and me and everyone listening. 1, 2, 3. I have some bad allergies right now, so I'm sniffing in the mic and probably annoying everybody. Okay, after that breath, Autumn, in this moment, this exact moment sitting here in this chair right now, what are you grateful for?
Oh, gosh. My family, Jesus, the provision God's given me in the last 6 months to a year. Gosh, I'm grateful for the weather. I find like since I've turned 40, gratitude's like a thing you practice daily, you know? And I just sit in a pool of gratitude now. Like I could just keep going. I'm grateful for coffee. I'm grateful for good food. I'm grateful for my Jeep. I'm grateful for, you know, my mom living across the street. I'm grateful for my sisters, for my friends. Like I could go on. I'm grateful for the gift of songs that I've been given this year and last year. I'm grateful for the artists I've been working with. Like it's the perspective of gratitude has just been super life-giving.
And
in
did
the
you
past
notice
couple years.
She said, I'm grateful for songs I've been given.
Yeah.
Which is interesting because I talk about a lot after moving out here in the woods, which you're seeing as I've kidnapped you to the woods out here. I've been given songs by being out here. Like it's changed me as a human, but definitely as my writing. I'll walk outside and just be sitting there in a place of gratitude.
Yeah.
Or having like a silent moment, a prayer, meditation, whatever. And all of a sudden I'll be like, what is that? And it's like, oh, that is a whole verse and a chorus just in my brain. So being given, explain a little bit what you mean about when you say been given.
Well, I mean, being a songwriter, there's definitely a craft, you know, there's a muscle that you build and, you know, work on, but also like, to me, God is the ultimate creator. And when you write songs, you are co-creating with him. And there have just been too many times that I've received something in my mind out of the blue that I'm like, I had nothing to do with that. Yeah. You know, like that was not my I did not just come up with that by working out some sort of puzzle or problem in my head to make that appear. Like that was just downloaded into my brain. And with, you know, my faith in the Lord is like, it comes from him. Like, I just know it does. And so being open to that, I feel like he has been more faithful in trusting me with more important songs. And I don't know. I haven't made a lot of money doing it, but the songs I get to write and the meaning behind them and how they have touched people makes it all worth it for me. So, yeah.
Well, and if you have faith in that in between when you're not making the money, I mean, because I've also learned that abundance comes in more ways than just money.
Well, and also if you put pressure on your craft to make money, you're going to be resentful towards your craft.
Yeah.
You know, and I was actually that way probably 10 years ago.
You were resentful to the craft?
Oh, yeah, because it wasn't making me money.
Crap.
Straight up, I know. And it's, you know, it's
for anything. That could go for any industry. Really.
For sure. But anything creative,
Yeah.
you know, you can't put too much pressure on it. You got to just love it. You got to love the process and do it because it's fun and it's your purpose. And then I feel like everything will kind of follow after that.
It's why phrases like do what you love and the money will follow are equal parts right and great, but also sort of tricky because if you're doing it because you're waiting for part B of that, for the money to flow, because intention is everything.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I'm talking to myself, by the way. Welcome to therapy. Lay down on the couch. Thank you, Autumn, for making me lay down on the couch.
We got to it quick, didn't we?
We do. I don't have time to talk about, to say how's the weather, how your neighbors. I don't have time. But although the weather is beautiful.
Oh, gosh. It's so nice here in Tennessee right now.
It's perfect.
It's actually fall.
For at least a day and a half.
Yeah. Are we going to get one more like hot burst?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I think this is it.
Because Tennessee does that. It'll fake fall a couple times. And then
I think we already had it, but I think we're going to go for like a week of fall to
freezing cold.
Full on perka.
I'm not ready for that.
I was not ready for it this morning. I woke up grumpy when I was freezing this morning. But I'm so grateful. Back to the original. Okay, the other side of the gratitude coin. Get out your the other. Turn the page in the journal. What is heavy on you right now?
Whew, man. I try not to be in the world too much. If I open up my spirit and my mind and my attention to everything that's going on in the world, there's a heaviness that comes. So I try to stay, informed. I try to stay up on what's happening, but like the things that I can't control and I don't have any influence on, I try to like let that go. But I don't know. I'm very empathetic on the people in the world that are suffering right now, and I don't know. You just feel kind of hopeless and helpless, and you don't know what to do, and you have to like turn all of that over to God and let Him like handle it because you don't have any control. But other than that, man, like I got a pretty charmed life. I ain't got nothing to be heavy about. Truly.
Is the turning it to you though? Is the turning it over of the things that we can't control? Because it's easy to be like, I got a charmed life, everything's great, I'll live out here and let the rest take care of itself.
Yeah.
But is it less that living a bubble and being not empathetic and more like if I turn over to God, then
here's the thing, like we call it living in a bubble, but really like we're only built and meant for a certain reach. The people who live immediately around us and who we can reach, now via Instagram, via social media, via things like this, like the podcast. And so the people that you come in contact with every day, they need to feel like they're important, and you need to treat them nice and to treat them kind. So whoever the Lord brings into my life and into my quote unquote bubble, like that's my purpose and that's what I can do. And then of course, without getting political, just voting. Like that's what I can do. Speaking up for things I believe in. Speaking up for people who don't have a voice. That's what I try to do with songwriting. Especially in songs like "Good Old Boys" and "7" and the songs we're going to talk about today. But I just try to like put voice to things that help people not feel like they're alone in the world. But yeah, I don't know. I just feel like we've been opened up. The whole world is opened up to us, and we can't handle it. And so I feel like that's kind of why we have so much stress and anxiety and depression and all these mental health problems. Is just because like we're not made to handle all of the weight of the world.
we know too much that we can't help.
We
I mean, it's
can't
like
help.
back medieval times or whatever you want to say. Like they didn't know what was going on.
They didn't know what was happening 30 miles from them, much
Right.
less like halfway around the world.
Right.
You know, I mean, and that, like I said, like I like to see.
And granted, they were being eaten by bears at night, so I'm not saying it was better.
Hey,
I'm
we
just saying.
we don't have to kill our own food anymore. Like let's be real. We got a lot of problems. But no, I try to stay informed and I try to be empathetic and help any way I can with my money and my voice. But at the end of the day, it's like you just can't take all of the world on your shoulders and put it on your plate.
That's a good point. So we have to try, like that you said, we just, the people that are in our life, but they're in our vortex, so to speak, that we do have access to, that's what we can control, which is a nice shift to talk about co-creation and writing and with as it pertains to trust and vulnerability. Now, I personally I have like a handful of people that I write with when I write, which has been a while. By the way, the show's called We Should Write, and I'm encouraging everyone else to write. And I'm realizing, when's the last time you did it, Lindsay? So like, get off your high horse. So I'm coming back around to it. But I have a handful of people, including our friend how I met you through a buddy, Chris Roberts.
Yeah.
Who's a great and infuriating talent.
Oh gosh, yes, he's so talented
and so infuriating.
I know.
Love you, Chris. I'll explain why he's infuriating when he comes on the show actually in December.
Oh,
I'll explain
yay.
it. I
You're
mean it
gonna have
actually
him?
as a compliment. Yeah, he's going to be on in December. So it'll be
Okay,
fun.
great. He's so great. Gosh.
He's amazing. He's so amazing that it's infuriating. That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
But my point is that I get with certain people that I trust, and even more importantly, through that, I've figured out a little more how to trust myself. It took me until probably today, right in this moment, to trust myself when it comes to writing.
Yeah.
So that's something I'd love for you to talk to our audience about, because again, this show is not trying to convince people to come to become professional songwriters or authors. If they become that as a byproduct, that's awesome. I say that all the time, but it's more about just finding yourself in your writing and clearing out space to see what else you could do in this world.
Yeah.
And to do exactly what you're talking about, like guide me to what I'm supposed to be doing. What is my purpose? And I think we find that in our writing, especially if we look back at writings from years ago and you're like, oh, that's what future me was trying to tell current me, or
right,
whatever. So talk a little bit about, in your writing, how like trust and vulnerability, whether you're in a room with songwriters or you're home alone.
Yes.
What your writing has done, or how trust and vulnerability plays into your own writing, I guess.
Well, I mean, now that I've done it for so long, you don't even think about it anymore. You just fall into that almost immediately, you know? It's something that you kind of like learned to be cool with. And now it's just like drinking water. It's not a big deal. But it wasn't always like that. You know, it's especially when you're co-creating and you have another person in the room, which most of the time you don't know very well. And that's the weird thing about like what I love about your catchphrase is we should write, right? Because like when you come to Nashville and, you know, or you meet somebody who just came to Nashville and you're like, oh, you're a songwriter. Y'all should write, right? And you're like, I don't know you.
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah.
That's why I love the video you sent me, which I'm going to post tomorrow. But you're like, hey, we just met, but we should write, right? It's literally like in other people's worlds, how's the weather?
Right, yeah. And like when you sit down with complete strangers in a room and, you know, talk about your feelings and your trauma and, you know, your story, it's like, it's a vulnerable place. But that makes for the best songs, you know, because the truth comes out. And so if you're not being vulnerable and if you're not being real with your feelings and if you're not feeling things in a right, then I think you're doing it wrong. But as far as like the, you know, people who are not professional songwriters, I think writing, whether it's in a journal or if you feel poetry coming on, or if you know, if you do some amateur songwriting or if you just play around with the guitar for fun and put some melody and words to it, it's therapeutic, man. It can just release and tap into things that are hidden in your heart that need to come out, that need to be seen, that need to be healed, that need to be said. Even if you never share it with people, you know, it's okay. And I always encourage people, because I wish I would have been encouraged to do this. Is like, don't be too hard on your art. Don't be too hard on yourself. Like, just because you write a song, it doesn't have to be perfect. It doesn't have to be something great. You know, it can just be what it is and be for that moment. And it can just be for you. You don't have to share it with anybody.
That's the biggest piece. Don't be hard on yourself. And it can be, because that could be the overwhelming, like, so many people are like, well, I'm not a songwriter. I'm like, well, yeah, you are. Have you ever seen anything or done anything in the world? Yeah, you could write a song.
Yeah, it's like, I'm not a poet. Well, maybe you are, you know? But journaling, like, I think journaling is so important, even just to go back and revisit where you've been, because we forget, you know?
Yeah.
And then you can see how far you come. You can see, oh, gosh, I've totally forgot. Even if it's month by month. I try to do it once a month, but, like, just going back and revisiting, like, oh gosh, I went through that. I had a hard day that day. I forgot. And we just move on so quickly. It's kind of good to just write it down and see, to have it, not for your kids to read or whatever. Gosh, I hope my kids never read my journals, but just
definitely gonna
just
ask you about that later.
reflection on yourself, you know, and what's going on and how you're improving and growing and healing, hopefully, and just gives you more perspective on where you are.
More perspective. Also, Mimi just left. Mimi, come back. That's how you know this show's live. Oh, there, I see her. Speaking of that, if you're listening live on iHeart right now, RadioNemo.com, YouTube, Facebook, wherever you're listening, or if you're listening back as this as a podcast, thank you for wherever you found us. I yelled at my dog Mimi, so you know this is live. We don't edit. We are not AI. This is a real conversation with my friend Autumn McIntyre. And please continue to like this and share it so we can continue to produce it for free. And not like the other platforms make you pay for it. You know who you are. Okay. So I want to talk about the song 7.
Okay.
So we actually had Kaylee Bishop on our show.
Yes.
Not too long ago. And I can't remember how I stumbled across the song 7 or Kaylee, and then realized that you had written, the first time I heard the song 7, I was stopped in my tracks. And to this day, and the hook on it is constantly in my head and keeping me up at night. So thanks for that.
Oh, you're welcome.
It means it's great. But and then when I realized you were part of it, I'm like, of course she was. That makes so much sense. And it actually goes back to something that songs that you write and or cut, some that actually have in common with your aunt. I'll never forget when I was little, the song, and we had Sandy Knox on a couple weeks ago. The song, both She Thinks His Name is John, and Does He Love You? I sang as a child like it was my story.
Yeah.
I had not had a one-night stand or contracted HIV or been divorced multiple times at that point in my life.
Yeah.
Still have not. Anyway, and I just remember being like, oh my God, this is... I didn't have the wherewithal to think like... To know what was happening. I just know I was feeling something. I didn't know what I was singing about, was feeling something.
Yeah.
And you have the ability to write that in your songs as well, including 7. So why, if this song specifically, anybody who's been divorced or is contemplating divorce, this song will speak to your soul, or anybody's soul rather. So as the story goes, Kaylee came into you and was just kind of told you her story about this divorce, and you just sat there and wrote. I'd love for you to talk to us about what that felt like, because you weren't, I'm going to guess you weren't like filtering anything or funneling. You were just writing and then eventually y'all picked out the nuggets.
Yeah.
But what was that moment when Kaylee sat down with you and gave you her heart and soul, her full heart and soul, and you were able to help kind of direct that for her?
We did not know each other. We had met through a mutual
Even
friend.
weirder.
And it was the first time for us to get in a room and write. And so I just started, I was like, tell me about you, because I don't know anything about you. And she mentioned that she was divorced and she's so young, you know, it's just like, oh, wow, gosh, I didn't know that. Tell me more. And she kind of made a joke. She was like, she said something about, yeah, I was married for 7 years and my divorce took 7 minutes. And I was like, wait, what? And she just kept telling me more. And as she was talking, like, it was really weird. And this is kind of piggybacking on what we were talking about earlier about songs being given to you. Mm-hmm. I kept seeing, she kept mentioning like dates and numbers and like just things, and they kept like shining. And I was like, what if this song is called 7? And of course that's like a God number for completion. And it was so funny. Like, I don't know, the way the song written, it's like, you know, 1 look, I was hooked on you. After 2 dates, I swore I knew. 3 months in, we were right on track. You hit all the red flags behind your back. 4 years together, I had a ring. And
keep going.
We got there, and I was like, we need a 5. I said, and I was just typing, and I was like, what about this? And she was like, oh my gosh. I said, I need a 5 though. She goes, our wedding was October 5th. And I was like, show your face. And that's when I knew. I was like, okay, this is something special. Yeah. Like, this is not from me, you know? So I don't know. It just kind of, October 5th, I changed my name. By year 6, we were going through hell and I begged you for help. And the chorus is like, did you know there's 7 days in a week? 7 hours is a good night of sleep. 7's supposed to be lucky. Well, lucky me. It only took 7 minutes and 7 years were finished.
Oh.
I know.
I just full body chills.
But it's just so, it was such a true story. I'm like, this is a weird song. You know, this is not a commercial, like, this is not a commercial.
We are not going to make money off
country
this.
radio hit, you know? But I mean, like, it was just so, we could have stopped right there and been like, let's write something more commercial that you can use and it's going to be more relatable. And we just didn't. I was like, this is so weird that it's so true. And she's such a vocalist, and the way she sings it, it just makes you, just cuts you. Like,
it does.
She delivers it so well.
She does. And you've talked about, we're going to take a break here and come back and we will play it, but you've talked about, which I do as well, the idea that we're told to not get too specific.
Mm.
But in this case, excuse me, you had to. And I think I've said more and more lately, it's like the more specific we get, oddly, the more people we reach.
Yeah.
Because it's like when you can get real specific and create this little movie in your head, then anybody could drop themselves, even if it's not their story, they can drop themselves in the movie, like playing the part. And I think that's what the song 7 does by Kaylee Bishop, that was co-written by Autumn McIntyre here. We're going to take a really quick break. Don't go anywhere, because when we come back, you're going to get to hear Kaylee's beautiful voice and play a clip of that song that we're referring to. I'm joined with Autumn McIntyre, who is just a fabulous human, a fabulous writer, and a champion for other humans and writers, and to keep finding your voice and finding your faith. We'll be right back. Phone Master Dre, take us away.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
It's Wednesday.
It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath.
Means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org. Welcome back to We Should Write with Lindsay Lawler, a show about the healing power of writing. Let's dive back in, shall we? Because we should write, right?
Ooh, I'm echoing all of a sudden.
You have some good we have
Ray, we're crazy echoing. Ooh, okay, it's gone.
Okay.
Ooh.
That was fun for a minute.
Well, we just do that to remind you that we're live. We want to keep people on their toes.
Yeah.
Okay, before I'm talking with Autumn McIntyre, who is a songwriter, who is a mom, a wife, by the way, married to another person in the music industry who travels and tours, is gone. And that's something a lot of our truck driving audience, they can relate to, being gone. And before we go back into the song, I'll just ask you this for the relatability factor. I know my husband travels a lot, and when Frey was even younger, and you have children as well, it was like, okay, whose job today is more important? You're the one who gets to leave. And it was always his, by the way. Like, who's making more today? Okay, I get to stay back as the creative.
But luckily, that's put less pressure financially on what I do,
True. Yeah.
So I just make it work. It's really a scheduling game is all it is. Trying to figure out who's going to be home when the kids get home.
Will anybody be home?
Yeah, exactly.
Remember, they're coming home.
Our poor dog gets put on the back burner, but kids are taken care of, and I have lots of help, which is good.
Don't worry, guys. Our kids are fine.
Yes, everyone's good.
I said to you earlier, actually, before you came on air, it'd be fun to have your husband Mark on, because he deals a lot with logistics and handles all the transpo side of the artist he works with, and it's a massive endeavor to put on these tours and logistics. So I think it'd be fun to have him come back.
He would love it.
Okay, good. Well, I said it on the podcast, and Mark, now you have to come back.
Yep.
That's how we con people into coming. All right. So before we went to break, we were talking about the song 7, and I want to play a clip of it here, because it's
it's just I think you'll feel the pain in it, but also the promise, perhaps, because there's something on the other side of. There's always something on the other side of pain if you can remember that. I don't want to say this has happened to you for a reason, because I don't believe we have to suffer. Once we realize we don't have to suffer, we don't have to suffer anymore.
Well, we go through seasons, and there's usually a couple of like big moments in our lives where you're like, oh, this is the end of something and the beginning of something else, and whether that's divorce, whether that's a death in the family, whether that's career change or something crazy, like I feel like everybody can relate to at least that part.
For sure. Which for sure. So let's play a clip of 7, because on the other side of that, I want to know what you feel like your responsibility as a storyteller is when it's not your story, because that's sort of difficult. This is 7, co-written by Autumn McIntyre and Kaylee Bishop, performed by Kaylee Bishop. It is out now. You can download it. Don't stream it. Download. You can stream it if you also download it first.
Either one. Just
listen.
Just go listen to it.
Just listen. This is 7. Hit it, Bubba.
I walked in at 12:01. By 12:08, it was all done. I watched your hand that used to hold mine, sign your name on the dotted line. You stood up without a word. There were things to say, but there wasn't the nerve. You left the room and you never looked back. That was that. And did you know there's 7 days in a week? 7 hours is a good night of sleep. 7's supposed to be lucky, lucky me. I never thought our 7 trips round the sun would take us from saying I do, you're the one, to I can't and we're done. It only took 7 minutes and 7 years were finished.
You've heard that a million times, obviously, and you wrote it. Does it still hit you?
Yeah, totally.
Good Lord.
I know. It's her delivery and her voice, and you can just hear the truth in her voice,
Oof. Was she on The Voice? Do I remember that right?
Yeah, she was. Yeah. I'm not sure what season or how far she went, but God, she's just an incredible singer, incredible person. Yeah.
Incredible person.
I love her.
Good heart. And you feel the heart, obviously, in that. So the idea, do you get lost in your, in the songs, even when it's not your story? Do you feel like it has to sort of, at least for a moment, become your story in order to tell it truthfully?
Well, so I feel like now, especially in the last 7 to 10 years of me doing this, I've been in Nashville over 25 years, but writing songs, because at first I was writing songs for myself, hoping they would translate for other people, but I kind of the Lord kind of turned my purpose. One time he spoke to me and he said, "You're a bridge." And I was like, I don't want to be a bridge.
No, I am not.
It's like, no, you're connecting. You are the person to receive and then send on.
I just thought you meant you're a bridge. People are going to walk all over you in Music City.
No, it wasn't that. Well, that's happened. No, no, he meant you're to
you're a conduit.
Pull people on and send people off. And so I think part of my purpose as a songwriter specifically is to help other artists tell their story. And so stepping into their truth and their story, I really try to be in it with them and try to pull out as much realness as possible and get into the emotion of it, to tell the story as best as possible.
Well,
I love being that now. I own it. I when somebody comes into it right now and they just start telling me all the crap in their life, I'm like, great, tell me more. Keep going.
Gold.
Yeah, because that's when the good stuff is, man. That's when you can actually help people who feel lost or who feel like I'm the only person that's ever felt this way. I'm the only person that's ever been through this situation, because that's how you feel when your life's falling apart, you know, or when you're stuck in something
and you can't
and it's
see
just
it.
not true. But if you can turn on the radio, if you don't have anybody to talk to, but if you can turn on the radio and hear a song that makes you feel like you're not alone, like, I mean, that's it. That's it right there.
That's it.
Mm-hmm.
That's what art does.
Yeah.
And I've seen you do that. It's funny that you say, like, now you sort of own that and lean in. We got to do a writers retreat together several years ago in Florida. I think
We
right
did.
before COVID, by
That's
the way.
right, yes.
Or right after.
It was right before.
Right before.
Yeah.
It's like the last fun thing we did before
Mhm.
COVID. Again, I remember watching you with May Estes, who we're going to play a song of hers here in a minute that you also co-wrote. May Estes, who's blown up and is killing it and is another incredible female voice. But I just remember watching some of the girl gang that you had, and you've got a girl quartet that you sing with now, and just realizing what a champion you are for women. I feel like I like that and feel that about myself as well. It's like if we don't champion each other.
Yeah.
If I don't champion someone else, they're not going to champion me either. So what are we doing?
Yeah.
So we'll play the song from May in a second. But you know, you said, I looked at something on, I think this was on your Instagram, and this relates to the song 7. I think you were talking about the song 7 with this quote, but I want to say it because you said, I believe the Lord heals hearts through community and relationship when we can feel each other's pain and feel our own at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, tell me what you mean by that. Besides, I think that's, again, what you say, that's we got it.
Well, with that one, like, I'm obviously, I'm happily married. I mean, me and Mark have been together 20 years, but like, my parents got divorced when I was 22. And that was one of the huge pivotal moments in my life where everything kind of fell apart, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So even though I wasn't talking about my divorce necessarily, we were definitely talking about Kaylee's. You know, I had plenty to say about it, you know, just because of the way that feels.
Why, when you say everything fell apart, then just, I mean, especially at the age you were at, there's a lot of people whose parents get divorced at that
like
kind of mid-age. I
mean, it's, when your parents sever, it's, you know, it just affects the kids so much. And, you know, our home that we grew up in was no longer, and, you know, I was in Nashville already, and they were back in Oklahoma, and then like my mom and sister had their apartment together, and my dad was over here. It was just like this weird, crazy. It was just it was like somebody died.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
That's how it feels. It just feels like something died. And so being able to, you know, tell Kaylee's story, having that experience, I mean, definitely helped the song.
Do you feel like you have this? I just thought about this in the moment because I'm trying to be better about it. But like when someone goes through something that I haven't been through,
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I can be a real pain in the ass sometimes and be like that kind of annoying. Well, you know, but it happened for a reason. I try not to say that kind of crap. But my parents have not divorced. But even just hearing, like you mentioned, that talk about it, I think it's important for people to hear because it's not just like, oh, they divorced, but whatever, it doesn't affect me. It doesn't matter what age you are.
Yeah.
It does affect you if your parents aren't together, whether one dies or
100%.
they divorce.
Yeah. I mean, even my husband, his parents divorced when he was 2, and he barely remembers it, you know, but like it still affects him.
Yeah.
But like anybody's story, like for Good Old Boys, for example, my song with May, like that didn't happen to me, but you know, that's a story that needs to be told. And so when that story is not mine, I try to get them to talk about exactly what that felt like and try to put it in a way that portrays that feeling in words that other people can understand it and make them feel it without over explaining it too much.
So the song Good Old Boys, we'll go ahead and pivot to that. Is this about losing it?
No. Well, no. It's about rape. And that it was actually kind of a hard song to write, and we were like, should we write this? I don't know. But the idea was so real, and you know, 4 women on a song, and you know, half of us having this experience, it had to be written. So yeah, it's just about like being young and trusting yourself and your innocence and your body to someone who took advantage that happens way too often.
It does, and what I said about losing it, because when I was listening to it, it's funny, the song, you could, a lot of different people could put their own spin on it, but basically what you're saying in the song is, this is, the guy's perfect. He opens the doors, and he goes to church. He does all the right things. He's a good old boy, but he gives good old boys a bad name because what he's doing that nobody else knows about. She, or in this scenario, she is the only person, at least in her story, that knows the bad side of things.
Yeah.
But it made me think, well, now knowing what you say, like the hard side of it, obviously it makes sense. But I just started thinking even just about girls, just women who just like losing your virginity, actually, even. I know we're not supposed to talk about that.
Yeah.
But even that in general, especially if it's lost in this regard and in something
this
like
way,
this.
yeah.
In this way, I think it's important for women to talk more about that, especially women who have daughters, people who have daughters, because not enough. We don't openly, because it's supposed to, at least how I was raised, you just don't talk about that,
right?
And it's, and then it gets sort of cast aside. But like that first time in anything should be so respected, and if it's lost against your will,
yeah.
That's a whole thing. But even if it's lost to someone that didn't make you feel safe or shouldn't have been the right person, I mean, I think that's something to talk more.
Oh, it should all be talked about. I do feel like these younger generations are changing that from the way that you and I were raised. Yeah. And I want to change that for my daughter. I want her to always be open and be able to trust me in anything that she has to say or any experience she's gone through. And I want her to be informed as much as possible. And as hard as those conversations are to have with parents and kids, like it needs to happen. Yeah. And I don't know. I just think this is a tale as old as time, this story, and it just needs to be brought into the light. And that's just what we were trying to do with this song.
So we're going to play a clip of May Estes, who recorded this song, who you co-wrote it with and co-wrote it song. The song's called Good Old Boys. And, this is an uncomfortable truth that you guys wrote about. What's interesting too about May, another beautiful, like iconic country voice. Her voice is so country,
yes.
in the most melodic, I'm not saying in a twang way, in the most melodic form.
Mm-hmm.
So she is a storyteller in a whole different way when she puts her voice on something. So this is them doing Good Old Boys and really naming these hidden truths as a form of justice and liberation. Really, here's Good Old Boys by May Estes, co-written by Autumn McIntyre.
Hold the door, hold your hand, yes sir, yes ma'am. The kind of guy Daddy might give his blessing. Never missed a sermon on a Sunday morning. Yeah, ever since you it all looks like a warning. I gave you my heart and you gave me hell. Gave me a secret, and who'd believe it if I ever got the nerve to tell? Ain't it a shame I'll never see them the same? You give good old boys a bad name.
Just because you go to church don't make you a good boy. Unfortunately. That song is out. You can download it as well. And you write a lot with May.
Yes.
Estes. So I guess back to the original, you found a comfort space of vulnerability. And she's found that with you, which is you've championed. I think you're a big part, and she would agree with that. You're a big reason why she's having the career she is now, because she found a safe space with somebody. Right?
Yeah. We hit it off from the beginning. We met on a writing retreat in 2014, and she's quite a bit younger than me, but she was singing like old 80s country songs, and I was just like, wait, aren't you like 20? Like, what? How do you know like all these old songs? And I'm like, that's my favorite country music. And so I was like, wait a second, you come over here with me. Like,
come here, little girl.
We're gonna stick together for a while. So no, we've hit it off, and she's just such an amazing talent and has such a voice and such a, gift and such a good vision for using her gift. And so I'm happy to be along for the ride and help her however I can.
Your conduit, another conduit.
Yeah, a bridge. I'm happy to be a bridge now.
Bridge.
I just want to say to the crowd, like, I have some happy songs too. I do write up tempo ditties every now and then.
Divorce and
divorce
and rape,
sexual harassment.
Great.
Let's go.
Thanks for joining. Wah. Everybody go cry in a corner today. No, you do actually. That's what I said in the intro. You were a really good balance of you and May specifically have written some barn burners.
Yes, yeah.
You do have that, but this show and by the way, that is healing too. Like we like sad music, but the for lack of a better term, the throwaway songs are healing in their own right. They get people up and make them dance. That's important too.
Oh yes, absolutely. I mean, you can have a fun song that helps you celebrate something or get you out of a bad mood or out of a funk or, drink a beer too. Let's go.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah.
She does drink a beer. I love Jesus, but I drink a beer. Come on.
Same.
I'm going to talk about parenting first, but before that, briefly, because I say briefly because we've talked about it quite a bit, but I want to talk about your faith, specifically as a creative portal, because so this weekend, my mom and I are getting baptized.
Have you not been baptized?
I was sprinkled as a baby, but that's it.
Okay, that's amazing.
And I actually didn't even realize. I just assumed. I kind of thought I'd been baptized.
Yeah.
And then I realized just a couple weeks ago I hadn't.
Yeah.
I know that sounds strange, but I was like, I just watched all these people get baptized, and I realized I hadn't. And at church a couple weeks ago, he was talking about. He was just using verbiage that was screaming at me that day and talking about I'm super woo, and he was talking about the supernatural, and so it was like locked in everything he had to say. And then the word cleanse kept hitting me. And I thought, man, I talk so much about writing to get stuff out so that we can make space. And I always say, well, if you're redecorating a room and there's a couch over there, you can't put anything else there. Mm-hmm. And it hit me in that moment when he was talking about being cleansed so we could have this new version of ourselves. I'm like, oh, he's talking to me. I need to get, like, that is cleansing out. I've done so much work on myself over the past few years, but now I got to cleanse it away and really make this commitment and start anew. So I'm very excited about it. And, but so talk a little bit about that, just from, faith as a creative portal and writing as worship a little bit for you. And I'm not talking about writing worship music. I'm talking how writing is worship for you.
Oh gosh. So writing as worship would be really honing in on what my purpose in life is. Like, why am I here? And why do I have this gift? And what am I supposed to do with it? And if I'm doing that, if I am doing what God has put me on this earth to do, then I am worshiping, giving glory to Him. As far as my faith, I technically became a Christian. I had my quote fingers up when I was 14.
So we need cameras around here.
Walked the aisle in the Baptist church, came up, confessed my sins, was baptized, and that was it.
And everything's been dreamy ever since.
Yeah, not so much. Yeah, and so I've always professed to be a Christian, just to make sure I've checked the box and don't go to hell when I die. But about 6 years ago, I kind of had I took a deep dive and been there was some people in our small group who kind of had a crisis of faith, and they kind of had a good point in a lot of ways on some topics. And I've just been like, okay, wait, what do I really believe? And I just kind of came to the Lord with okay, what about this? What about this? What about this? What about this? And I just kind of brought all my doubts and all my worries. And I told my husband at one point, I was like, I might come out an atheist on the other side of this. It was that serious.
What was one of your biggest doubts at the time?
Just why does bad things happen to good people?
Yeah.
And so, I just took a deep dive, and it completely turned went the other way. And I hear his voice. I've met him face to face. It's just so sweet. And he's been so faithful, and he's just been so loving, and getting to know how much God loves you, I don't think we focus on that enough.
Did you figure out
church?
Did you figure out why bad things happen to good people?
Well, that's a very heavy, complicated. I don't know if we have time for this podcast for that.
You've got 30 seconds left. Go.
Okay,
No,
so
just kidding.
here's a short answer to chew on. So love begs a choice. Okay? So you can't make somebody love you. God can't make you love him. Okay?
Okay.
True, real love begs for choice. So therefore, you have to have free will. And so in this world, there's a lot of wills that are involved. My will, your will, God's will. How many billion people are on the earth? All of their wills. And then you have the will of other spiritual powers, all in play. And so with all that going on, there's going to be some bad stuff that happens to good people. I don't know. That's like something to chew on.
That
I mean,
helps.
that's the only way I can really understand it. But the good news is that God can redeem the bad.
Strong will.
Yeah.
Isn't that a line in your Reba? There's no whiskey stronger than the truth.
There's no whiskey stronger than the truth. Yeah. That's the Reba song.
You say strong will and another with
Stubborn Will. Are you thinking Stubborn Will?
Stubborn
yeah,
Will.
that's a May
yes.
song. Yeah. Have you heard that song?
Yes.
Cool.
Stubborn. That line hit me.
Yeah.
Can you think of what's the line in that? Speaking of will.
Oh gosh, you put me on the spot.
I know.
I can't think of any of my songs really.
It's too much.
Do you ever do that? Do you
All the
ever
time.
like hear a song and you'd be like, "Oh, that's a cool song. Who wrote that?" And they're like, "You did."
You
and I was
did,
like,
dingo.
"Oh, I forgot."
Well, I am very talented, might I just say. That is amazing. It's stubborn. It's this won't, but stubborn will. So anyway, that's kind of the gist. Anyway, it's
Hopefully that song will come out. That's still in the hole. We'll see.
I think I heard her playing it on Instagram.
She's played it she's played it on Instagram. She played it at the Opry too, I believe.
Yeah, check out Mae Estes, Maestes if you haven't yet. Her voice will make you very happy.
Yeah.
So we have a couple minutes left. Parenting. There's a lot of people listening who are parents. But by the way, Tara over in the chat says we sure like it real and raw around here.
Well,
yeah,
you got
girl.
it.
Yeah, girl. That's what we do. Lay down. Welcome to the therapy couch. No, but I say it's equal parts vulnerability and absurdity because you're also absurd. You're fun.
Oh, well, thank you.
I've had a beer with you. You're fun. I've had a beer in a hot tub with you, as a matter of fact, in Florida. We had some fun. That sounded creepy. But
It did.
Not creepy at all. You mentioned at the beginning of the show, I hope my kids never see my journals, which is a funny take on something as well. But with that, I want to circle back to it because I hope my kid never sees my journal, but also I hope my kid understands that what's in my journal is lived and we all have things we don't want people to say. How is your writing, not even professionally, just in your output, changed your oldest is 13 now, so you've been a mom for some time.
Yes.
But how is your writing or your views on your creativity and output changed since being a parent? What is anything off the table, I guess, as well?
Perspective. Just life perspective is what children gives you, and I think that just affects everything in your whole life, creatively. Having my creativity as a songwriter helps me be a better mom, just to have that outlet and that time. I don't know. Is anything off the table? I mean, I try to clean it up a little more. Not as much partying songs as I used to, I don't know. I just try to be as real as possible. I try not to be perfect in front of my kids. I think I used to put my parents on a pedestal when I was young, and I don't want them to do that to me. I want them to look up to me, but I don't want to
still relate.
You want to still relate. Yeah, I don't want to seem like perfect. Like I do a lot of stuff wrong, and I don't get it right, and I've apologized to my kids if I've, done something wrong, and I don't know. I just try to be as real as possible.
You're doing great. You're not perfect. Trust me.
Thank you. Yes, I am aware. I am aware of my imperfection.
You're doing great. We'll close on this because we just have about a minute or two left, two minutes left maybe. What would you say to people out there listening? Not anybody who needs to or wants to become a professional songwriter, but like someone in their truck or someone behind a desk right now. Does writing save you every day, and how can it save somebody else, perhaps? Maybe not every day, but in general.
Jesus saves me every day. But writing can get out of you what is in you that needs to come out. We tend to bury things as human beings and souls, especially in this culture and day and age where we don't want to be made fun of. We don't want to be weird. We don't want to be, whatever. We feel like we have deep, dark secrets that can't see the light of day, but just write it down. Like, get it out. Sing to the radio at the top of your lungs. Sing in the shower. If you feel poetry, be a poet. I don't know. I just like I tell my kids all the time, they're always writing songs or coming up with. My son is like, he'll try to like rap and I'll help him do instead of being like, that's dumb, I'm just like, ooh, no, you need a better rhyme for that, or whatever.
My mom helped me become a rapper.
Oh, really?
No.
Oh,
you.
Me.
He will say
that I cannot.
One day.
I am like white girl from Oklahoma. There's no rapping in me. But no, just be let it happen. Everybody needs to journal. I'll say that.
Yes.
Everybody needs to journal. And then review your journals.
Everybody needs to journal.
Yes.
Everybody. Not every day, but as much as possible.
Or every day. Just write a little something down. What you're grateful for. Start there.
I'm grateful for you.
I'm grateful for you. Thank you so much for having me today. This has been so fun.
Oh, good. Thanks for doing it. Thanks for coming to my house in the woods and being a part of it. Please tell your friends.
I will. Yes, for sure. For sure.
Joining me next week, that's what Autumn and I were talking about. We're like, there's so many different perspectives. Actually, joining me next week is author Teresa Bruno, who she was had a jewelry company, was like a marketing icon, lost her company, lost it all due to this crazy sort of scam, whole deal. Lost her whole company, and then her husband committed suicide.
Oh gosh.
This all happened within a year. She's gone on to kind of turn her life around, has written a book about it and healed through all that craziness. She's doing great on the other side. But my point in saying that there's so many different perspectives. She healed all that. If she can heal that through writing, you can heal whatever's happening in your day through writing. And Autumn can help you convince that too. Autumn, where's the best place people can find you?
I am only on Instagram. So you can find me there.
Not only fans.
Autumn McIntyre songs. I'm only on Instagram, not only fans. I just found out what that was the other day. I was like, yikes. Okay. I also, if anyone's on Apple Music, I do have a playlist of my songs that other people have recorded. You can go check that out too.
Perfect.
Yeah, the link is on my Instagram.
Autumn McIntyre, thank you.
Thank you for having me. We should write.
Right? Thank you guys for tuning in. This show has been executive produced by me, Lindsay Lawler, technically produced by Phone Master Dre over there, and brought to you by the good people of RadioNemo. Y'all keep listening, keep tuning in, keep sharing so we can continue to produce this show to you for free. Keep writing. You're going to find a really cool version of yourself on the other side. Autumn, we should write.
Right?
Y'all have a great day.